Praying for the school, congregation, and Nashville community. Of course, we're talking about, if you're just joining us, this tragic situation of a shooting at the Covenant School there in Green Hills on Burton Hills Boulevard. Now we have confirmed not only 3 children confirmed dead in this, but also 2 adults have died, and we're hearing this is from gunshot wounds.
And this is interesting as we continue this live picture here. We're seeing SWAT members who are armed in the vicinity, in the bushes, scouring the woods off the road there. Not sure what they're looking for. It's clear that they are searching for something. Perhaps it's evidence that could help piece this case together, but we'll continue to watch as their investigation unfolds. Right there near the school, Covenant School, we've seen multiple SWAT team members who are armed kind of walking up and down the road and searching in the bushes off the roads as this investigation continues to unfold.
We are awaiting just momentarily. We should be hearing Metro Police is going to do specific there. You see the microphone. We're still waiting. I'm sure it will be Don Aaron among other folks, possibly Josh Devine with the TBI, hearing what they have to say, the very latest on the shooting and what they have found out now. We're going to check in with Carly Gordon, and she's been gathering some more information from the alert desk with the very latest. What are you finding out now, Carly?
Well, we'll keep the live camera up so you can see what's going on out there, but I just want to read you some of these responses that are coming in, and there are a ton of them. State Representative Bob Freeman released a statement. It reads, quote, "This is an unimaginable tragedy for the victims, all the children, families, teachers, staff, and my entire community. I live around the corner from Covenant and pass by it often. I have friends who attend both church and school there. I have also visited the church in the past. It tears my heart apart to see this." The statement goes on to say, "I am praying for my neighborhood, my city, and my state. It is time to pull together and provide all the love and support that we can to those affected by this terrible catastrophe. It is time for serious action," end quote. I'll read another one from Marsha Blackburn. This is Senator Marsha Blackburn. She says, "Chuck and I are heartbroken to hear about the shooting at Covenant School in Nashville. My office is in contact with federal, state, and local officials, and we can stand ready to assist. Thank you to the first responders working on the site. Please join us in prayer for those affected." And I'll read you one more right now. We're hearing from Tennessee Congressman Mark Green. He tweeted the following message. He says, "Cammie and I join Tennesseans in prayer for the Covenant School community. Our hearts are with you. While we await more information from first responders, we pray for each student and faculty member." We're hearing from many, many more. You just read the one from Bill Lee. We also heard from Freddie O'Connell, and we'll continue to gather these, and we'll be bringing you those on air.
All right.
We do anticipate this news conference starting any moment. This will be the first official news conference where we can hear where police are at in their investigation. Joylyn Bukovac is joining us live with some perspective, personal perspective on this as well. Joylyn.
Yeah, there's absolutely no words for what's going on today. I'm actually a school shooting survivor myself. It happened years ago. I was in 8th grade, and all of this is it's just flooding back flashbacks for me and what I went through with my classmates. I was actually in the hallway during break when the gunman opened fire, shooting one of my peers and killing them. And just after hearing the gunshots, I just knew to run and hide. I hid underneath the risers in my choir class, and those minutes and hours of waiting to be released by police officers, that just felt like a lifetime. And I knew my phone was taken, it was turned off so that no one could find me. I lost track of the gunman, didn't know where he was, and just all of that fear and emotion. I know my family was trying to get in contact with me. I know that they found out that I was at the scene of that school shooting. Again, this happened many years ago when I was in middle school, but not being able to get in contact with them and then being reunited with them eventually. I'll never forget my mom's emotion. She was so emotional, and yeah, so I know exactly what some of these kids are going through today, and it's going to take a lot of thoughts and prayers and a lot of support to get through these tough times. So my thoughts and prayers are with them.
Absolutely.
Back to you in the studio.
All our thoughts and prayers with all those involved. You know, we've been talking about and showing you some of these live pictures where we were just seeing some of the SWAT officers. Now, earlier, if you're just joining us, we were talking about Metro Police saying that the shooter was engaged by Metro Police. Still, obviously, so many questions. We don't know exactly where this engagement, where they met. So that could be part of what they are looking for, clues and other things, as you are seeing a lot of these armed SWAT SWAT officers going through the woods nearby and marching up and down, walking through the road and all this area. Again, this is in Green Hills, right there off Burton Hills Boulevard. A very prominent, popular Woodmont Baptist Church is the location of the reunification right now. The shooting itself happening at the Covenant School, their private Christian small school.
Pre-K all the way through 6th grade. So that's the age of children that we're talking about affected. Again, 3 children dead, 2 adults dead, and the shooter is dead as well. So in all, 6 people have been killed in this shooting at that private school in Green Hills. Now, we're seeing a car with armed officers, truck full of them, moving through that area as we await this live news conference. We have seen armed SWAT officers, what appear to be SWAT officers, in the woods, potentially, as Holly mentioned, looking for clues that could help piece this together. We should mention that police say there is no public threat at this hour, even though we have been hearing that from officers, and so have nearby schools. Some nearby schools have, as a precaution, decided to go onto lockdown or at least heightened security just to be safe, as we continue to try to learn more about this.
As you are, many of you just tuning in, trying to figure out what is happening. So we're talking about this deadly school shooting at the small private school, the Covenant School there in Green Hills. Now, if you can see on the right, we saw a school bus there in the distance. We've been bringing you live pictures and other visuals of many of these school buses arriving. So they have been transporting the children from the Covenant School over to Woodmont Baptist Church. Many of the children already able to reunite with their families, but many still waiting. And we have lots of parents. We're still hearing from them. Also spouses of staff there, administration, trying to find out, make sure their loved one is okay.
And just hearing from parents who are actively waiting in that sanctuary for their children, how terrifying and chaotic that is as they wait for answers about, is my life about to change forever or is it not? Michael Warwick has been watching the situation for us at Vanderbilt as we continue to learn more about victims. What's the latest there, Michael? What can you share with us?
Well, this is where we have been getting the information as to how many people have been confirmed dead. As you said, 3 children, 2 adults. But just being out here and seeing people either coming to the hospital for unrelated reasons or who traveling through this area asking us, what's happened is, as words continue to spread, and to tell somebody in this community that there's been a school shooting in the case of what we've seen today, it just breaks everybody's heart. And you can see on their face, oh my gosh, what happened? And that's the disbelief here right now. And as we wait for these numbers as to how many more people we pray are not hurt, you just feel for the folks who are in this hospital.
All right, we're going to break away and listen to Don Aaron for just a moment with Metro Police.
Of what's happened this morning. With me is Kendra Loney from the Nashville Fire Department, who will talk about the fire department's actions in regard to this morning's call. This is going to be a brief update as to what has occurred. There will be more from this spot later in the morning with Chief John Drake and others. At 10:13 this morning, the police department received a call of an active shooter inside Covenant School, Covenant Presbyterian Church. The police department response was swift. Officers entered the first story of the school, began clearing it. They heard shots coming from the second level. They immediately went to the gunfire. When the officers got to the second level, they saw a shooter, a female, who was firing. The officers engaged her. She was fatally shot by responding police officers. There was a 5-member team who was on the second floor at that time. 2 individuals from that 5-member team opened fire on the shooter. We know at this point that this shooter is a female. She appears to be in her teens, although her identification has not been confirmed at this juncture. We know that she was armed with at least 2 assault-type rifles and a handgun. We are efforting now to identify her. She entered the school through a side entrance and traversed her way from the first floor to the second floor, firing multiple shots. We now know that there are 3 students who were fatally wounded, as well as 3 adults inside the school. We are working to identify those victims. Including the shooter, a total of 7 persons were killed as a result of this morning's incident at the school. By 10:27, the shooter was deceased. The officers had engaged the shooter by 10:27, and she was deceased. Again, I said the first call came in at 10:13 this morning. We'll have more details to give you later in the morning. Chief Drake will be here in a bit. Now, Kendra Loney from Nashville Fire.
Fire department crews are dispatched for active shooter incidents as well, for medical support, but also for an RTF response, which is a rescue task force response to go in alongside of MNPD response. Our crews were right there on the scene to provide medical aid to any survivors, but also be there for victims so that we could try life-saving efforts in this case. So we went in as soon as it was safe for our responders to do so, to try to provide life-saving efforts for those that were impacted by this incident and this tragedy. Our crews were able to be on scene to pull out those that had viable signs of life, those that were still showing the option to be saved, and we did make transport of 3 individuals and 3 children, and then 2 adults that were taken from the scene. Our crews then set up a reunification unit. That reunification unit is at 2100 Woodmont Boulevard. That's where parents can go to be reunited with their children. All of the remaining students were able to be escorted out of the building with faculty and staff. We're not sure about the processes that they had in place, but we were on scene to help them mitigate anyone from seeing exactly what else was going on, but we're sure that they heard the chaos that was surrounding this. So we do have mental health specialists and professionals that are at that reunification site for both the students and the families that are going to be affected by this today. Our OEM units were able to provide buses to make transport from the Covenant School to the reunification site. We had one bus that carried 74 students and faculty staff members to the reunification site, and an additional bus that had 34 students on them. So all of those persons were carried. It was difficult for us to kind of identify who was just there as part of staff for the church versus who was there for the school, because it's all housed in one building. But at this time, we were able to get that number of persons transported out of the building and into that reunification site. So that is where parents can go to be reunited with their students. There is a hotline being set up for parents to call, but right now that is where they should go, 2100 Woodmont Boulevard, which is Woodmont Baptist Church. Additionally, we do have a debriefing site set up for on-staff or personnel who are working this incident, and there are mental health professionals set up there for them as well. There was one police officer that was injured with a hand injury as a result of making an attack on this incident. But other than that, there have been no additional injuries to first responders or personnel responding to this. And as Don mentioned earlier, we will have further updates coming later on in the afternoon.
So on a typical day, there would be about 209 students inside the school and approximately 40 to 50 staff members, about 42 staff members. I'll take just a couple of questions before we go back.
Clear. So the 7 dead, and then the nature of injuries, how many injured, do you know? That maybe are being treated still, or injuries? I know first responders weren't. But...
An officer had a wound from cut glass. That is the only other injury that I'm aware of.
Do we know if the injuries to the students, are they critical or in a condition?
The 3 students are deceased. The 3 students who were shot are deceased. 3 staff members who were shot are deceased. That's a total of 6 victims. And then you have the shooter who was engaged by 2 of our police officers, part of a 5-member team, and she is deceased for a total of 7 individuals. There are no other gunshot victims, non-lethal, that I'm aware of at present.
Do you know how many people were shot? Do you know how many people were shot before the police engaged the shooter?
No.
Do you know if they shot anyone after they engaged the shooter? Do you know if the shooter was able to shoot anyone else?
Does the shooter have any connection to the school that we know of?
We do not know who she is at this juncture. We're trying to identify her. She does appear to be in her teens. Again, with 2 assault-type rifles and at least 1 pistol.
Do we know if there's lines or previous recent incidents that police back up to the school or the church?
No, I'm not.
Was there an SRO or an SSO working at the school?
No, this is a church that operates a private school. There was no Metro Police personnel assigned to that building at any time.
John, do you know if either of the 2 adults that were shot maybe confronted the gun?
You said 2?
Yeah, the adults that were
No,
shot.
there are a total of 3 adults.
3 adults.
3 adults who have been fatally wounded.
Okay, one of them being the shooter?
No.
No, okay, so 3 total.
So let me go over this again. You have a total of 6 victims, 3 students who are deceased, and 3 adult staff members from the school who are deceased. The shooter herself makes 7.
Do you know if one of the 3 adults maybe confronted her?
I do not.
The teachers?
There is video from the school that we are viewing now to try to learn exactly how all of this happened.
Can you say where the victims were located? Were they in a hallway, in a classroom?
I cannot at this juncture. As you know, 5 of the 6 were transported. So we will get that information later in the day.
Did police engage with the shooter inside a classroom or in the hallway? Do we know the location?
It is an upper level part of the school. It's kind of a lobby type area. It was not in a classroom per se. All right, we'll be back shortly with more detail. We'll tweet out, give you a 15-minute or so notice before the next one, okay? Thanks.
All right, you've been listening to right there Don Aaron, and he is the chief spokesperson for Metro Police. So what we are learning, some of the big bullet points here, we're talking about an additional death. So now a 3rd adult confirmed dead in this. So we have 3 children and 3 adults all confirmed dead. Don Aaron saying he's not sure if any of the adults had confronted that shooter. So that's still up in the air. But again, a total of 7 because the shooter was also killed.
All right, let's talk about the shooter because we're learning more information about this person, and this is interesting, a female shooter. A teenager is what we're learning from authorities, and they say that this teenage girl was armed with 2 assault-type style rifles and a handgun, and that this teenage shooter entered through a side entrance and made her way through the school. So firing on the 1st floor and then continuing to fire as she made her way to the 2nd floor. They got the call about 10:13, and within, I guess, 14 minutes, a team of officers had gone towards the gunfire, made contact with the teenage shooter who they say fired at them. They returned fire, killing her. This all happened in a short period of time within 14 minutes. And then add on top of that, that we've got the fire station right nearby the scene, and they were able to respond almost immediately as well. So you had 2 big responses from emergency officials here.
Right, so all that part of the rescue task force, we've been hearing more and more about that, the RTF, where they go alongside police because this is a situation where if it's an injury that they can help and save a life right there on the spot, that is their goal, and that's what they were trying to do. Now, because this is a private, it's a Christian school, as we've been mentioning, it's a small school. We were just saying about 209 students. We heard from Don Aaron, about 42 staff members. And with that, they don't have what is standard with Metro. So they do not have an SRO or a school resource officer, this person. So they didn't have security right in there. At least it appears, and it doesn't sound as if they did. We know that the shooter entered that side entrance, as we were just hearing, and then made her way up the stairs, again, armed with 2 assault rifles. And the last time, you know, he was talking about a handgun, but he specifically mentioned a pistol. So we are obviously asking questions, trying to find out some more specific information. Now, again, the very latest that we're hearing, not only more information about this being a female shooter, probably, they think she's in her teens, who was armed with 2 assault rifles and a handgun, but now learning of an additional death. So now we have 3 students and 3 adults all killed in this situation there at this private school.
Right, and the immediate question is, okay, who is this teenage shooter? Did she have an affiliation with the school or perhaps the church? How did she make her way inside of this side door? Was it unlocked? Should it have been unlocked? Was it propped open? So they're hoping that these are answers they're going to get when they go through some of that video that they are now reviewing from inside of the school, security video. They're hoping that it will tell more about how she made entry into the school and the path that she took once there, and how faculty and students reacted once they were met by her. So video under review, still trying to figure out who exactly this teenage shooter is, this female teenage shooter. Police still aren't entirely clear on that. They are painting a better picture for what the environment possibly looked like at this hour. On a typical day, they have about 200 kids who would be at school and about 40 staff members. That's a concentrated amount of a small group when you're thinking about that many grades and what other school populations look
Again,
like.
this is pre-K all the way to 6th graders is what we're talking about. So they're right now trying to look into that security video to really figure out, okay, how did this play out? What actually happened? Here's something else that we're trying to figure out too, and we're asking these questions, is exactly who these people were, because we don't know if the children are presumably students there. The adults, were they teachers? Were they parents of some of these children? Were they even part of the church staff? That was another thing that has been brought up, trying to figure out, because the Covenant School there in Green Hills is part of the Covenant Presbyterian Church. So they were talking about, a lot of people have been discussing, well, church staff were also there in part of that building. So we are asking all these questions. We have team coverage for you. We have our reporters, our team of reporters and photojournalists throughout the scene who have been asking all kinds of questions to parents, to staff there, to the police, and observing.
Yeah, Lauren Lowry is live with Lydia Fielder, who has a personal connection to what's unfolding in this reunification sanctuary. Guys, we'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, Lydia might have the viewpoint that all of us want to know right now, especially for us parents who can't even dream of a situation like this. Lydia was able to get inside the reunification center because of a personal connection to a family that you have. Tell us what you saw inside this church.
Yeah, 2 of our very, very closest family friends each have 3 students at Covenant School. In fact, when this all unfolded, I was the one who alerted them to coming here. So a very emotional family dynamic inside. When I walked in, that they were announcing that there is an announcer on the front of the stage. There's parents filling the pews, people handing out water. They immediately offered it to me. Again, I was just in there not to news gather, but to hug.
You babysit these children. I mean, these are kids that you know.
These families on the weekends. And they immediately offered me water, and at the front, the person on the microphone was saying that they're going to release these parents one by one to be reunited with their students. Tears all around, husbands and wives consoling each other, hugging each other. At one point, while I was just this short 10 minutes I was inside, I was seeing kids getting off the school bus outside, holding hands so they don't get lost. Officers very encouraging. A lot of the students kind of grinning and laughing just because they don't know.
They don't understand. They don't understand.
They're not understanding. And at one point inside the auditorium, there was just a shrill, I'll never forget, just the hair-raising screams of a mother who had just received a phone call. And it got silent in that sanctuary.
Okay, so let's be clear that just because it's a reunification center doesn't mean that the parents and the kids are together inside. Right. The parents and the children are separated, and so these parents don't know if their child is one of the 3 or if one of the 3 adults who was killed is it their child's teacher. They have no idea. This is the point that they learned that information, and you were there to witness some of it.
And to that, I'll add the close family friends we have. They heard that all 3 of their students, their kids are safe, but she's still sobbing and crying and had to step out because she says, and you know as a mother, until I see and hold my babies, they're not safe.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Lydia, thank you. As we've been standing here, I want to bring Jeremy Finley into this conversation. Jeremy, you and I got here, gosh, almost an hour ago at this, probably more than an hour ago. And we've been seeing these school buses pull up, pull away. There were children on those buses. What were you able to observe in the last few minutes?
So I was close enough to not only see them, but to also hear them. And so what these kids are experiencing is, at one point, the police officers were bringing snacks to them on the bus, and they were excited about the snacks. So you know these kids don't really know what's going on. And I think that's part of the heartbreaking part of this, is you want to shelter them as much as you can, and they don't understand. So to them, this is just a ride on the bus to a place where they're going to be picked up by their parents. The kids, and they shouldn't know yet, right? They shouldn't know this. But to hear that really human moment of the police officers just bringing these kids the snacks on there. But I think while I was watching, I could see a mother going from bus to bus, calling for her child's name. And I know that's as a parent, that's one of the most heartbreaking things that you can hear. And I wasn't able to see if she could find her kid. And I think that is, especially with the story that Lydia was just telling and what I just witnessed, that's the things that kind of stop our hearts a bit as parents, But my colleague, Stacey Cameron, who's on the investigative unit with me, he was able to get some video that we're going to bring you here shortly of the kids walking hand in hand. And I think we've seen that so much from these school shootings, is that image of the kids walking hand in hand, and it just kills you, right? It just breaks your heart that the kids in this town, in our city, are once again enduring what we've seen all across the country. And I was thinking about this, Lauren. I've been at WSMB for 20 years. And we have had horrible shootings at the Waffle House, and we had a church shooting, but we've never had a school shooting like this. And we all kept wondering, when is our time? When are we all going to get that notification? And my phone is blowing up with friends from all over the country that are saying, "Are your kids okay? Are your kids okay?" And we're lucky to know that our kids are okay. But there's so many parents inside right now that are just desperate trying to find out that information. And the story that Lydia was telling, it's just a heartbreaker. But it is sadly, I have reviewed these school shootings over and over again for stories that we've done. In fact, we just did a piece a couple days ago on how new technology could be used to identify school shooters. And I kept thinking, oh, thank God we don't have that here. And today we do. That's the world we're in.
Isn't it awful? I, similar to you, have friends and family all over this country. I live a quarter mile down the street from here, and my family doesn't know what school my kids go to in Green Hills, but everybody is like, well, where are you okay? Are you safe? And I think what we see oftentimes with these kinds of situations is that school districts, families, school communities, everybody begins to pull closer when these kinds of things happen, because you never know when it could happen within your own community.
I think just for everybody that's watching this, where Lauren and I are standing now is kind of a placeholder. This is the Reunification Center, so this is the Woodmont Baptist Church. We've been watching people come in here throughout for the last hour or so. Many parents running. Lydia was reporting earlier about the parents coming into the sanctuary. This is going to be the place where everybody at the school shooting right now, at the Covenant School, I mean, their hearts are just sunk to the bottom, right? This is where everybody's hearts are kind of stopping at this moment, because everybody is waiting to find out what their kids saw. Did they see anything? And then, Lauren, I have to tell you, when we're starting to get that information from Don Aaron, the spokesman for the Metro Police Department, and he's talking about that this is a teenage girl that did this shooting.
And that doesn't fit the profile at all, what we know for shooters or school shooters for that matter in this country.
That's right. And I was looking at data right before we came out here at the spike in school shootings since 1970, and it peaked for the last year, and it is already going up, and now Nashville will be a part of that. But when you're talking about who has been responsible, by far it has been white males. And here we have a teenage girl with assault weapons that came into the school. And I think that's I know investigators, so many of them that I know are looking at this and wondering, how in the world did this happen? Who is this girl? And does she have a connection to the school? And I know that's the question a lot of parents are asking too.
Well, and Don Aaron said it too in his live news conference just a few moments ago. He said they're still working to identify this girl. I'm sure there was an audible gasp across all of the news media who was in person right there hearing that information, because you do expect this very specific prototype, if you will, of a school shooter, and a teenage girl doesn't fit it. We've been asking, is this someone who has familiarity with the school? Did they know to go first level, second level? But I do want to point out, if you are just joining us, Don Aaron did share that at 10:13 a.m. was when that first 911 call came in. By 10:27, they said the threat was neutralized. So within 14 minutes, they got a call, and within 14 minutes, the shooter was dead. And so this was a very fast thing, but you can't imagine the 14 minutes of terror that had to ensue at that school for those kids, for the teachers, for the ones who sheltered their students, locked themselves in closets to make sure that their kids were okay. It's just, I mean, it's just terrifying.
It is the worst, the day that we'd hoped would never come, and it is here. And I think when we look back on Nashville as a whole, and when we've had these shootings that have really kind of erupted the city, and again, the Waffle House was one of those moments. And now we have this, and this will be a part of this. And this is a sweet school. This is a school of kids from pre-K to 6th grade.
With just over 200 kids in this tiny private school.
That's right. And watching those buses come in with the little kids on there. And then watching that video again that my colleague Stacey Cameron got of the kids holding hands and, you know, walking into the school. It's what we've seen over and over again play out across the country. And here we're seeing it here.
It's amazing. As you guys can imagine, there's still a lot going on at the scene. We will continue to stay here until the story is finished. Amanda, Holly, back to you.
All right, Lauren and Jeremy walking us through the very latest. But again, we were talking about 14 minutes within that time frame from the time they got the 911 call to the time that we know the shooter was killed, engaged by Metro Police. And again, the female shooter, we have so many questions, obviously, that all our team of crews are asking right now, but trying to figure out who this female shooter is. Does she have ties? What are they exactly? Again, expected to be, they think she is a teenager, and she was armed with 2 assault rifles and a handgun entering from the side entrance. We know police are right now, they are watching that surveillance video trying to find out some more information.
All right, if you're watching us right now, maybe you're on your lunch break and you've got to head back to work, you can continue to stream our live coverage through the WSMV4 News app. We're going to continue for the next few hours here, so you can watch that way if you leave. We're taking a look here, a video inside of that sanctuary where the reunification efforts have been playing out for the last hour or so, and you can see a lot of parents waiting and waiting for news of their child. This is at Woodmont Baptist Church, and we should mention, as we continue to show you video from different scenes throughout the day, Don Aaron with Metro Nashville Police made it a point to say in his news conference, our officers got on scene, heard gunfire, and went straight towards the gunfire. He made the point to ensure that people at home understand that his officers, the officers that made up a team of 5, went straight to the gunfire and took immediate action.
Yeah, apparently they heard shots from the 2nd level, and that's when they immediately went there. They saw this female shooter. They saw her firing, and that's when they engaged her. He says 2 individuals from that 5-member team opened fire on her. So again, she was killed there at the school. If you are just tuning in, obviously this is one of those, it's just a story that continues to uncover as we find out more information and we bring that to you. We're still hearing from parents who are panicked, who are emailing, who are calling, who are texting, because we do know 3 children have died, and again, 3 adults. Again, if you need to know where to go, it is that Woodmont Baptist Church located at 2100. Again, Woodmont Boulevard there, Woodmont Baptist Church in the Green Hills area.
All right, we are now hearing from the mayor of Nashville. Carly is following some of the comments that are starting to pour in here from elected officials.
Yeah, but I just want to start by giving you a little context. Amanda, you were just talking about Don Aaron's press conference, and we know that a lot of you all were watching that and saying, wait, we have a lot more questions. But here's what I can tell you about what they're telling you when and why. I have been there when Metro Police have trained on how to talk to the media, and what I know is that they know that we are on the air constantly right now, letting you know important information, and they want that information to be absolutely factual, and that's why they're going to try and update us as often as possible. So he came on there with what he knew. It is very likely that they are still gathering information, but at the end of that press conference, you heard him say we are going to have another update shortly, and he emphasized that word shortly, so we know that he'll be getting back to us as soon as he can. Also, I wanted to provide you some context on the type of training that police officers get with these types of scenarios. They train for this exact thing. I have seen it happen at the TBI headquarters where they had these sort of 3D interactive active shooter training scenarios where officers go into schools with true to life guns and they practice getting the innocent out and eliminating the threat. As you mentioned, Amanda, we are hearing from Metro officials at Metro Public Schools. They sent a long statement, but I'm going to read it to you here on the air. This is coming from Director Dr. Adrienne Battle. She says, as a parent, as an educator, as a human being, I am grieving today over the tragic murder of children and school staff right here in our community. My heart goes out to the entire Covenant school community and the parents grieving the unimaginable loss of life today. We have been in close contact with the MNPD throughout the day, and we are providing whatever support we can to assist in their response. This is a traumatic event for the entire community, and our student support services team will be working to help our students and staff process this situation in the days to come. We don't know all of the details of how or why this happened, and we may never fully know. At Metro Schools, we have invested considerable resources to strengthen security at our facilities in response to the far too often instances of school shootings across the nation over the years. We will continue to reinforce our safety protocols and monitor and follow best practices on keeping students safe from harm. Of course, school safety has been something that Metro Schools has been talking about a lot recently. We are also now hearing from Nashville Mayor John Cooper. In a tweet, he says, you see it here on your screen, in a tragic morning, Nashville joined the dreaded long list of communities to experience a school shooting. My heart goes out to the families of the victims. Our entire city stands with you. As facts continue to emerge, I thank our first responders and our medical professionals. You see some of those first responders right there in front of a school bus. I'm going to continue getting these responses for you, and I'll read them to you live here on the air as we get more, ladies.
All right, they're looking at live pictures right there of, you can see the Metro Police and some of the school buses we've been talking about that have been transporting all these students from the school there. We're talking about the Covenant School over to Woodmont Baptist Church, the Reunification Center. And it's just been heartbreaking. We just showed you some video that was shot just a little bit earlier where you see all these children, so many of them at the time, having no idea what's happening, but they're all lined up and they're all being escorted out, trying to get obviously reunited with their parents. Interesting too, we've been showing you video from inside now the sanctuary. We were just hearing from Lydia where she was saying the children are separated from the parents. Like they haven't, many of them have not been able to unite yet.
Oh, that's just so heartbreaking and terrifying to think about. We're going to go to Michael Wark in just a moment. He's live, but if you're just joining us to update you, at this hour, 3 children are dead, 3 adults are dead, and 1 female shooter who police believe is a teenager is also dead after a shooting unfolded this morning at Covenant School, which is a private school in Green Hills, grades pre-K all the way through 6th grade. Michael Warwick has been watching the scene for us at Vanderbilt as patients continue to come in. And Michael, one of the things we heard from police during their news conference is that there were multiple people transported. Those people all passed away.
Yeah, it takes me back to an hour and a half ago when we arrived on the scene and have kind of watched this situation sort of develop here at the hospital. As far as we know, 6 total patients were taken here to the hospital. 3 adults to the adult, 3 children here to the children's hospital. It's very quiet here now as people sort of process just the magnitude of the tragedy of this situation. I remember first getting here and seeing the commotion here at the hospital of police outside the emergency room and hospital workers coming outside on the sidewalk to kind of look and see what was going on, obviously aware of all the commotion inside of the hospital and knowing the gravity of the situation. It was at that point where I kind of got the feeling this was going to be a really, really difficult day. And when the hospital rep came out and told us that 3 children were dead, your heart just breaks, and you just can't even wrap your head around the grief that these families and this school community is going through. And then, 20 minutes later, we hear 2 adults have died. And then we get word, as I was listening into Don Aaron's office, that 6 innocent people lost their life today. And this female teenage suspect died as well. It's hard to conceive, but I can tell you here at the hospital, you know, the folks inside have seen things that'll just tear them up. They work to save lives today, and it's hard to believe that nobody else was shot, that the 6 individuals who were shot all died, and nobody else was hurt. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that there was nobody else injured here at the hospital. But for those folks who were killed, your heart just breaks for them. I don't know what else is going to come out from the hospital today. I know they're still trying to process the events that have occurred here in Nashville today. But as far as we know, the folks inside did everything they could, you know, as you would imagine a hospital of Vanderbilt's size would do. And we will stay here and sort of think about where folks go from here. The families inside who are grieving or either at the reunification center, you just hope that they're doing as well as they can in the shock and the grief of these terrible circumstances. We'll see what more updates come out of the hospital, but for now, back to you guys.
All right, Michael. Nashville, as we've been talking about, has not had a school shooting of this magnitude, so it is just heartbreaking. Our thoughts and prayers with all these folks. We also have Sharon Danquah. She is live for us right now there near the scene. Sharon, what can you tell us? What are you learning and gathering information?
Right now we are on Harding Place. We're at the entrance of the Covenant School where we've seen crews coming in and out. Just moments ago I saw Don Aaron and his crews going inside. We have police officers coming down the hill. Just to the left of the school entrance you see a few people with aprons on. I spoke to them just moments ago. They tell me they're cooks inside the school. They work in the cafeteria. They say they just heard fire alarms. They originally thought it was a fire drill, but then moments later they realized something very bad has just happened. They say they were told to evacuate. They just found out that it was a ongoing shooting, that there was an active shooter, and the woman just says she was terrified. Now, I also spoke to some neighbors in the area. There is a home right behind the camera from where I'm standing. I spoke to that homeowner, and she says she heard the gunshots. She heard multiple gunshots and didn't think much of it. She just thought, oh my gosh, someone is shooting around. And then moments later, she realized it was connected to the school, and her heart sank. She says she knows some people inside the building, and she said she was just in shock. I also spoke to a neighbor right next door to that home. That man also says he also heard the gunshots and put the 2 and 2 together, and his heart sank as well. Now we're outside just waiting to hear more information on what exactly is going on, but from what it looks like, people are funneling in and out of the school. The woman I spoke to that works in the cafeteria says they're currently just trying to clear the scene. Her husband works inside the school, and he says they're just trying to mellow everything out. Back to you guys.
Sharon Danquah reporting live for us this afternoon.
Let's talk a little bit, Sharon, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the timeline here. 10:13 is when the call came in for an active shooting unfolding there at the Covenant School in Green Hills. And Don Aaron says that they had a team of 5 officers who went directly into the school, went towards the gunfire, and immediately engaged what they're calling a teenage female shooter, shooting and killing her. Now, what's unclear, and that took about 14 minutes. So in the span of 14 minutes from getting the call to this all playing out and the shooter being killed, that was kind of what transpired in that short amount of time. What's unclear, though, is whether the 7 people, 3 students, 3 children, and then 3 adults, whether or not they were already dead when officers got there or had already been shot when officers got there. So we're still trying to figure that out. They're hoping that video that they're reviewing right now,
security video,
could potentially answer a lot of those questions.
Right. Don Aaron, who is Metro Police spokesperson, he was the one who was saying, you know, I wasn't sure, and they could not answer the question, had anybody been shot before police arrived, or did that happen after? We just know that these police officers, 2 of them actually opened fire on this female shooter. Again, 3 students, 3 adults, all victims, all shot, and we know that they have all been pronounced dead, sadly, and it's just so heartbreaking. I know we're going to be checking in with more of our team. We have continued coverage throughout the area. Folks, stay with us because we are asking all the questions. We're bringing you the very latest information.
And here are some of the big questions we're still trying to figure out. Who is this shooter? Does she have an affiliation to the church? We're just learning right now that it is a 28-year-old woman. So A Nashville woman, so not a teenager, as authorities had first believed and reported. They said that the age could potentially change. Metro Nashville Police now changing the age of that female shooter from a teenager to a 28-year-old, and we're learning that this is someone who lived here in Nashville. That is breaking coming into the newsroom. Our producer's telling us that through our earpieces right now. So that's what we're learning about the shooter. We should also mention they're trying to figure out what's the connection to the school and to the church, if any, and how did she get through that side door? Was it supposed to be locked? Was it locked but didn't shut properly? So these are all the questions that we're trying to figure out.
We know she was armed with 2 assault rifles as well as a handgun, again, entering from that side entrance. Now, just a little earlier, if you were tuning in, you may have missed this, but some of our reporters had talked to a daughter of one of the teachers. And, oh, it was just painting this image, oh my goodness, because she was saying after the active shooter situation, after that shooter had come into the school, she was texting her family and telling them that it was an active shooter situation right there inside the school, and to tell all of them, she was saying that she loved them. And I mean, can you imagine what these family members were feeling? But right now, obviously, our thoughts and prayers are going out to these families of these victims. We can only imagine what you folks are feeling right now. But again, we have team coverage for you because we are pressing all the angles to get the very latest information, and also the urgency, the very latest information from police on the reunification, because we're trying to get these parents with their children.
And we know this is such a difficult road for so many families in so many different ways. Right now, it's the parents who still really aren't sure if their child is safe or not, and they're still at the reunification center there at Woodmont Baptist Church trying to get information about, has my family changed forever?
Right. So we're seeing we're waiting for another live picture for you, but we're waiting for a presser. We're going to check in right now. We have WSMV4's Joylyn Bukovac, who is live for us. She's been gathering information throughout the morning and afternoon as well. Joylyn, what can you tell us?
Right now, the toughest part is the unknowns, not knowing if your children are going to come home, if this morning was the last time you gave your loved ones a hug goodbye. That has to be the toughest part right now. I'm along Harding Pike, and I've been talking to parents who they've been trying to figure out where their kids are, and also there's some parents I've been talking to who have kids that go to school nearby, and they were under lockdown. I believe that lockdown has been lifted for the schools nearby, and some of them have taken their children out of school. Others are keeping them in school, trying to make this the most normal day possible for them, and then figuring out how they're going to explain what happened here today. And this is something that hits very close to home for me. Many of you might not know this, but I'm actually a school shooting survivor. It happened a while ago. I was in middle school and actually was looking at some statistics, and I saw about 380 school shootings have happened since Columbine, my middle school being one of them, this school being one of them. Some people have been reaching out to me saying enough's enough. When is all of this gun violence going to change? And that's a really good question that we're going to keep on asking, and a lot of this is really bringing up a lot of tough memories for me that I'm going through. And my biggest advice is for all the families here, if your student witnessed the unthinkable today, just be very gentle with them and let them talk when they're ready, because the shock that they're going to be feeling coming home is going to be unfathomable. I know I was actually in the hallway when the gunman opened fire in my school shooting. I was just in 8th grade at the time, and I can't even describe the shock. I wasn't really ready to talk about it for 2 years, really. And so just give them some time. If they're not ready to talk, don't be overly concerned. Everyone copes in their own ways, so just really be there for them. Open up that line of communication. I'm a mom now, so I'm trying to put myself in everyone's shoes that will be coping with some tough emotions and helping their children work through that. And of course, if anyone needs anything, you can find our phone number, my email online. I'd be happy to talk to anyone who needs a listening ear right now. But I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Shooting statistics. What is Jeremy's angle?
What we have just learned, though, is it's a 28-year-old woman from Nashville area. So earlier we were hearing from Don Aaron, who thought the situation was, it was they assumed it appeared to be a teenage student. But again, the shooter we now know is a 28-year-old woman from Nashville. We're checking back in with Lauren Lowry out near the scene with the very latest for us. Lauren, what are you gathering right now? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I want to reset for you guys what we've learned so far from this location. If we can fix my audio for you guys back at the studio. One of the things that we've learned is that parents are being separated in that reunification area. Of course, we are here at Woodmont Baptist Church. This is where the kids have been brought. This is where the parents have been brought as well. But what we didn't know until our Lydia Fielder was able to go inside, because she has a personal connection with one of these families. She babysits some of the kids who were in that school and was able to go in and check on the family, check on the kids. And she detailed for us that the kids and the families are separated. So it is a reunification, but they're not immediately reunified right when they walk in the door. So that's maybe a misconception that we might have here out in the field or as we're reporting this story. So as the parents go in those front doors, what you're seeing right now, they're in this holding area, specifically in the sanctuary. And then one by one, parents are getting either calls or communicated to over the loudspeaker. And that's when they're told if their child is in the building. So this is an important thing that they're learning really in real time. So the parents are going in here and having no idea if their children are one of the 3 who did not survive. They're also going into that room having no idea if one of the 3 adults who died might have been connected to their children. So there's a lot of not knowing. Just because they're in that room does not mean there's peace and relief. There's still a lot that they have to work through. We've been seeing a lot of activity here on the ground too, as businesses around Green Hills. I know the Walgreens just down the street on Hillsborough, also a cycling studio down the street. People from those businesses were walking around with cases of water, boxes of food. And I was able to speak with some of them. And I said, do you have a connection to the school? And they said, no, we just heard what was going on and we had to help. So you're seeing a lot of that outpouring from the community already. You're also seeing Metro Nashville Public Schools bringing the buses full of children who were being brought here to be reunited with their parents and with the adults. I want to bring Jeremy Finley into this conversation. Jeremy, literally as they were counting down for me to go live, you walked up. What have you learned as you've been walking around in these last 20 minutes?
So I don't want to underscore this at all, but it has now gotten so quiet here on the scene, and it has been so loud, noisy with the kids arriving in the buses. It's now like an unnatural calm outside, because obviously right now everyone is inside, as you talked about, reuniting with these children. But what's happening outside is the police are pretty much stationed all around the church, obviously making sure that everybody that needs to get in can get in while also providing security. But it is such a different scene than it was maybe a half hour ago when we saw all of the buses out front and we could see the children on the buses. And one of the moments that you and I had talked about was that the kids were on the buses. They obviously do not know everything that's happened, and at one point, they started bringing snacks to the kids on the buses, which was a sweet moment to see what the kids are having a normal day without knowing what's happened.
They think their school day ended and they get snacks. Right. A lot of these young children have no idea.
And we talked about this. This is a school of kids that are from pre-K to 6th grade. So these are little kids. And, one of the, I think, most traumatic moments that I saw was a mother running from bus to bus, calling the name of her child. And obviously, I don't know if she was able to unify with her child or not. But just to see that's a very real circumstance that these parents are anticipating. They're all going through this, one parent after another. As bad as it is to know that it's happening at your child's school, then to come here and not know. I was texting with friends of mine in town, friends of mine whose children had gone here in the past, and they're just heartbroken. Their kids no longer go here. They grew up and went to different schools. But as a reporter that's been here for 20 years in this town, and has seen really horrific things happen, from the Waffle House shooting, we had a really tragic church shooting here. We've never had a school shooting. And I think that is what is just so heartbreaking today. And then when you hear the number of people that have passed, the children and the staff members, and I've done so much research over the years into school shootings for investigations that we've done, and thinking, oh, thank God it hadn't happened here. Hadn't happened here. And it's just sadly a matter of time.
Right, and that changes now today, right? Again, Covenant School was the location of this active shooter situation. We learned earlier today from Don Aaron that the shooter entered the school from a side entrance 10:13 this morning, and that's when the 911 call was made. Several shots fired on the first level, on the second level as well, and that's where that 5-person team within the police force engaged with that woman, now that we know is 28 years old, and took her down. We also know that of those 6 people who were killed, 5 of them were taken to the hospital. So those 3 kids and then 2 of the adults all taken to the hospital to be treated, and they were pronounced dead there at the hospital. It is such a sad day. One thing that will stick out for me as I think about, you know, what was already, you used the word traumatizing. One of the traumatizing things that I saw, you and I saw together, it was a father who was carrying a child that couldn't have been older than 2 years old, and then holding the hand of his son, couldn't have been older than 4 or 5. And I noticed that he had a calm in his voice. And it reminded me, as parents, when we are in these kinds of situations, we often have to put down what we feel and put first what our children feel. What stuck out to you about that moment when we were coming close to that man?
I think, you know, being a father myself of 2 girls, I could tell while he was walking out, and he was thinking in his mind, how am I going to explain this? How am I going to say this? And I thought of one of the most, you know, kind of troubling images that I've seen is the kids holding hands, walking, you know, from the buses into the church. And we've seen that so often from time to time at school shootings, that's how they usher the kids in and out, especially the little ones. And they don't know. They don't understand what it is, and they're going to find out. And parents like that father that we saw is going to have to explain what happened here today, and especially to little children. And we'll, of course, be offering a lot of resources for parents throughout this day so they can understand. But just really witnessing this, I think, has been, when we were coming here to the scene, I remember thinking this is where the heartbreak is really going to be seen.
Right, because this is where parents find out
That's right.
who died and who survived.
Right.
And we will see it on their faces as they walk out. But have you noticed we haven't seen any parents. They literally walk into that front entrance of Woodmont Baptist Church. They have a separate exit, but none of the parents that are involved with Covenant, none of them have been exiting. It's really, I think he must have been a Woodmont Baptist Church parent, because this is another school that just opened its doors and offered its services and said, you can bring your children here. So there are kids that have been here at this daycare, and those parents have been allowed to take their children.
I think also, you know, we saw, Lauren, when we first arrived, because you and I were here in the same vehicle, the parents just running.
Oh, yeah.
And that was one of the hardest things to see, is that these parents just in complete fear, wanting to just get in there as quickly as possible to see what they could. There was a woman that was trying to even just park her car, you know, saying to me, she's like, where should I park? Where should I park? And so I said, hey, there's a spot right over there. You know, if you can get right over there, you can get in. And you can just tell on their faces, it's just frantic. And, you know, I think all of us all over the city today are getting texts from people outside, from our friends and our families, that are saying, listen, are your kids okay? Do your kids go to that school? Because our friends that live outside don't know. And I think that's a unifying thing for this whole city. We're all experiencing this today. And, you know, knowing that it has happened here. At last, it has happened here. And we just literally a week ago did an investigation showing the kind of technology that can be used to stop school shooters. 3D imaging of inside of schools. And that's the Rutherford County School District that's, you know, thinking about doing that. But all of that is catching up with us now. You know, it's all caught up. It's all going to be very real. And from the days after this, as police are trying to find out who this woman was and why this happened.
Yeah, what's the connection here? Why? We were telling you earlier that Don Aaron was saying it's appeared to be a teenager. We know now that it's not a teenager. They're saying now is a 28-year-old woman. Right. So there's still so much information that's developing.
And still not the typical MO for these school shootings. It's still something to know of a woman that has done this is just not what anybody anticipates. And a million questions are asked. You know, what was her connection to this school? Did she have a connection to this school? Is mental illness a part of this? You know, we literally don't know. But this is what, and then after this, every school in this city and in probably Middle Tennessee will be heightening their responses. This will affect every one of us.
Right. After a trauma, there's always a time of reevaluation, and that reevaluation begins now. So, of course, we're going to stay on scene, you guys, and bring you all the coverage, because this is still a place where things are happening. It is, as we were saying, the place where you learn the trauma, right? If this is if this is a child that you've lost, or a teacher that you've lost, or an administrator, this is where people learn. So we will stay here and we'll continue to bring you coverage from here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Lauren and Jeremy, thank you so much. And my colleague and friend, Marius Payton, glad to have you alongside me right now. And we are just kind of resetting the stage to make sure we have a lot of people who are just now joining us, trying to figure out what is happening. Again, we're talking about this mass shooter situation where we have 3 children who have been killed, also 3 adults victims, all 6 of them we know fatally shot.
14 minutes. That's all it took to change the lives of 6 families out there.
Forever.
A community is grieving. We all grieve with them. We want to get it out to our Courtney Allen, who's standing by. Courtney, tell us what you've just learned.
Marius, Holly, we are right outside of the Covenant School. I want to give you guys a look. It's right across the street here. This is the best vantage point that we can get at this moment. But if you zoom in, it might be a little difficult to see because, you know, it is a wooded area. But we can see from the street here, there is yellow caution police tape wrapped all around the school. And since being out here, we've been out here about an hour and a half now, we've seen several armed officers in this wooded area going through, canvassing the whole area, yelling clear to each other, just making sure that there is no outstanding threat or anything that they need to follow up on out in these woods. And since we've been out here in the past hour and a half, the scene has changed a lot. You can see that really right now, this road is obviously still shut down to the general public. The only people coming in and out that we've seen is law enforcement. But about an hour and a half ago, it was pure chaos through here. There were several school buses coming in, busing the children. Children were filing out of the school with staff members getting onto the buses. There were parents who had not yet been told yet about the reunification center that were showing up, asking officers what to do. Parents were crying. Parents were walking up and down this road with their head held in their hands. And so this is still a very active scene. There's still law enforcement on scene here, several units, but it is completely different than it was about an hour and a half ago. Marius, Holly.
All right, Courtney Allen there. And to let people know, so the time frame that we were talking about, you know, earlier we were mentioning, and she just mentioned, Courtney was talking about the Metro, the SWAT members there through the wooded area, and you can see the crime scene tape. But you mentioned, too, Marius, you were saying 14 minutes. So we know that the 911 call came in exactly at 10:13 saying there's an active shooter inside. And then Don Aaron with Metro Police was very specific in talking about the officers quickly responding. As soon as they heard shots fired, they rushed up to the 2nd level.
Yes.
That's where they heard the shots fired, and that's where they encountered now not a teenager, but again, a 28-year-old Nashville woman who they found out was the shooter.
And they told us that 2 Metro Nashville officers engaged this shooter, and that's when this whole situation ended at about 10:27 is when the shooter was pronounced deceased. And we know that during those 14 minutes, 3 children were shot, fatally shot, and we know that 3 teachers or 3 staff members of the school, the Covenant School, also lost their lives.
Right, 3 adults. So we are working still lots of questions trying to figure out exactly who these people were, their role with the school. And as we learn more, we're going to bring that to you. But we were talking about, too, as you've been seeing from the presence, still a massive police presence. We've been talking to ATF. We know Metro Police, TBI there on scene as well. We know the fire department. They were the first to send out a tweet talking about they were responding to an active aggressor. They wouldn't say shooter at the time, but that's how it initially began. And they were the first to confirm there were multiple patients as we worked, and our team of reporters were sent out and started asking questions and then found out that there were indeed 3 children. That's what we first learned. 3 children who had deceased.
And this community is rocked right now. This community is shaken to its core right now. You know, we look at the pictures of the families being reunited. We look at pictures of fathers walking with their children, fathers or parents trying to explain to their children what just happened.
What has happened.
It's a tough situation.
It is, and it's heartbreaking. I know I've almost broken down a couple different times so far this morning and this afternoon. We have some sound from one of the parents we would like for you to listen to right now.
There were so many police cars, and then the ambulances started coming away from the school. And that's when I had heard there was a school shooting, and it's just, there's no words.
Trauma.
It's
I mean,
tough.
you can hear the shock and the grief, you know, in these people's voices. And we've been hearing from many different parents and other people who were witnesses to the after effect. You know, they'd hear the gunfire and then trying to figure out what was going on, they would just start running.
It's hard to listen to that raw emotion of that mother and the worries that she had for her children.
Right.
And, you know, one question I ask myself, I have a 10-year-old daughter, how do you explain something like this to a child?
Exactly.
Innocence was lost at 10-13 in our community. A lot of innocence was lost. We want to get Carly Gordon involved with this. Carly, you're hearing from therapists. What are they saying about how
to address?
Yeah, how to address, how to respond.
Right, well, some parents are rushing to pick up their kids right now. Some will be doing that in an hour or so. And these kids, they are going to have lots of questions just like we do. So as I'm scrolling through social media, I am hearing from therapists. One is a local therapist. Her name is Sissy Golf. She says, as you're picking them up, first of all, it's important to stay calm. She says these kids need to feel like there is a safe space, some stability. They say be the source. So you know these kids are going to be talking about this amongst themselves. They say you want to be the source, so you want to share factual, age-appropriate information. And then she says after you let them know, yes, there's been a shooting at a school, let them lead the conversation. Let them ask the questions. She says it doesn't matter if this is a 30-second conversation or a 30-minute conversation. Let them ask those questions and then just give them space to feel what they need to feel. We are confident that school resource counselors are going to be available over the next few days as well, and you'll be able to ask them questions. But this, no doubt, going to be a tough few weeks ahead, and it's going to be some tough conversations that have to be had.
Oh, Carly, thank you for sharing that. And this is some of the video, Marius, that we have been sharing that just tugs at your heartstrings, because it's so many of these children, which, by the way, they were saying on a typical day, there are about 209 students there at this school. But, oh, you can just see it looks like a father or maybe a teacher, we don't know, but is hugging on one of the children right here. And then we've been sharing some of this where you can just see some of that raw emotion, Marius, that you were mentioning. But earlier, a lot of these kids still really have no idea what is really happening. No. And we've been bringing you lots of live pictures because, again, our WSMV4 teams are scattered throughout the area, bringing you every perspective from all the different angles throughout this. You know, many of them showing the live pictures as we had school buses bringing these children to the reunification center. In fact, one of them had, and I'm sure maybe several of them, but we know one of them for sure had a Metro police officer in the front with a, you know, a gun. I mean, he was armed and you could see it. And but just trying to protect these children and make sure that they are okay. And the big situation now is trying to reunify so many of these parents with their kids.
And that is a huge task because, you know, right now, the police don't know which kids belong to which parents. There's a lot that has to be figured out here. I want to mention something that we saw in the video. They were showing video. You could see two kids jumping around pointing. They were so excited about something. Right. It could have been a police car. It could have been a fire truck. But they had no idea. No idea
what was playing
out.
Exactly. And you can see we've got more of the children trying to reunify, some of them with their parents.
Yeah.
So we were showing you video a little earlier because Lydia was able to, because she had a personal relationship with one of the families involved, she was actually able to go inside the church into one of the sanctuaries. And you could see where a lot of people were just thinking that they are going ahead and reuniting so many of the kids with their parents. That is not playing out for much of this, and it could be for all, because some of the reunification that you have seen is involving Woodmont Baptist Church, and those children there, not necessarily the children from the Covenant School there, the private school there in Green Hills, where we know the shooting took place. And so with that, we know that the parents have been separated from the children. So we still have many who don't know the condition of their child.
And they don't. There's a lot of questions that we don't know right now. You saw as we're looking inside that the facilities there, you know, the parents are waiting. They're asking questions. They're waiting patiently to find their children, to hug their children, to make sure that their children are safe. You know, see a dad here walking with their child. And it's a tough time for everyone out there. Here's what we want to tell you a little bit more about what we know about this school, the Covenant School. It's a Presbyterian private school, K through 6th grade. Only 209 kids go to this school. About 42 teachers are there as well. So it's a really small school, a really close-knit community there.
Right. Now, we know that some of what we were just showing you was part of the parents who were waiting there in the sanctuary, and that's at the reunification center. And this is some of the video we were talking about that just pulls at your heartstrings. Again, you can see some of the children skipping along. They have no idea. In their mind, they're just out of school. They don't understand. I do want to walk you through. We have a lot of folks just joining us who are trying to figure out what has happened. And again, we know 3 children, 3 adults. We were told there were staff. We're still trying to figure out staff with exactly, is it with the school or with the church itself? We're still trying to get those answers, obviously asking all the questions. But for those who are just tuning in, we heard, and it was basically Don Aaron, who's been Metro spokesperson with the police department, walking us through the timeline of exactly how that played out, because we know that first call came in right at 10:13 this morning. It was the first 911 call that they received of an active shooter, and then they responded immediately.
Yes, they did. We know that as soon as they went in, they heard the gunshots. They ran to where the gunshots were being fired off, and that's when 2 Metro police officers engaged that 28-year-old shooter who is now deceased, and we know that that shooter was pronounced dead at 10:27. So it was a total of 14 minutes from the time the shooter, or the time the police got that phone call, to when that shooter was pronounced dead.
We know the shooter was armed with 2 assault rifles, also a handgun. We also heard Don Aaron mention specifically a pistol. We also know there was an injury, and that involved 1 police officer. It was apparently a hand injury. At one point he mentioned in attacking the shooter, but we don't know the specifics to that as of yet. We are working to learn that. Apparently cut from glass, but we're still trying to get all those answered. So the officer is expected to be okay, but we do know the 1 injury. But again, we're talking about 6 victims in this entire situation, and my thoughts, all our thoughts, our prayers are going out to those families right now. We can only imagine what you folks are going through, but this has really shaken, as you can imagine. I would imagine shaken you at home. It has shaken our Middle Tennessee community. As we've been hearing from our different reporters, I've been here for 25 plus years now, and we have never had a shooting, a mass shooting, anything of this significance before. You know, we have had a shot fired into school, but we have never had something to this effect, and it is just devastating. I mean, this is heart-wrenching. Again, our thoughts and prayers with all these folks right now.
We're talking about babies.
Right.
This is K through 6th grade. These are babies, and they don't understand what's going on. They don't realize what just happened. And this is going to scar them. This is going to be difficult. This is going to be years for these children to recover. We heard from our Joylyn Bukovac, who was in a school shooting when she was in junior high school, and she talked about how long her recovery process has been, and it's going to be a long time for the parents to try to make sense of what has happened today. You know, I woke up this morning and it was such a beautiful day. I was out for a walk and it was just, it was gorgeous outside, and unbeknownst to me that something like this would just shatter that day.
And that's what so many of our viewers are now saying. I mean, as they are starting to tune in and starting to hear word that something's happened, that's what they're finding out. This appears to be a tight-knit group right here who have gathered together, arms around each other. You can tell that they are praying. And our thoughts and prayers are with you right now. The strength that you need, the peace that you need, the determination that you need right now. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to go and hug all these folks right now. You're looking at a live picture right here. This appears to be Metro SWAT team. We have been bringing you live pictures from, again, our team of reporters. Folks, we are all over this. We have every aspect covered, bringing you live pictures from throughout the area. Every perspective. We've been showing you live pictures, another live picture right here.
And what we don't know is if anyone else is involved. We know that a 28-year-old shooter is dead, but we see SWAT team. We see a very active scene. We see people, law enforcement behind the school with evidence tape or police tape spread out behind the school in the wooded area. They are trying to find every piece of evidence that they can. They're trying to make sure that no one else is possibly involved in this and that that community is safe.
Right. We heard from Courtney Allen saying that they were confirming, you know, the situation. Police officers were yelling, some of them SWAT team members, as they were combing through the woods right there next to the school, they would yell, clear. As in the scene is clear. We've scoured this area. We know that area is clear. We've scoured this next area. They could, you know, some of them also be looking for clues. We know that, you know, they have their own routine that they go through. And as we were hearing a little earlier, with all of this, the RTF, we've been hearing about that. So that's the Rescue Task Force. We were hearing from Metro Fire, Nashville Fire Department, how they were talking about when police, when they go in on the scene, that's why we were hearing from Metro Fire first, earlier, when they were talking about we're responding to an active aggressor. That's how they first addressed it. An active aggressor situation at the school, confirming there were multiple patients. But what's happening is the system where you have basically these other first responders going alongside, going in with Metro Police officers so they can provide life-saving efforts. So Metro Police can do their job and get to the shooter, address that situation, while anyone else who, you know, might need to be addressed, there's some sort of life-saving effort that needs to happen. These other folks with Nashville Fire can then help them.
A collective effort by our first responders here in Nashville, and you know, we don't thank them enough. We don't say thank you enough to the guys that go running towards the gunshots and the firefighters that go into scenes like this. This reminds me, after the Uvalde school shooting, I remember we sat down with Chief Drake, and he said, my officers would run to that gunfire. That's what he told us after the Uvalde shooting. There was a lot of
controversy surrounding
going
what played
on
out
about
there.
that. But he said my officers would run, and it looks like that's exactly what they did today.
According to Don Aaron, that is exactly what happened. So again, what we're hearing, still lots of questions. How did this woman, this 28-year-old Nashville woman, the shooter in this case, how did she get into the school? They say she came through a side entrance. So they're right now they are going through that surveillance video because they're trying to find out, okay, what's the weakness here? How did this even play out? How did this happen? But once the officers got in and they heard that gunfire up on the second floor, they rushed toward the gunman.
And we also know that this is a private school, so there was not a school resource officer on duty at that school at the time.
Right. What we always hear about with Metro, I know my children have been with Sumner County schools, and what's typical, the SRO situation. Yeah, we are hearing from Don Aaron. He was saying, so it's not a Metro school. They didn't have an SRO there.
My daughter goes to Williamson County, and I take her to school every morning, and I see that officer outside opening the door for kids to come in.
We appreciate them.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Yeah.
We want to get it over to Carly Gordon. Carly, you got something for us.
Right, Marius and Holly, you know, you're talking about Williamson County. I mean, this, of course, is affecting people in the Green Hills community. Of course, it's affecting everyone in Nashville, but so many people around the state are being impacted by this, and we are starting to hear from people outside of the city, and I want to read you some of these responses we're getting. We can go back live out to the scene while I read you some of these, but Mount Juliet Police, I've got a tweet here from them saying, we join our community in lifting our hearts out to the victims' loved ones, fellow students, staff, and everyone impacted by the tragedy at the Covenant School. God bless everyone who rushed into danger to stop the evil and save lives. Much prayer for our Nashville community. We are also hearing from Rutherford County Schools. They have released a statement saying, quote, We have learned of the tragic shooting that occurred at a Nashville school this morning. Like everyone, we are waiting for all the facts. We have received some media inquiries about whether the situation will affect our school operations today. However, our schools are already closed this week for spring break. We haven't been asked for assistance from the Nashville school or community, but we would be happy to help if there is anything we can do. We are even hearing from the Tennessee Titans today, and they are offering their condolences. They say in a statement, "We are heartbroken by the senseless loss of life at the Covenant School today. We offer our condolences to the families and friends of the victims and to the entire Covenant School community." So everyone is watching right now. Everyone is hurting, and everyone is changed by what happened here in Nashville today. Marius, Holly.
Carly, thank you so much. We are also hearing that President Biden may speak. There's a live shot up at the White House, and we're going to be checking in on that live shot to see if he speaks about what's going on here in Nashville.
And as we wait for that, we are going to check in. We have Michael Warwick, who has been live for us throughout the day there at Vanderbilt with the very latest. And it appears that he may have someone that he's interviewing right now. Let's see if we can listen in to see what he's saying.
Can't explain it. Well, no, it's baffling. It doesn't make sense. You can't make sense out of it why someone would hurt children like that. It just, and all I know is God certainly doesn't want that either. It's just that the world kind of crumbling. We're getting away from God, and I just, you know, we need to really focus on what's most important in life, all of us, and being able to love. I mean, love is still the answer, right? The Beatles had it right there. Love is all we need. Actually, God is love. And so if we could just be more loving and be more ready, I think that if we could, one person touching another and touching another and touching another, I mean, that's how we can change the world, one person at a time. So, yeah, I wish that someone could have reached the lady, whoever it was, who did what she did before she did what she did. But she was probably some troubled person that needed help, and maybe just one phone call away might have made a difference, you know.
Really, last thing, being somebody who showed up here at the hospital, one of the few I've seen, what would you wish you could tell the folks who are impacted by this and the families that lost loved ones, if you could?
Well, it's hard to give cliches at situations like this, that it doesn't matter much what you say. Sometimes it's just being there for someone in their pain and just sitting with them, crying with them. And I would encourage anyone who knows anybody who's been through anything like this, just don't try to fix it. Just sometimes all you can do is just be there for somebody and just continue and keep being there for them until they can finally rise up and face the world again.
Well said. Well said.
Can you repeat Can you repeat his name?
We've been listening in to one of the people who's gathered there at the hospital. We're told he's one of the people who came to pray, pray for the situation, pray for the victims' families. Michael Warwick, one of our reporters there, talking to him. You're seeing some of the video that we were shooting. We were bringing you throughout the morning, bringing it to you live as so many of the children were lined up and being walked out to reunite with whoever they could be reunited with. Now, some of these are just teachers, other adults who are just sharing and showing their love right now, what they can.
Yeah, that man had some great advice. You know, he was talking about love. Love is the answer. We want to get it out to Sharon Danquist. Sharon, you've been on the scene all morning. Tell us what you've learned.
Marius, right now we're seeing crews just continue to go in and out of the school. We're standing at the entrance on Harding Place where staff members, like I said earlier, are standing outside. You can see a gentleman with an apron on. I spoke to he and his mother earlier. They were saying they were working inside the cafeteria at the time preparing food when all of a sudden they heard alarms going off. They were saying they originally thought it was fire alarms, thinking it was a fire drill happening, but moments later they were told it was an active shooter situation. His mother told me she was terrified. She says, how could this be happening? How could this be happening to children? Now, I also spoke to some neighbors in the area who say they heard multiple gunshots and later found out that it was an active shooter situation just feet away from where they live. Now, some of these neighbors said they didn't feel comfortable speaking on camera because they know a few people inside the school. And right now we know that still they're having reunification going going on. Parents haven't been reunited with their children, so we don't know if they're talking about parents or staff members, but many people are currently on edge now. We're still working to get more information to hear what crews are doing inside the school. So for now, live in Nashville, back to you guys.
Sharon Dankwood, thank you. It's seeing that man walk behind, you know, that had worked in the kitchen, and he looked deep in thought. A lot on his mind. We do know that Metro Police just let us know that they will have another briefing within 10 to 15 minutes, and we will surely carry that live.
Obviously, we're going to have that live right here and on our WSMV4 app. We're going to be streaming it all, and of course online as well. But we continue to bring you more information. We're also now learning that the Red Cross is hearing they are setting up a reception center right now there at the Woodmont Baptist Church. That's according to Red Cross representative right now. We are working all our angles, so we're trying to bring you every perspective. Certainly still so many questions as we try to put the pieces together. I mean, we know for many of you just now tuning in, it's just heartbreaking. We know 3 children, presumably students, were killed in this. Again, it's a pre-K through 6th grade school. This is the Covenant School there in Green Hills. It's a private Christian school. On a given day, they say typically they have 209 students, but we know 3 students are dead. We know 3 adults. We've been told they are staff. We're still not sure if they are with the Presbyterian Church that it is associated with, Covenant Presbyterian Church, or they're with the Covenant School, but we know 3 adults were also killed in this. The shooter, they are saying, is dead. That's this 28-year-old Nashville woman. But we continue to follow this and ask questions, trying to find out what is the relation, how is this person, if at all, connected to the school.
Now, we know that information comes in every minute, every new information, every minute, every second. At first, when we heard from Don Aaron, he told us it was a teenage female shooter. Right. Now we've learned that that shooter is 28 years old. So they know the age of the shooter. I think they might be getting closer to figure out who this shooter might be as we look at video of people. This is a live look inside the reunification center, and you can see people being consoled there. A lot has gone on today. Lives have been changed today, and people are trying to deal with it, trying to process it, figure out how, trying to find a new normal after today.
Right, as they're still even asking some of them, trying to find out if their child is okay, if their friend's child is okay, if their spouse is okay. Everyone working to try and get that information. But here is what is so amazing about Middle Tennessee, and that is that we are all there for each other. Amen to that. And it has been amazing to see so many of these people, some of them even strangers, coming up and just hugging on each other, seeing the tears, knowing that they have been moved, and just coming to be by their side and coming to support them. We were just showing you some live pictures outside the church, and it was a huddle of about 8 women or so where we could see people praying for each other and for calm and peace at the time.
We want to get you out to Washington, where President Biden is now speaking. Let's listen in.
That's right. We are launching SBA's 2nd annual Women's Business Summit in
they're talking about the small business boom. President Biden is expected to take the podium here fairly shortly, and we'll see what he has to say about what has happened here in Nashville.
Right, he is expected to address the situation here, so we will hear from him very shortly. Again, a live look. As we've been telling you, our crews are scattered throughout the area, covering every angle, every perspective related to this situation, this mass shooting inside the Covenant School. Just a heartbreaking, such a tragedy. We have our Joylyn Bukovac live for us right now. Joylyn, what have you found?
Well, 7 dead, including the shooter, and 3 kids, 3 adults. That's just too many. I've been talking to people who have kids that go to school nearby. I actually talked to a woman who lost her son in the Waffle House shooting, and she has her other son that goes to school nearby, and she said that this is reminding her of what happened the day that she lost her other son in the Waffle House shooting. And she was just asking me when it's going to end. When is this gun violence going to end? And she's calling on the governor to make some changes as well. But situations like these are becoming more common. I was digging into the numbers earlier, and I found that since Columbine, there have been about 380 school shootings, this one being one of them. And unfortunately, I am a school shooting survivor as well. The middle school I went to, that is on that list as well that I was reviewing earlier. Unfortunately, that happened years ago. And So I'm putting myself in the student's shoes, and now as a mom to a young child, and a lot of parents are running up to me saying that they're nervous for the future for their kids. And to be honest, I'm right there with them, because I've seen exactly what gun violence can do firsthand. I was in the hallway when the gunman at my school shooting opened fire, shooting and killing one of my peers. And just the shock that moves through your body, I can't even describe it. You just go into true fight or flight. I hid underneath the risers of my choir class, and my phone was taken away. It was turned off. I was trying to call my mom to tell her what was going on, and she found out through the news. My family from all over the country, I have some family up north, they were trying to get in contact with me and they couldn't. So it was just madness when that was going on. So I knew exactly when I arrived on scene. I saw people running, people on their phones. I knew exactly what they were going through, because my family was on the other end of it, trying to get in contact with me whenever I was hiding. And I desperately wanted my phone and wanted to tell them that I love them, and that I didn't know what was going to happen. That is the hardest thing being in a school shooting, is not knowing what's going to happen. I lost track of the gunman. I didn't know where he was. I was just hoping and praying under those risers that a police officer was soon going to slide his badge under the door, which eventually did happen, but it felt like lifetimes had gone by waiting to do so. And so, yes, I know what the students are going through, and unfortunately, and if you do have a student that was nearby or saw what unfolded, please be gentle with them and go ahead and open up a line of communication, offer to talk about it. But if they're not wanting to, that's understandable. I really wasn't ready to talk about my situation for a solid 2 years. It wasn't even months. It was several years until I really was willing to come to terms with what I had seen. So as a mom, you know, open up that line of communication, offer to talk to them about that if they're ready, and if not, just let them know that you're there to support them and to be there with them. So yeah, right now my thoughts and prayers are with the family and students, and I've had people reach out to me on social media saying, you know, we need some change, and that's something that we're going to be following too. What's going to change to help protect our kids here in Nashville and nationwide? My school shooting, that happened in Alabama, and so as we know, this is happening all across the nation. So we'll be following that, and we'll bring you the very latest information. Back to you in the studio.
Joylyn, thank you, and thank you so much for sharing your story. Joylyn, I got a question for you.
I came from my house right here.
Oh, did you?
And I saw you, and I just want to hug you.
Oh, thank you so much.
This is so difficult.
Someone on scene right there. Joylyn and I had a chance to talk.
I know this is, and you did it as
We're going to
young.
listen into this.
I was an 8th grader.
That's what you said. I live there. I said I'm going to hug her. Get me out there.
Well, thank you so much. That means a lot to
You
me.
can tell this is a viewer who also heard Joylyn's story and just wanted to show her some love and support as well.
You know, Joylyn and I got together on a story when I found out that she had been a victim of a school shooting. One of my childhood friends was also a victim of a school shooting. He was shot in the Aurora Theater shooting in Colorado. And those two connected for a story. And the camaraderie between some of the victims of school shootings, they stick together. They're there for each other on anniversaries. They give each other a call. I'm sure she's going to be hearing from a lot of people to support her.
Absolutely.
As we move forward and try to process what's happened today. But we want to reset and let you know that, you know, at 10:13 today, a 28-year-old female went to the Covenant School and shot 3 people, 3 children and 3 adults.
Right. We also know we've been talking about Metro Police. You were saying earlier, talking about Chief Drake, saying our Metro police officers are going to run toward the gunfire. And that is exactly what Metro Police spokesperson, you heard Don Aaron say, that's how it played out. So they know that apparently the shooter entered from a side entrance there at the school and then apparently ran to the upstairs because that's where the shots were being fired. We know Metro Police, as they entered, that's where they heard the gunfire and immediately ran toward the shooter. We know 2 of the 5-member team actually shot that shooter who was deceased there on the scene. We also know we've been waiting to hear from the White House, and we are hearing a little bit from the press secretary a little earlier.
Yeah, let's send it over to Carly Gordon. Carly, what have you found out?
Well, I just grabbed this off the printer. We know that the White House press secretary started her remarks talking about the tragedy here in Nashville today. I'm just going to read this to you. I just grabbed it. Like I said, it says, "We are seeing the heartbreaking news of another shooting of innocent school children, this time in Nashville, Tennessee. The president has been briefed on the situation, and our team is in contact with DOJ and local officials about what is known so far. We want to express the president's appreciation for the first responders and prayers for all of the families affected by this shooting. While we don't know yet all the details in this latest tragic shooting, we know that too often our schools and communities are being devastated by gun violence. Schools should be safe spaces for our kids to grow and learn, and for our educators to teach." She also said we need to do something. Once again, the president calls on Congress to do something before another child is senselessly killed in a preventable act of gun violence. Again, we need to do something. So we are waiting for the president. He's holding a press conference right now. We're waiting to see if he addresses this tragedy. Once again, we'll let you know as soon as we find out.
And what's been incredible coming out of this is to be seeing all the support of folks coming forward and joining forces and praying for each other and being there for comfort and for peace and for the calm, and that they feel the love. And that's what we're about here in Middle Tennessee, is being there for each other.
We heard from Michael, a guy that Michael Warwick just interviewed, who went to the hospital just to pray.
Just to pray.
Just to be there, just to listen, just to hear people out. Yes. We want to send it back to Lauren Lowry, who has new news from the Reunification Center. She's joined by Lydia Fielder.
Yeah, so as we were mentioning earlier, Lydia Fielder has a personal connection to some people inside that reunification center. Lydia, you've got new information specifically about what's happening with families right now, because I'll tell you guys, we haven't seen many families at all stream out. People are inside, but they're not leaving. So what are you hearing is going on inside, Lydia?
Yep, so as before, parents are still waiting in the sanctuary. From there, I have the actual instructions.
As of now, there are a number of people who did not make it, including children. It's heartbreaking, a family's worst nightmare. And I want to commend the police who responded incredibly swiftly, within minutes, and the danger. We're monitoring the situation really closely, Ben, as you know, and we have to do more to stop gun violence. It's ripping our communities apart, ripping the soul of this nation, ripping at the very soul of the nation. And we have to do more to protect our schools so they aren't turned into prisons. You know, the shooter in this situation reportedly had 2 assault weapons and a pistol, 2 AK-47. So I call on Congress again to pass my assault weapons ban. It's about time that we begin to make some more progress, but there's more to learn. But I just wanted to send my concern and hearts out to so many parents out there. I've been to so many of these sites, as Ben knows, by virtually every one. And one of the things you folks should, I know you do know, but you should focus on. You know, just like when in the military, my son was in Iraq for a year, other places, there's so many members of the military coming back with post-traumatic stress after witnessing the violence and participating in it. Well, these children, these teachers, they should be focusing on their mental health as well. And so I'm grateful anyway. Sorry to start off that way, but I couldn't begin without acknowledging what happened. And now I'm grateful that all of you are joining us here today. Natalie, thank you for that introduction and for doing such an amazing thing in Detroit.
That was President Biden addressing what was seen here in Nashville today. He said gun violence ripping our communities apart. We need to do more to protect schools. And his heart goes out for all the families who have been affected by this violence.
Of course, our thoughts and prayers with everyone involved. Right now, we're going to go back out to Lauren Lowry, who is joined by Lydia Fielder there with a whole different perspective and some new information for us.
Right. So this is something that we don't ever get to see inside. Whenever there's a reunification center, media is not allowed inside. The only people who are allowed in are friends, family, and then also family, parents, guardians of the children who are inside. Lydia Fielder has a personal connection to one of the families inside and has been able to get constant updates. On top of that, you were able to go inside a couple of hours ago, so you saw firsthand what people were seeing. Before we get into some of that background, I want to know what's happening right now for the families who are inside there.
Right now, families are seated, but we're going to get right back to that because we're about to hear from Metro Police. Is
That's
that right?
From Metro Police, we'll give it back to you guys.
Situation. Speaking to you at this point will be Nashville Chief of Police John Drake, the Director of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation David Roush, Nashville District Attorney Glenn Funk, and then Nashville Fire Director Chief William Swan. Again, this is the second briefing. There will be other briefings to be held here in the same spot later this afternoon. We'll continue to brief throughout the rest of the day. Chief Drake.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you all for being here on this very unfortunate situation. My heart and prayers go out to the families of the 6 people who were tragically injured. What I know at this point is at 10:13 today, our officers responded to a shots fired call to Covenant School. It's a church school. Officers immediately responded. A team of 5 immediately went in the school, went to where gunshots were being heard, and engaged the suspect. We have identified the suspect right now, tentatively a 28-year-old female white. We know the address of that person as well, and so we have some ongoing investigations as to that. We have 3 adult victims, and we have 3 children who have been identified, and their families have been contacted. Right now, I will refrain from saying the ages, other than to say I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building. I want to say thanks to all of our partners, to the FBI, to the ADF, and other federal partners, to the THP, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the TBI, the district attorney, and to the fire department, who all came together and seamlessly addressed this situation as quickly as possible. I've already gotten requests from the national media about a great response. We're still assessing that as well. But what I can say, and what I've said before, is that whenever I hope that we would never have this situation, that if we ever did, we would not wait. We would immediately go in and we would immediately engage the person perpetrating this horrible crime. And so that's all I can say. Right now we have David Roush, Director of the TBI, who will come after me to address his portion. And then we have others that will say something as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Again, I want to echo what Chief has said in reference to the great support and the great teamwork that has been taking place here, and as well as sending our heartfelt prayers to the families, to this community of these victims. Now, I know there'll be people who want to criticize us for prayers, but that's the way we do that in the South, right? We believe in prayer, and we believe in the power of prayer, and so our prayers go out to these families. The role of the TBI in this investigation is we have been asked by General Funk to assist in the officer-involved portion of this incident. So the incident where the officers engaged the suspect, we are assisting the Metro investigation. And the reason we've got Metro doing the primary investigation is because it was a fluid scene. So there wasn't a single stop in the action. And so as they investigate the homicides, then we felt it was most appropriate for them to continue that investigation. But we will assist as in our role as an independent oversight on the officer-involved situation. And so that will be the role of TBI. We, too, want to thank all of our partners. It is special. We've had this conversation, unfortunately, too many times in Tennessee, and that is that you wish you wouldn't have to do these types of scenes. But when you do, you want to have the working relationships that we have in our law enforcement community here in Tennessee. It is amazing. And we've all come together as one and working very tirelessly. And we'll continue to work together to address this situation. It's a horrible, senseless tragedy. And we will be here working with our partners to get through it. And next, I'd like to introduce the District Attorney General for this area, Glenn Funk.
This is the ultimate crime when school children and caregivers are the victims of senseless gun violence. Can't say anything before we first express our concerns for the victims and their families and the extended number of victims that are traumatized by today's events. I came out on the scene today because our current operating procedure is that when an officer is involved in a shooting, the TBI comes out, and I knew that this was a unique case, and I wanted to make sure that everything was handled appropriately. Director Roush was out here almost at the exact same time I got here, and Chief Drake had already been on the scene for a while. The three of us met and talked about how the investigation was going to be handled. We made a joint decision affirming what the two law enforcement leaders, how they wanted to proceed, which was that Metro was going to handle the bulk of this, but the TBI would participate in a capacity to continue with making sure that we have transparency and everything, and to make sure that any backup that MNPD needs in this continued investigation would be provided. Can't not stress enough how seamlessly that worked to have a conversation and a decision to be made quickly and appropriately as far as how the case was going to be handled from here. Hats off to Chief Drake and to Director Roush. Also want to thank Chief Swan and our federal partners as well. While I cannot comment about the ongoing nature of the investigation, really impressed with the work that's being done by law enforcement.
Yes, good afternoon. First, let me just say, as everyone else, what a tragic day here in Nashville. So our hearts and our prayers do go out to all the family members and also the first responders that actually made this call. As always, the fire department and Office of Emergency Management, our job is to support. And we were here at the beginning and we'll be here to the end. We just ask that everyone, again, as it was said earlier about prayer, we ask for that. And the ongoing support that's needed from our standpoint is to give support in any area that's asked for on the scene. So again, we thank you, and from this point forward, we'll just continue on with our mission and try to bring some type of closure and resolution. Thank you.
I anticipate there will be another briefing at or before 4 o'clock. We will entertain 2 or 3 questions at this moment before these gentlemen have to go back to the scene to continue their work.
Chief, you identified, did you identify the shooter in this case yet?
Yes, we have identified the suspect. It's a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian or lives in the Nashville area. We are having ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time.
Located her place of where she lived? Do you have officers there?
We have.
Was she wearing body armor?
Was she wearing body armor? I can't say that far into the investigation. I don't remember seeing it, but I can't say for certain if she had body armor on or not.
Did she have any connection to the church?
From my initial findings is that at one point she was a student at that school, but unsure what year, all of that. But that's what I've been told so far.
Did she give any word on social media, or has her social media been examined at this point?
The investigations are still going at this point. Our federal partners, our state partners, we're all looking into that to see exactly. This is still fluid at the time, but we're looking at everything.
Did anybody pull the fire alarm? Do we know?
Don't remember a fire alarm going off. I was told there were kids that evacuated into a wood line. They had the presence of mind to do that and to go to a fire hall. Once we arrived on scene, we had everyone moved to First Baptist Church, Woodmont, and that way we could get parents and children reunited, and then ultimately make the notification on the 3 kids. So.
Do we know yet if the side door she entered in was locked or not?
There was a door that was entered. All doors were locked to our understanding, and how exactly she got in at this point is still under investigation. There is a vehicle that was nearby that gave us clues as into who she was, and but as stated, that investigation is still ongoing.
Did the school have school shooter protocol?
They did have protocol. To my understanding, we had, unfortunately, 3 kids that were tragically hurt. It could have been far, far worse.
Okay, folks, we'll be back again before 4 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
We are learning some new information again. We are hearing from Don Aaron. We were hearing from Police Chief John Drake. We were hearing from TBI Director David Roush, also District Attorney Glenn Funk, and then we were also hearing from Metro Fire there with the Chief William Swan. But one of the new revelations, and there are a couple of them, one is that we are learning that at one point that shooter was indeed a student there at the Covenant School.
We've learned it's a 28-year-old white female who was once a student at the school. Chief Drake said they know the address of where this person lived, and right now they have officers on the scene there to get more information about what could have led up to this. We have also know that all the families of the victims, the 3 adults and the 3 children who have died in this tragedy, they have all been identified.
Right. We're hearing that the families have been notified, which is huge, because earlier we were wondering, so many people were trying to figure out, do the parents even know? What is the situation? We also learned that all the doors were locked. That was a big question about that side door where the shooter entered, where they're saying. So still lots of questions trying to figure out. All right, we have a live report right now.
Yeah, let's get it out to Courtney Allen. Courtney.
Maria Solly, I'm on Hillsborough Pike right now, and you can see this road is now open. It opened back up about 15 minutes ago. This, as it was shut down for hours following this school shooting. It looks like down at this intersection where you actually enter into the school, they're still blocking that off, so you can't get onto the road that leads to the school. But I want to take you up to where the school is right now, across the street from where we are now. And as you guys said, if this shooter was a student at this school, you have to imagine that she knew her way around the school well if she was a student there at some point. You know, that police say that she went into the side entrance of the school. She made her way from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, was firing shots while doing so, and just the unimaginable trauma for people inside the building at the time. We spoke earlier today with the daughter of a pre-K teacher who was at the school. She worked there. She's worked there for 10 years now. She says that she and her kids hunkered down as the shots rang out. Listen to what her daughter had to say a little bit earlier.
And she said she was hiding in the closet and that there was shooting all over and that they had potentially tried to get into her room, and just that she loved us and that they could just hear shooting all over the school. Even though I was hearing from her, we didn't really know if she was safe, but just getting that initial phone call that she was okay, it obviously brings a ton of relief, but you're still hurting for the people out there that might not get that call.
So heartbreaking to hear, but that woman's mother is okay. And we know that this is not just families at the Covenant School that are impacted by this. We've been talking with a lot of parents that have been in and out of this area. Some parents from Christ Presbyterian Academy, that's about 10 minutes away from here. Parents there say that the Covenant School is a feeder school to Christ Presbyterian Academy. So those parents, too, are just bracing to hear
the victims' names, because while they are not their own children, and they're so thankful for that, they know that they are going to know some of the names on that list. And so this is just impacting so many people in this community, a truly heartbreaking day for so many families. Holly, Marius.
A very close-knit community. Courtney, thank you so much. You mentioned 209 kids. This is a very small school.
Right.
The Covenant School was.
And we know about 42 staff members is what we were told a little earlier. All right, we are going to go try back to check in with Lauren Lowry. She is live with Lydia right now with the very latest on that perspective. We keep having these press conferences. We are jumping out to gather more information, but we want to toss it back to you with the latest and what you're learning there.
Yeah, so this is still, we would say, a developing scene, right? Media is not allowed inside that room. So from our vantage point, it might look like things are quiet, but what's happening is what's happening inside. There are a lot of developments that we in the media would have no idea about, except our Lydia Fielder has a personal connection to people inside that building, and she's been able to give us a lot of new information about how the kids are doing, how the parents are doing, how they're handling reunification. It's the type of information you're not going to get anywhere else. You're only going to get it here on WSMV4. So Lydia, let's talk about what are you hearing from people inside? How are they being reunified with their families right now?
Right now, that sanctuary is full of adults, full of parents, and they are calling, school officials are calling on the microphone, 3 parents at a time, to go downstairs and reunify with their kids. Right now, we're told there's maybe 9 total who have been called, so it's a very slow process.
So if somebody is there with, maybe it's a husband and a wife, they're together, or maybe a grandma and another adult, both adults cannot go get kids, right? It's only one adult.
Only one parent can go downstairs to be reunified. And so, as you can imagine, even still, that's got to be so stressful for those families, knowing their children, their names were called, but then you have to delegate which parent goes down, right?
You're in the building, let me just see my child. I mean, it's still a very, very organized reunification that they're doing. How are the kids being treated right now? Who's handling them for those who haven't already gotten to be back with their parents? And what are they experiencing in that room?
Yeah, right now, I mean, I'm getting text updates live from that parent in the room. They're saying the Red Cross has showed up. They say that they have vests on, are handing out water and snacks to everyone. They're saying that the kids are actually kind of in good spirits. They're getting candy from the Red Cross, playing some games. We're being told the kids are doing very well, but lots of the kids just don't really know what happened, Lauren.
I found this to be really interesting. Something that Lydia had shared with me is that the families are being told don't watch the news, because we here in the news actually know more than the families know. And they were saying maybe choose to protect your children. Don't show them this yet because they don't all know the things that have been going on. What kind of things have you heard from the parents, how they're being counseled to talk to their kids about what's happening?
Yep, so the parents and families that are remaining in that sanctuary, there is a licensed counselor on the stage, on the microphone, saying that the kids, again, don't really know what's going on. She's saying basically they know there was a bad guy that came to the school, the good guys came and took care of them, and now they are safe. And that is what officials have been telling the kids. That's what teachers know and have told the kids, and that's what parents are encouraged to also tell their kids. So of course you can imagine such a hard situation even for those who didn't lose their kids, to navigate forward now.
Yeah, because they don't yet know, right? They don't yet know all that it entails. I find it interesting, too, that as we've been watching these doors, there's really only been a handful of families. I think 9 is what we've learned, right? Only 9 families have been reunified and let out of the building. Every time I see parents leave with either a child or multiple children, they're always either holding them very tightly or they're holding hands.
And I will speak to that.
Yes, please.
One detail I forgot to mention is that the parents with the youngest children are getting priority right now. Also, the parents with multiple children. So the families that I know both have 3 students that attend this school each. And so they were able to go almost immediately as soon as those kids got downstairs in the basement to hold their babies. They sent me pictures and selfies.
Yeah, we're together, right?
Yes, and their faces are still devastated. I'm sure this is just a tremendous amount of trauma and emotional instability, but these parents are in there, even though they're crying, it's hard for them to imagine they're showing up for their babies, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you this question. I'm curious, why is it taking so long? Why, once the parents are reunified with the kids, have you been able to hear anything coming from this reunification center about what's the holdup, right? I mean, I think for us, right, we're thinking, I'm with my child now, can't I just go home? So have they said anything about what's taking so long?
Right. Well, I asked that question to the family inside. They said the officials are telling us once you leave and your kid's name has been called, don't come back into the sanctuary. So maybe and that would be speculation. I mean, there's just so many kids downstairs. Maybe they're not trying to flood and inundate these children with just more to process. So they're just giving people some time after the chaos of this morning, you can imagine. But no exact word on why it's a slow process.
Right. Yeah, no, they're very methodical for sure. There's no question. Lydia, thanks for that information. And I certainly, we're going to get more information coming out from that reunification center as the afternoon goes on. This is a very slow and deliberate process, getting parents back with their children. It's something that we're going to continue watching. But if you are just joining our coverage, I do want to give you some images of things that we've seen in the hours since we've been here. We arrived on scene pretty soon after this was named the place that kids and families would come. So initially we saw parents on their phones, just grief-stricken, very concerned, running up the steps of this church behind me, Woodmont Baptist Church, running in, essentially being told to hurry up and wait, right? They were there. They've been sitting there for hours, and yet only 9 families have been able to leave the sanctuary so far. We also were here as the school buses were pulling up. Every time school buses came to this location, they were getting a police escort. So we would see the police motorcycles, the vehicles, and it was sirens, very loud, and everyone would stop, right? So they would get the escort, they'd come up to this area, and those children, you guys, the children that were just, they had no idea. They had no idea. The youngest of children were kind of like looking out the windows, I saw, and they were just so excited to get snacks and to get water because they didn't fully understand what had just happened. I want to share, before I send it back to you guys, I want to share this one story because there's something about this that just sticks out in my mind. Jeremy Finley, one of my colleagues who was out here bringing coverage with me, saw a woman, a mother, clearly a mother, who was going window to window to window at that bus, and I'm going to try not to cry, screaming at the top of her lungs to find her child. And he said that moment was so traumatic for him that he just had to walk away. And so it's a reminder for me, and I know for you guys back in the studio too, it is completely impossible to separate yourself from the stories that we do every day. As much as we try, you can't help but say, what if that was me? Right. What if that was my family? What if that was my child? So I will tell you, if you're at home and you're saying all these people, they tell all this terrible, horrible news, it affects us too. And we do our best, right, to bring all of the information that we can and to do the best with the most integrity that we can. But it impacts us too.
Yeah. Amen to that,
Well
sister.
said.
I mean, we're here trying to keep from bawling ourselves because
I
know.
as a parent, we all know. I mean, it just hits you in the heart because you put yourself in their shoes and try to even fathom an inkling of what they might be feeling.
Yeah, I remember when Jeremy told that story, it hit me.
Yeah.
It hit me hard because as a parent, that's what I would do. I would
Exactly.
go to those windows.
You're desperate.
Yeah.
You're trying to find out, is my child okay? And you're not feeling okay until your child is in your arms. And that's what so many of these families are waiting for. We have so many people, we're hearing from you, text messages, emails, phone calls, and trying to figure out, okay, what has happened? What do we need to know? What are we walking through? So just to kind of reset the stage just a bit, to walk you through what has really played out. And we've been learning new information throughout these press briefings. And as we've been telling you, we've had our WSMV4 teams literally everywhere. We are covering this, every single perspective, every angle, asking all the questions and finding so many answers out for you. But as we walk you through some of the video, we were talking earlier about so many of the children walking out of the school. They were lined up, they were being escorted, having no idea what was really playing out. But the very beginning, that first phone call, we know that the school, someone from the school made that first 911 call, and that happened at exactly 10:13 this morning. That's when this whole incident began.
And we have that phone call to the Nashville Sheriff's Office. Let's listen to that on Broadcastify.
Sounds like they got a legit active shooter at a school. It's legit. They've got description. They're calling for everyone, a rescue squad. Metro Midtown is on a school shooting. 4 of multiple victims down. We're monitoring Metro radio traffic at this time, unknown which school or where they're transporting, but it sounds like there's multiple victims down inside the school. Shooter is down now as well.
All right, what you're hearing right there, that is Broadcastify when that call first went out and some of the different departments were starting to get word of what was playing out.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns as that call was coming in at 10:13. We just got notified that all kindergartners have now been reunited with their families there. We know that this is a slow process at the reunification center. Only 9 families have been reunified, you know, put back together with these reunifications.
Right. Just minutes ago, we were hearing Lydia, who had just been talking with her sources, a personal family that she knows and deals with and is friends with, and she was saying that they had just said only 9 families had reunited with their children. So now we know all the kindergartners have reunited with their families. Thankful to be able to report that. But again, this is a pre-K all the way through 6th grade. We know on a typical day, we were hearing Don Aaron earlier say there were about 209 students with about 42 staff members on a typical day. So that is the very latest. We were also hearing the new information coming out of this last press conference. They were saying that at one point, the shooter, who we know is a 28-year-old woman who lives in Nashville. That shooter apparently was a student at one point there at that school. So we're talking about the Covenant School right there in Green Hills. And we also learned that they are saying all the doors were locked. Still lots of questions how that shooter got in the side door.
We know TBI is involved. They're assisting Metro Police in the investigation of this crime. They're also looking at the officer involved portion of this crime as well, so TBI playing a large role in the investigation.
All right, we're going to check in with Courtney Allen. She is live for us there at the scene right near there with the very latest. Tell us what you are learning now, Courtney.
Holly, Marius, this road has been reopened, Hillsborough Pike here, for about a half hour now. You can see traffic is moving in and out. Certainly not as much traffic as, you know, you would typically be used to seeing on this road because it was shut down for several hours. They just reopened it. But you can see the road that leads to the actual school still remains blocked off. They're not letting anybody in or out of there. And if you pan up to the actual school, you can see across the street here. We're going to zoom in. It's a little bit difficult to see through the woods, but we'll try our best to give you guys an idea. There is still yellow caution tape, police tape, wrapped around the entire school. And we've seen several law enforcement officers going in and out of these woods following this school shooting, checking, clearing the area, making sure that everything is safe in and around the school now. I just want to go over some of the details of the actual shooting. We learned recently, the last Metro Police press conference that they had, that the 28-year-old female who was the shooter was a student at the school at some time. So you have to imagine that she has a pretty good understanding of the school and its layout. We're still working to learn how she was able to get in through the side entrance that police say that she entered. They say that she went inside the school, a side entrance on the first floor, made her way through the first floor, up to the second floor, firing shots all this time. Police say the call came in at 10:13 in the morning. Officers arrived on scene. They entered the first floor, cleared. They heard the shots coming from the second level. That is when officers went upstairs. 5-member team went to the second floor, and 2 of them opened fire on the shooter. She is one of the 7 now that has died in this shooting. 3 children, 3 staff members. Absolutely heartbreaking. 7 people in total that will not be going home to their families this afternoon. We know this is shaking this whole community. We know that the school that this school feeds into Christ Presbyterian Academy, about 10 minutes away. We know that they had a shelter in place this morning just because of the close proximity that these schools have with one another. Parents there say that they know that they're going to know the names that are read off today, coming off that list, you know, the staff, the students. And we reached out to that school to see if the head of the school there may be interested in speaking with us, have any comment. We're still awaiting a response. But for the time being, we're staying out here on Hillsborough Pike, monitoring any developments, and we'll bring you the latest as we get them. Marius, Holly.
All right, Courtney with the latest. Again, we were explaining the timeline here. It all played out within just minutes.
Yeah,
literally
14 minutes.
14 minutes, because the first call 10:13, and we know that the shooter was deceased, they say, officially at 10:27. So we're talking about 14 minutes. Now, we're also hearing, we've been checking in with all our team members, but this is an interesting perspective because we know you folks in the community, you guys are all coming together. You're trying to figure out what can we do, how can we help, that type of thing. And we're also hearing so many kudos from all our viewers, many of them, about Metro Police.
Yeah, the first responders on the scene. We heard Chief Drake say, you know, he thought that his officers would run to that gunfire, and that's what they did. We want to send it over to Carly Gordon. Carly, the community is coming together to say thank you to these first responders.
That's right. So many people are grieving right now, but we are also hearing from so many people who are just have this overwhelming sense of thankfulness, particularly to those officers who ran in, risked their own lives to save those children and those teachers. I'm going to read a few of these comments. These are being posted on the Metro Police Department's Facebook page. At last check, there were 417 of them. CJ Williams says, thank you to the brave officers who prevented even more deaths. They didn't even question what their role was in this situation. They responded with courage and dedication and took control and ended it quickly. Prayers for everyone involved. A tragic, somber day in our city. Lydia Gillespie says, thank you for risking your lives to engage and effectively stop this person and tragic event. Thoughts are with all officers and first responders today. Angie Hurrigan-Garay says, thank you, MNPD, for your bravery and protection. I'll read one more for you. Ann Drake Jackson says, thank you, MNPD, for the quick response. Your swift action about 14 minutes from the call until the shooter was dead undoubtedly saved countless lives. As an elementary school employee, my heart is broken for the families who lost their babies and loved ones today. Such a terrible tragedy. And we know that this was an all hands on deck situation. Metro officers were called from all precincts, all of the patrol officers, all the cars were brought in, and their work is far from done. At that last press conference, we learned that they now have a street address for the shooter, and they are at that location right now. I'm working right now to try and get that address for you so we can learn more. But we are hearing from Metro Police that their next update will be at or before 4 o'clock. So we are continuing to gather more information. I'll keep you posted from the alert desk here.
Right. Again, so many people just giving kudos to the police officers who rushed into danger straight toward that shooter.
Yeah,
we have another live report as well.
Yes, we do. We're going to get you back out to Michael Warwick, who's at the hospital, where we've seen people just gather there to say prayers for these families, Michael.
Yeah, we saw, I want to sort of paint a picture of a heartbreaking image we saw just a couple moments ago of what appeared to be a couple hugging and crying right outside the emergency room to the Children's Hospital here. Also spoke with a man who showed up just hoping to find people to pray with, particularly families impacted by this devastating tragedy. And he told me about half an hour ago that he ran into a man and his two daughters over by the adult ER, and that man hadn't heard from his wife, who works at the school. It had obviously been a couple hours at this point, and the bad feeling was there about what possibly could have happened. And just a minute ago, I saw that man who'd come here to pray. He was able to visit with that man again just a couple moments ago and was told that that man's wife, he believes, did not make it based on what that husband had told him. He said that this woman, he was told that this woman was either a teacher or even a substitute teacher at this school. So it just starts to kind of give us an idea of the folks who've lost their life here. You know, that man had obviously visited with that man and prayed with him, and he had told me, you know, that's really all he feels like he can do at this hour. And based on what we're seeing outside the emergency room here of people hugging and crying with each other, things are really starting to be put into perspective of the gravity of this loss and what it means for these families and these loved ones as they are getting the news that their person did not make it, who was inside of that school. So it's been a tough day here at the hospital as people get word of the tragedy in this, and people come and see what they can do, you know, trying to find people to pray with. I think that said a lot, that this man was seeking out these families to just say a prayer with them. He felt like that was really all he could do in this moment. So we don't know the next update we're going to get from the hospital. As far as they told me, there's no other people here who are injured, that all 6 of these innocent lives died, and there were no other injuries other than the officer, we understand, who cut his arm or cut some sort of body part on some glass. But that's the latest we have here, just some heartbreaking families hearing the devastating news. Back to you guys.
All right, Michael Warwick live for us, and talking about, even mentioned that complete stranger, and so many of these people just wanting to come and comfort, praying for peace, praying for comfort, some sort of wisdom, for love, you know, for people to just share that. And you're seeing folks in our community. That's what's so amazing about Tennessee and the people here. We know the love that you have for each other, and it's evident. It is so obvious and evident, and it is, you know, such a heartbreaking, tragic situation, but to see everyone coming together. I know we're following some other live reports. We have our team surrounding this entire area, covering every perspective.
Yeah, we want to get you out to Sharon Dankwa. Sharon.
Yeah, Marius, right now we're right on Harding Place. It's on the other entrance of the school where we saw an ambulance exit the school entrance. We've seen other emergency crews leaving. Now you can see crews coming down the hill. We don't know exactly what's going on at the moment. We don't know what stage they are in breaking down the situation, but crews have just been in and out of the school. We see cars exiting, going down Harding Place. You see some emergency crews. TDOT cars are now going to come past our camera, driving down the area. They've been blocking off the road, reopening some sections, and just continuing to stay on this scene. And now I did speak to some more neighbors. Some say that they do know some parents. They do know some people that had children inside the school. Those parents did get their kids. They said they left the school at the time. They still are hearing that parents are inside there waiting to be reunited with their children, but right now they're just all waiting, just like us, to hear more information, to hear more news, to see what's going to happen next. But I did speak to some people who work inside the school who say that they were shocked to hear fire alarms. They said it was an odd thing to hear. They at first assumed that it was a fire drill happening. They didn't think much of it until later they found out that it was an active shooter situation, and now many say they're devastated, they're shocked. Some of these kids that they see on a daily basis, you know, they're still waiting to hear if they are one of the 3 that did lose their lives, and one of the 3 adults that did lose their lives, if they work with them, if they know them. So it's a very sad situation out here while people are just waiting to hear more news. Back to you guys.
Sharon, thank you so much. We know that all of the families of the victims have been notified. You know, we heard Chief Drake say he was moved to tears, and this is a man who's seen a lot. He's been in law enforcement decades, and he was moved to tears watching these families being told that their child was a victim.
Right, and seeing so many of the children who were being ushered out of the building, a sight to see. We have some sound from Don Aaron. We've been listening and following very closely in his one of his press releases a little earlier. Let's listen in.
The police department response was swift. Officers entered the first story of the school, began clearing it. They heard shots coming from the second level. They immediately went to the gunfire. When the officers got to the second level, they saw a shooter, a female, who was firing. The officers engaged her. She was fatally shot by responding police officers.
That was Don Aaron telling us about what happened. We're going to recap what we know so far as we hit the bottom of the 2:30 hour. We know at 10:13 is when police initially got the call that there was an active aggressor situation at the Covenant School.
And then later found out there's an active shooter inside the school. You just heard Don Aaron talking about police officers swiftly responded. We know a team of 5 moved in very quickly. 2 of those officers addressed the shooter. They know that the shooter was apparently shooting on the second level, and so they immediately went up the stairs to the gunfire, immediately to the shooter, and they say that she was fatally shot. 2 individuals from that 5-member team opened fire, killing the shooter. We know the shooter now is a female. We know it's a woman who lives here in the Nashville area. We know she is 28 years old. Apparently, we are hearing that she was at one point a student there at the school, at the Covenant School there in Green Hills.
We also know that this reunification process has been a very slow one. We know that all the kindergartners have now been reunited with their family. We know 9 families have been reunited, and there's a lot more to go, but this is a very, very slow process, especially with all that's happened. Can you imagine what the parents are going through waiting to see their children?
We've been bringing you some of the video. You can see some of the children actually have been lined up and being escorted outside. So some of this played out a little bit earlier, obviously tear-jerking for many of these kids, some of them having no idea what was happening at the same time. We've also been bringing you, we have video from inside the sanctuary. So the Woodmont, very popular, prominent church here, talking about Woodmont Baptist Church. That is the reunification center that has been set up, and inside one of the sanctuaries, that's where we've been able to get inside. Our Lydia Fielder, with some of her connections, been able to get inside and actually show you visuals of some of the parents who are still waiting to be reunited with their children. Still, it's taking some time. They're you know, at this point, trying to make sure that they have all the answers and they are, you know, hooking up the correct families.
Yeah, and we know that only one parent can go downstairs to be reunified with that child. We know the Red Cross is there. The kids are in good spirits from what we have learned from Lydia Fielder, who is getting up to the minute updates from a family who has children there. We know that there is a licensed counselor at that reunification center as well, talking to the parents about how to address their children with what has happened to them. You know, we even heard the President of the United States talking about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and how some of these kids might be affected by that.
Some of the advice that they have been giving, too, is to be calm and you be the source of information for your children, because obviously, whether you're at home or the children that are there involved, there are going to be lots of questions throughout the day and days to come, for sure, but also to let the children ask the questions and then you answer those. But we have a team of reporters who have been assessing information, asking all the questions, every perspective, every angle throughout this entire area, talking to first responders, talking to parents, talking to staff, and then getting a sense of what has actually played out as it played out. We've been telling you some of these stories. We know even at the initial response, there were at least 60 emergency personnel swarming to the scene. We know that several people who were around the area heard the gunfire, not knowing, obviously, what was happening, running away from the scene. Then people who were in businesses nearby rushing up to upper level floors to try to get away. At the same time as the information started to be released that the shooting happened at the school there, at the Covenant School there in Green Hills, then many parents are rushing to the scene. So much has been playing out. We've been learning lots of information, a fluid scene still, as we've even seen recently, some of the SWAT team members even going through and scouring some of the wooded area there near the school.
You said the fluid. This is a very fluid situation. There are still a lot of unknowns. Did this 28-year-old woman act on her own accord? Was there anyone else involved? Right now, police are investigating to make sure that there is no threat to the community. So this is a painstakingly slow process that they're going through right now, but it needs to be that way to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed, every stone is turned over to see if they can find some evidence as to why this would happen.
Now, earlier they did say there was no threat to public safety now, so it appears that they have everything under wraps and everything as far as an active shooter situation is concerned. We know that that shooter is deceased. So again, we know that there were 3 children. We do not know their ages, presumably students. Again, the school is from pre-K all the way to 6th grade. We know 3 adults were killed in this. We were told they are staff. Now, we don't know if that's specifically from the Covenant School or if they are part of the staff from the church itself. That's the Covenant Presbyterian Church. But then we were hearing from Michael a little earlier, who said he was talking with someone who said that person's wife was actually killed, and it was either a teacher or a teacher's aide, but we're still asking lots of questions right now to get answers for you.
Yeah, we are sending calls, text messages, emails to all the sources we have to find out the very latest information so we can share it with you. We do know that the Covenant School did not have a school resource officer on site, but we do know that they did have school shooter protocol. And we heard Chief Drake say this could have been worse if they didn't have that protocol.
All right, we're going to check in with Marissa Sulik. She is live for us near the scene there with the very latest. All right, Marissa, tell us exactly where you are, what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, Holly, Marius, yeah, we are out here pretty much at the Media Staging Center asking those questions that we still have mostly unanswered at this time still. But I think it was interesting. We just heard from Chief Drake, and he said that when he was at the scene, he was so moved and it brought tears to his eyes to see those kids coming out of that school today. And I know, Holly, you mentioned earlier that in your 25 years here, you've never had to deal with a school shooting like this. So it's a first for many here in Nashville, and no one really knows how to cope with it. But I did think one question we did have after the first press conference is somehow this shooter, she went into the side door. How she was able to, we don't know, because we did hear from Chief Drake that all the doors were locked. But he did say that there was a car or a vehicle nearby there that we don't know if she came in that car, if she was going to escape, what her plan was, or what was going to go on. So again, like we keep saying, lots of questions still here. And I think it was also interesting that they said that they are investigating the address that she lives at. I know that's also kind of common protocol when it comes to school shootings like this. They say that she's a Nashvilleian. They say she went to this school. It'll be interesting to see what exactly comes from this whole entire investigation. But just, yeah, we heard from Glenn Funk. We heard from the TBI. We heard from Nashville Fire Department. Just seeing them all kind of band together here and work on this investigation. It's empowering, and also just to hear that they will have another briefing at 4 p.m. They're just really trying to keep us in the loop here, which is good. But again, like we keep saying, still many unanswered questions.
Trying to figure it all out. Marissa Sulik live for us right now.
Well, Marissa talked about investigation. This is just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg as they investigate why this happened, who this shooter is, why she would do something like this. We want to send it over to Carly Gordon. Carly, what's the latest on how the process moves forward from here?
Okay, so what we know is that this is a 28-year-old woman.
Okay, we'll be checking in with Carly in just a minute. Okay, right now we're going to go to Courtney, and she is going to join us right now with the very latest. Courtney Allen, I know you've been touching base with us and giving us the very latest, and you are near the school itself right now. What are you learning?
Yeah, that's right, Holly Marias. I have recently heard from a parent at the Christ Presbyterian Academy. That's about 10 minutes from here. It is the school that the Covenant School feeds into. We've been talking with parents there, and one just texted me. I just want to pull up this text message. I've been juggling my phones trying to get information confirmed for you guys and our viewers at home. We're told that, I'm reading an email now, that there is going to be a communal prayer tonight on behalf of the Covenant School families. This came from the head of school. It's an email that was forwarded to me from a parent, head of school, Nate Morrow. He is the head of the school at the Christ Presbyterian Academy. So that school is going to be having some sort of prayer event tonight. It is from 6:30 to 7:30. The email says that it's going to be a time of prayer, scripture, and worship. All CPA and CPC families are invited, and parents may bring their children if they would like. And you have to imagine that this is going to be the first of many prayer events, vigils that are going to be held on behalf of these grieving families, this grieving community. Because, I mean, if you look around now, you can't really tell that anything happened out here this morning, right? Traffic is moving in and out. I mean, there's one truck down there that's blocking the entrance to the school. But other than that, it looks kind of like business as normal on this Monday afternoon up and down Hillsborough Pike. But we know, obviously, that so many lives were changed forever in the matter of 10 to 15 minutes this morning. And that's going to be the purpose of tonight's vigil. And once we have more information on it, I'm going to send this to our digital team now so we can get it up on the website, so anybody who wants to come out has the opportunity to do so. So stay tuned to WSMV4 for that, and also check our WSMV4 app for that information. Holly, Marius.
Courtney Allen, thank you so much. She mentioned how that community is coming together. CPA having that prayer vigil tonight. And one thing we know about Nashville, the name Nashville is synonymous with community. We come together when we are needed. And that's what this community is going to do.
That community support, that comfort. All right, we have some more sound from a little bit earlier in one of our briefings that we're going to listen to right now.
Yes, we have identified the suspect. It's a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian or lives in the Nashville area. We are having ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time.
All right, so you're hearing from Chief Drake right there, Metro Police Chief, talking about the suspect, 28-year-old white female. They have her address. We know officers are there on the scene right now, going through her home, obviously trying to find more clues as to why she would do something like this. What in the world is behind this move?
And this is the start of a massive investigation that is going on right now. We want to get it to Carly Gordon. And Carly, walk us through the process of where the investigation goes from here.
Well, a couple other things we know. We know that when she walked into that school, she was armed with 2 assault rifles and at least 1 handgun. So as Holly mentioned, police, as we speak, are at her home, and they are going to be combing through everything, looking for any clue. They're going to be trying to figure out how she got those guns, if she had been planning this attack, and if so, for how long? Did she have any help? Did she have a criminal background? We also know that there was video inside the school, so they'll eventually be looking into how she got into the school and were protocols followed. We know the TBI, the ATF, the DA are all involved in this, and that the police department is planning to give us an update at or before 4 o'clock. So we are inching closer to that. But really, as you mentioned, Marius, in terms of the investigation today, this is really just the beginning.
And obviously, so many different units involved. We've been talking about the ATF, the TBI, of course, Metro Police, the fire department in their initial tweet that actually they sent out on Twitter, saying that they were responding to an active shooter. At that time, they said an active aggressor there at the Covenant School, confirming multiple patients. So that's what it all played out. That 911 call coming out at specifically 10:13 this morning. And within 14 minutes, we know 3 children were killed and 3 adults were killed as well, victims.
That's hard to even fathom that. You know, when you send your children to school, you think they're going to have lunch, they're going to have playtime, they're going to learn some, come back home and do some homework. Never in your wildest dreams would you imagine something like this would happen.
Hearts are hurting for these families. All right, I believe we have some more sound that we're going to listen to right now from a little earlier.
From my initial findings is that at one point she was a student at that school, but unsure what year, all of that. But that's what I've been told so far.
So on that perspective, as we were hearing from Courtney, obviously if the woman was a student in previous years, which right now it's pre-K through 6th grade, then she would be familiar with the layout of the school. And obviously we were hearing that the gunfire, the shootings actually took place on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, we want to tell you a little bit about the Covenant School. It's a Presbyterian private school. There are about 209 students at max capacity there. There are 42 teachers that go there.
What we were hearing too about the shooter is that the person, for those of you just joining us, the shooter apparently came through a side entrance. Now we know in the second press conference where we were actually hearing from Chief Drake, he said all the doors were locked. So that's what he is saying right now, that all the doors were locked. So then that begs the question, how did the person get in? How did the shooter get in? And what is that situation right now? So lots of investigating. We know there are security cameras. We know that Metro Police are right now going through that, trying to piece this all together and figure out what other clues they can.
Now, I was just told in my ear that a parent has told us that all the children have now been reunited. That is a great thing. Something that we've been wanting to hear.
Because it has taken some time. Obviously, this started earlier this morning, and then very quickly, after we knew that the shooter was dead, they were trying to get all these children transported from the school. We're talking several Metro school bus loads full of these students. We're then taking them, trying to get them as quickly as possible to the reunification area, that being the Woodmont Baptist Church there, where many of the parents, as you can imagine, were rushing to get there to find out if their baby, if their child was okay, and to reunite. And that's what some of the visuals we've been showing you, been able to share with you throughout the day today. But wonderful news that they are reunited. Because it's taken some time. Earlier, there were only 9 families that had reunited.
And as parents, we're both parents, this is something that we have nightmares about. And I'm sure the parents that had to rush to the school today didn't know what to think. Let's listen in to what one of the parents had to say.
There were so many police cars, and then the ambulances started coming away from the school, and that's when I had heard it was a school shooting, and it's just, there's no words.
Oh, your heart just goes out.
No words.
To her. That a little earlier. And I remember that interview where she was describing what she was hearing and seeing so many of the responders, you know, and everyone rushing in, and the panic that so many people are feeling. They're just terrified, trying to walk through and then grasp, comprehend what has just played out. And then, of course, the biggest question is my loved one okay?
Yeah. And a lot of people waited at the reunification center trying to make sure that their loved one was okay, their child was okay, wanting to put their arms around their babies.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we now know, this just in, that a couple minutes ago, that all the families have now been reunited.
Oh, just so thankful for that. This has been a scenario we've been bringing you. It's been unfolding as we've learned more information. I want to recap just a couple of things that have come out of the 2 different press conferences with this. The most recent being with Chief Drake. Just incredible to hear. I know we've done various interviews, and I know you've talked with him, and Tracy Cornett has talked with him previously about other mass shootings, things that have happened in other locations, and specifically point blank. He was asked, you know, what would Metro Police do? And it was very interesting what he said.
Yes, right after Uvalde, there was a lot of controversy surrounding how people responded to that shooting there at that elementary school. And I remember the interview he had with Tracy Cornett, without skipping a beat. He was like, my officers would go right in and confront the shooter.
And that's exactly
what happened from
Metro Police spokesperson Don Aaron said happened.
From 10:13, when they initially got the call, driving there, getting on the scene, getting upstairs, 14 minutes.
Right.
That's how long it took to end this situation.
Rushing into danger, putting their own lives at risk, immediately addressing and shooting this female shooter who now we know, sadly, has killed 3 children and 3 adults. So we're learning more information, and as we learn that, we are bringing that to you. As you know, we've got teams throughout the mid-state. We are covering this very closely, every perspective, to make sure we bring you the very latest.
And earlier today, we heard from President Biden expressing his heartfelt condolences to the families that have been affected by this tragedy at the Covenant School. Now we want to send it back over to Carly Gordon. Carly, you've heard from the First Lady.
That's right. We heard from the president, and now we're hearing from his wife. She tweeted just a few minutes ago saying, another school shooting. I am truly without words. Our children deserve better. We stand, all of us, with Nashville. You see that tweet right there. And we also heard from the White House press secretary earlier today. She said, we're seeing the heartbreaking news of another shooting of innocent school children, this time in Nashville, Tennessee. The president has been briefed on the situation, and our team is in contact with DOJ and local officials about what is known so far. We want to express the president's appreciation for the first responders and prayers for all the families affected by this shooting. While we don't know yet all the details in this latest tragic shooting, we know that too often our schools and our communities are being devastated by gun violence. Schools should be safe spaces for our kids to grow and learn, and for our educators to teach. And we're also hearing from lawmakers across the state. I'll just list them off. Governor Bill Lee, Marsha Blackburn, Bill Hagerty, Cameron Sexton, Bob Freeman, Representative Mark Green. I mean, we're hearing from the Democratic Party. The list goes on and on and on of people who are in shock and who are offering their condolences for what happened here. Back to you.
Both Republicans and Democrats, certainly. As we mentioned, this is an active investigation. So as we learn more about what officers are finding there at this shooter's home, we will bring you the very latest. We have more live team coverage right now.
Yeah, we want to get you back out to Lydia Fielder. Lydia, this situation hit home to you. You know families who were affected. You watch kids that have been affected by this tragedy.
Yeah, Marius, just hearing you say that gets me a little emotional, so we'll try to power through this here. There are two very, very close family friends that have 3 students each at this school. They're all still inside behind me right now. And so before I showed up here to do news or show up as a reporter, I just wanted to show up, and I went inside for 10 minutes just to console and hug them and share in that humanity. And so, of course, you can imagine, it's an unimaginable scene in there. You know, parents at the time were crying, shouting out, being consoled. Now we are learning, though, and the parents inside are giving me this information. So I'm just going to use my phones and kind of read off what they've been telling me, streaming. Almost this is live coming out of the sanctuary. We're learning that all students and families now have been reunified. The people left in the sanctuary are lots of supporting, maybe family members or people who are close to the school and the community. They're going around handing out food, I'm hearing. Pizza was just brought in. The Red Cross is there and was downstairs with the students. I'm told that the students were actually in pretty good spirits. Now, the parents that were still upstairs while they were waiting to be reunified with students, they did that with parents one at a time. They called 3 parents at a time, rather, to go downstairs and be reunified. Parents with the youngest children and parents with multiple children had priority. Only 1 parent per family could go and be reunified. So while the rest were waiting upstairs, I'm told that they had a licensed professional counselor on the microphone talking to them about how to approach this and speak to their kids about it. I'm scrolling up to where we're learning what that counselor was saying. She was telling parents, you know, again, what to do in case of talking to your kids. They're saying, interesting that the news is even way ahead of the school on this, so try not to watch the news. They say that the kids don't really know what has gone on. That counselor says they know there was a bad guy that came to the school. They know the good guys came and they took care of that bad guy. That is what teachers and staff and parents have been telling the kids. I know at one point the family member inside told me that 10 or so police officers got on the stage in the sanctuary and they got a long standing ovation from the parents there because of their quick response to this horrific tragedy. Again, the Red Cross inside helping these kids, passing out candy and snacks. We're seeing lots of kids leaving with looks like coloring pages, so things that they've been active and working on while they're waiting for their parents, distractions. Kids seem to be in good spirits. We're hearing that one child said he thought there was a fire because of all the trucks. One of the church staff members that this family member just talked to says he was downstairs with the children. Lots of them were covered in thorn scratches because this text says they had to jump in the bushes. The counselor and the church staff were telling them, the kids were saying that they saw a bad guy that was shooting out the windows. We heard in the press conference earlier from Chief Drake that some of the students had enough sensibility or knowing about their surroundings to run out of the school into the wood line. So that would line up with them having those scratches and bruises. But again, we are learning that all students and families have been reunified. And I'll leave with this. You know, the couple of the moms of the families that I know personally, when I went in there I alerted them to this at the beginning of the day. And hearing that panic in their voice when I told them to head to the school, it's just something it's hard to put into words. Even showing up at the school just to give them a hug. They said, Lydia, we know our kids are safe. We've been told our daughters and our sons are safe, but as a mom, until I hug them and hold them in my arms, you know, I just can't believe it. A lot of students, we're told, are with parents, are staying inside right now on their hands and knees praying together in the sanctuary. And so we just join them in those prayers this afternoon into this evening, as some parents won't be reunified with their children or their loved ones, and even those who are figuring out a way to navigate forward. And I'll leave it at that. I'll toss it back to you guys.
Yeah, you mentioned the prayers are with them. We pray for their peace and their calm, the comfort, that they feel the love, that this community, we are so united, and we come together and we are strong. And we just pray for all of them right now. You know, earlier it was interesting, we heard from TBI Director David Roush, and he was saying, you know, some people are criticizing that we're saying we believe in prayer and that we're praying. And he says, we believe. This is what he said. He said, we believe in the power of prayer. It's part of what we do in the South.
Yes, he did.
And that's exactly what we've been witnessing, is so many of these people gathering and just trying to support each other right here. So many wonderful people here in Tennessee.
Hearing her say that the kids were watching the gunman shoot from the window.
Right.
And they were running around in the wooded area to get away.
Right. We heard a little earlier where the police chief, when they were talking about, and Don Aaron, they were talking about, they know some of the children rushed over to one of the fire halls nearby, and some of the children rushed because of drills and different things of what they knew to do. They rushed to the wood line right there, which that's where some of these thorns we were talking about as we were showing the Metro SWAT officers combing through that area. That's where some of them had rushed to and are dealing with all the scratches now.
Well, our Courtney Allen has a look, a bird's eye view of what that area looks like. We want to send it back out to Courtney. Courtney.
All right, Holly, the biggest change since I last talked to you guys is now the entrance to the school, the road that leads to the school, is back open. You'll remember in the previous shots all morning long, first of all, this road was completely shut down, full of law enforcement. And then that intersection down there where you see the brick sign, if you turn right, that's where it leads to the school. That opened up about 10 or 15 minutes ago. And we're getting a better idea this afternoon of just the chaos that ensued inside of the school, right up here over the hill through the wooded area. We spoke with a woman earlier who, her mom is a pre-K teacher at the school. And she says that she woke up this morning and her mom had texted her dad to tell her that there is an active shooter at the school. Tell the kids I love them. She says her mom told the family that her and her pre-K students hid in a closet and heard gunfire ring out. They had no idea how close it was. They didn't know if it was coming for them next. Luckily, that teacher survived, and she is able to go home to her family tonight. But we asked her daughter how she felt this afternoon following this, and this is what she had to say specifically about the shooter.
Like, I don't know how somebody could go through with doing something like that, and especially children. Like, just, it's disgusting. And I have no words. Like, I'm just trying to process it all. It's so terrible, so sad. Covenant School is so strong. It's like the most special school, the sweetest school. My mom's been there for, I think, 10 years, and the community there is just amazing. And I know there's a lot of amazing people there that are going to get through this all together, and I don't know, just prayers for them, really.
Yeah, and we know the community is coming together tonight. There is going to be a prayer vigil at Christ Presbyterian Academy at 6:30. That is a school that's very close with the Covenant School here. We also know there's a second vigil planned in Mount Vigil. All of that information, the details on those events, can be found on our WSMV4 app. And I just wanted to add that I've been talking with my friends in, different industries who are monitoring this story. One works at Vanderbilt Medical Center. She told me that they got an alert this morning, a quote, mass casualty alert. And I mean, you can imagine what went through the hospital during that time. And she says that when she found out that it was a school, she literally felt sick to her stomach. So you just imagine all the people that respond to situations like this. situations like this, as well as the first responders, law enforcement that had to go into that building today, and then everybody at the hospital that took those kids and those staff members in. It's just, it's really heartbreaking. And I know that's what is going to be the center of the prayer vigils tonight, are the lives lost. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Horrific tragedy, heartbreaking.
Yeah, a lot of lives changed at 10:13 this morning when that gunman entered that school.
All right, so again, just a recap for some of you folks who are just now tuning in. You've been hearing that there's what is actually happening. What is this about, a shooting at a school? So we're talking about the Covenant School there in Green Hills. So this is a small private school. It has about, they say on a given day, about 207 students, about 45 or so staff members there. We know that the 911 call came out, and that was precisely at 10:13 of an active shooter, active aggressor at the time. Then we found out it was an active shooter situation, and Metro Police immediately responded with a team of 5 going in very quickly.
Yeah, we know that shooter had 2 rifles and a handgun. We know 2 of those Metro officers engaged that shooter, and that shooter was pronounced dead at 10:27, 14 minutes later after the phone call. 14 minutes after the initial phone call, the shooter was pronounced dead.
We know 3 adult victims. We are told they are staff. We know 3 children, presumably students. Again, it's a pre-K through 6th grade school. The latest information on the shooter, we know it is a 28-year-old woman who lives here in Nashville. It's still an active investigation, as we also know that Metro Police are on the scene right now of her home.
We know that shooter also may have been a student at the Covenant School. So we're trying to find out more information on that, as well as the students that have been at the school. They have all been reunited with their families at this hour.
Right. We know right now, Metro Police, they're also going through security video, because we do know the gunman, the shooter, actually entered from a side entrance. We were told by Chief Drake that all the entrances were locked, all the doors were locked. Still lots of questions trying to figure out how she actually got inside the building.
And we also know that the school did not have a school resource officer, that is, but we do know that they went through school shooter protocols as well.
All right, right now we continue our team coverage. We're checking in with Lauren Lowry, who is there. She's been covering this live from the Reunification Center. Lauren, what can you tell us now?
Right. So as you guys know, all of the kids have already been reunited with their families at this point. And when you look at just even the parking lot behind me that's been packed to the brim and so full for all of these hours, it's now mostly empty. At this point, lots of spaces are open. That's because the families who've spent so much time here have now made their way home. I noticed for myself, just even if you were in that building and you came out after hours of being inside and you see just what a beautiful day we have, and how, God, it just feels like parallel paths, doesn't it? That we could have so much beauty and so much life going on when there's so much trauma happening at the exact same time in this city. But we know all of the families have now been reunited with all of the kids. Something that I noticed too, as those families were beginning to walk out earlier today, they initially, for those first few families, they did not have a police escort. But I did notice that those later families were escorted by multiple officers at the same time. So you'd have an officer in the front, an officer in the back of that family. And it just reminded me that they know media is out here. We're all out here trying to tell the story of what people have gone through. And so the officers were there to give them peace, right? So that no one would talk to them. And then also to let them know that they would be safe. Because I think that's the name of the game at this point. You know, we'll be able to leave and for us the tragedy ends. But for these families, this is the beginning of the healing they have to do. They dealt with so much trauma today. And this is only the beginning of how they begin to process that. I found it interesting. Our Lydia Fielder had gone inside that reunification center earlier. She is a personal friend, even babysits some of the kids that were inside that room. And so she has a very close relationship with some of those families. And they were in a texting conversation back and forth about what was going on inside. And one of the things that they were able to share with her was the type of counsel that therapists were giving to the families in advance of going home. And they said to the families, hey, don't bring this up. Let your child bring it up. And a fair question would be, What did you experience? What did you see? You know, asking those, what we consider probing questions of your child and letting them have that, sort of have that experience with you. I think, too, you'll often hear after these kinds of events that kids need to feel safe, right? And I think as adults, we end up being in the situation where we realize our safety was robbed. And when we can't protect our own children, that's a hard, harsh reality. So while the investigation now picks up, where we start to learn the motives behind some tragedy like this, we also learn that the healing begins for the families who were very much a part of this. So here at the Reunification Center, things are not completely done yet. We still have an active scene. There are still emergency personnel who are on scene here, and we'll continue to stay here while there's still a story to tell. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, it's just so much emotion unfolding in that building, and it's been going on for hours and hours, and will likely continue.
Yes, it will. Here's what we know so far. Well, we want to get you out to Sharon Dacqua, who's right out in front of the Covenant School. Sharon, what can you tell us?
Marius, I just spoke to a member or a staff member of the school. He told me he is on his way to speak to the family of a friend that was killed in the shooting. He says he was emotional. He was shocked. He was devastated. He said he will speak to us later on today, but right now he can't begin to comprehend the words to put together. He said it was a gentleman who worked at the school that was shot and killed during all of this. He said he's on his way now to speak to that gentleman's family, and the area, as you can see right behind me, has cleared a bit. Crews are still out here going through the motions, trying to figure out, you know, what to do next. We know there's an investigation underway. We know that there's still, you know, kids inside, people inside, process being carried out to inform everyone of what's going on. We do know that all the parents and loved ones of the people who have passed have been notified. But right now, crews are still out here. This street that we're on, Harding Place, has been in the process of being cleared out. Cars are being moved out. Emergency crews, police officers, they're all kind of clearing out at this moment. We do know we're going to hear from Dawn Aaron. We're going to get another press conference. We're going to get more information here soon. But right now, it seems like this area, at least where we're standing on Harding Place, is being cleared out. Back to you.
Sharon Dacqua, thank you. We are just starting to hear some of these stories about the families who've been affected. She said the man came down the hill. He was going to speak to a family who lost someone in this tragedy.
I think at this point, everyone in the community is kind of hearing from a friend of a friend, or maybe a direct friend or family member, stories of loss and grief today after this unfolded. We do know that around 4 o'clock, so in the next hour or so, we should learn even more about where this investigation is leading. Metro Nashville Police have said that they hope to have another briefing at about 4 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier. And we hope to learn more about what they're learning about the shooter in this case, who we know was a 28-year-old woman. It sounds like Metro Police believe that she used to be a student at the Covenant School. And so their quest for more information and a possible motive is continuing at this hour.
Yeah, we know that they do have an address. Let's listen in to what Chief Drake had to tell us earlier.
Yes, we have identified the suspect as a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian or lives in the Nashville area. We are having an ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time.
And he was telling us, as was Dawn Aaron in the earlier news briefing, that this woman essentially walked in through a side door, made entry to the school, was carrying 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun, and started firing shots as she made her way through the first floor and then the second floor, where she was eventually met by a team of 5 officers, tactical officers who had been sent in to stop the shooting.
Yeah, and we know 2 officers engaged that shooter, that 28-year-old female shooter, and that's when she was pronounced dead at 10:27, 14 minutes after they got the initial call that there was an active aggressor at the Covenant School.
All right, we know Jill Biden has been speaking about this situation, and so has President Joe Biden. Both of them made remarks today, and both of them are sending their thoughts to Nashville.
It's heartbreaking. A family's worst nightmare.
And I want to commend the police who responded incredibly swiftly, within minutes, and the danger. We have to do more to stop gun violence. It's ripping our communities apart, ripping the soul of this nation, ripping at the very soul of the nation. And we have to do more to protect our schools so they aren't turned into prisons. But there's more to learn. But I just wanted to send my concern and hearts out to so many parents out there.
And he followed that up by talking about the trauma of the situation. No doubt everybody who touched this situation today will experience trauma. And so he emphasized mental health, take care of your friends, and the students and the faculty and the staff.
Yeah, he mentioned PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of those kids probably don't even realize what they've seen, but they will at a later date. We've been talking to therapists about how you address your children when talking about a situation like this. And it's a very touchy subject because sometimes kids don't understand what they've seen. They can't process it yet, and they need help from their parents.
And in a lot of cases, we know that some schools in the area went on lockdown. Teachers had to give some sort of explanation to their students at these other schools about what was happening. So, Carly, no doubt we know that kids are going to come home from school today and have questions for mom and dad, even if they weren't at this school. What are you learning from experts about the best way to tackle this if you're a parent?
Well, I'm hearing from a local therapist who actually lives right down the street, and she's saying so many people are already asking her, how do I have this conversation with my child tonight? What do I tell them? And she gives some really practical advice. She says, first of all, you need to stay calm. She says these kids need to feel some sort of stability. She also says be the source. She says you don't want your kids learning from other people. You want them to hear it directly from you. So you want to talk about what happened factually and at an age-appropriate level. So depending on the age of your child, and then once you've established what happened, that's when you let them guide the conversation. Let them ask the questions. She says this can be a 30-second conversation. It can be a 30-minute conversation. It might happen tonight, and then it might happen several weeks down the road. There will be counselors available at local schools, but again, we don't know when this is going to be hitting people. She says, lastly, give them space to feel their feelings. And so you might consider getting outside help from a counselor as well. But we just know that these are going to be very difficult conversations, that this is going to be impacting families not just tonight, but for years to come, and for some people for a lifetime. Back to you.
Indeed, Carly, that is so important to get help for these kids. They're going to experience a lot of trauma from this. They're going to read about it later on. They're going to ask questions. You know, we heard Lydia telling us that some of those kids saw the gunman firing shots from an upstairs window, and they were hiding in a wooded area to get away from the bad guy.
And that explains some of the video that we had been seeing from the scene. We saw armed officers who were going into those wooded areas near the road looking for something, and early on in the day we were kind of unsure what they were looking for. Was it potential evidence? That may also have been part of the investigation, just trying to map out and track where some of these students went to take cover.
Yeah, we can tell you that 3 children were killed in this shooting at the Covenant School. We want to get you out to Michael Ward, who is at the hospital right now. Michael, we've seen the community come together there. We've seen people gather in prayer. We've seen a man who didn't know anyone just come out to be there.
Yeah, he was a total stranger and was sitting at home, and obviously had seen what had played out on his television, and just felt like he had to do something, and came here and actually ultimately ended up meeting with a man who said his wife was a teacher at Covenant, and it is his understanding as he was leaving after praying with that man that woman did not make it. Now, that is what he told me based on his conversations with that gentleman who was out here with his 2 daughters, desperate for answers, desperate to hear something about his loved one. It's what we've seen for much of the afternoon. There was a couple that had gathered outside of the emergency room crying and hugging. It's devastating as things just kind of compounded and compounded. It was at 10:30, well, about 11 o'clock when we got out here, when we had first heard of the gravity of this situation. And then we hear minutes later that 3 children had passed. We're praying that that there weren't more hurt. Then we hear, 15, 20 minutes later that 2 adults had passed, and now a 3rd adult has passed. And it just gets worse and worse and worse as the day goes along. Thankfully, we are now starting to see some of the healing begin as families are reunited with their children. But for the hospital staff, for the families that have had to come here today to hear the worst possible of news, that's who we are thinking of tonight. The hospital has told us they do not intend on releasing much more information. They don't intend on having a news conference. They don't intend on releasing the ages of these children. That, to my understanding, is basically not to get in on the investigation, or they're going to leave police to investigate this case and figure as much out about the suspect and the victims and what all transpired at that school this fateful morning. So not much more from the hospital, but you feel for the folks inside and the families who've had to come here today to be dealt with one of the worst tragedies you can imagine. We will stay out here for as long as we see people showing up, and to try and update you as much as we can from the hospital side. Guys.
I think that just speaks volumes, the people that he's running into at the hospital, especially the man who showed up, no connection to anything or anyone there, just to offer to pray with people. I mean, that speaks volumes about the community that we live in.
Well, we have heard a lot about the community and how they're responding. We've heard about prayer vigils that will be going on tonight to focus on praying for the victims, the families of these students, and the staff members that lost their lives in this tragic incident.
And Lydia Fielder, one of our weekend anchor and reporter, she has kind of been in the thick of it with a family that's affected directly by this. Lauren Lowry and Lydia are live now to talk a little bit more about just this emotional ride that you've been following for one family, Lydia.
Yeah, it's been so fascinating to hear everything that you've been able to learn from inside the church where everyone was reunified. Something that you and I had been speaking about earlier today was the very moment. Imagine if you are in this situation, or that your kids are in this situation, and as soon as they hear gunfire, what do? You could run, hide, or fight. And we know some kids did hide in closets with teachers. We also do know that some kids chose to run, and you have a story specifically that you've learned about that.
Right. One of the families that was inside the sanctuary here chatted with one of the church counselors who had spent some time downstairs with the kids, and he said lots of those kids were covered in thorn scratches because of having to jump in the bushes. So they somehow got themselves, again, pre-K to 6th grade students, had the sensibility, as we heard a little bit from Chief Drake, to run away, run outside, jump, whatever they're however they're exiting the building.
Through a window.
Right.
We know some kids had glass injuries.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up. We saw inside, this family member told me another girl came in with a bandage on her arm and it appeared like glass. So thorn scratches from jumping in the bushes, running to the wood line to hide and get out of this school. Another student said he thought there was a fire because he heard fire trucks. Oh, wow. And we're learning that most of the kids leaving were actually, Lauren, in good spirits.
Yeah, they had no idea, many of them. They were being handed waters and snacks, and they really did not know. I found it really fascinating that you had found out that some of the people inside the church were saying to others, hey, don't watch the news. Right. Not right now. They actually know more than we do. Let's try to stabilize this situation before you go any further. I found that so interesting.
And for the parents and family who were in that sanctuary, they had a licensed professional counselor come to the microphone and talk to the parents who are still waiting, first of all, to be reunited with their child. So that's enough, right? And then to figure out, hey, in the moment right now, this is what you're going to say. And this is what your students know. They know there was a bad guy. The good guys came, and that bad guy is now taken care of. And that's kind of what the route they were encouraging parents to take in the conversations. That's what the teachers were telling the students. And so seeing some of them getting off the school bus, holding hands, a lot of them, it looked like, just carefree.
Just another day. Right.
And that's for the best, obviously. Right. But we're praying and thinking of these parents moving forward, right, who have been reunified with their kids, but still now have to navigate for a long time.
The work to heal begins now, right? This is the beginning of all of that. It'll be interesting to hear too, because the first responders also have to debrief. You know, they're doing all of this work right now. The Red Cross, the people with the Red Cross that were inside, just doing coloring pages. And, you know, we saw the coloring pages in their hands as they were walking out. Yeah, it's a whole thing to try to stabilize the situation. But once everything is stabilized, there's a lot of work that even the adults have to do, right? The first responders, the SWAT officers who had to go in, the 5-person team from Metro Police who had to go in and take down this 28-year-old woman who was firing shots from 2 assault rifles and 1 handgun in a school. So there's a lot that has to happen now. Just because the situation has been now resolved, if you will, it doesn't mean that things are done. I wonder, I know you've been texting back and forth with this family. Did they say anything about how they're doing now in terms of their emotional state?
You know, I will say one of the families, they said that, you know, they're going to need almost a lot more counseling and therapy moving forward than their kids. I don't know much other than outside of I got a selfie when one of the mothers was reunited with her 3 kids. There's 2 families in there with 3 kids each that I knew. No. Outside of that, I haven't heard, and I know they're at home now, or I hope. I speculate that they're holding their children tight. And just having to make that call, Lauren, when I heard the news that this was happening, I saw Covenant School. I immediately called those families, and
they didn't even know, right? You were telling them.
I was the one that alerted one of the families to this, and to hear that voice on the other end of the phone, you as a parent yourself know that's the call you don't want to get.
No, never. Because how do you even handle that, right? And it'll be interesting because on this other side of this, like, people across this city are now going to have these conversations at the dinner table, or maybe when they put their kids to bed tonight. Hey, what would we have done? And what do we need to do to better prepare our kids? You'll see whole school districts begin to have these conversations moving forward.
And Laura, not just across the city, but we've all been getting texts from people across the country watching this. Right?
Are you guys okay? What's your coverage? How are things going? Yes,
right. And so you hate to say just another added to the list, because once you become that city, it's concrete for you. And it's, as you were saying earlier, as newscasters, it's our job to report objective information, but sometimes it's just impossible to separate that humanity.
Right.
And so this information that is coming in, of course, we're going to keep you updated. And as we learn more, I know a lot of people are going to be looking to find out, and as we are waiting to hear why. What's the motive here?
Right. Well, and we know that there are investigations happening right now to try to get more information on that. Our Jeremy Finley is working very hard on that right now, and we're hopeful that we have some more information for you as we go through the afternoon hours. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll stay here until the story ends at this location.
Lauren and Lydia, thank you so much for your insight. As parents, I have to ask you, when do we have to stop explaining things to our children? You look at Uvalde, I mean, when does it stop?
And it's tough. You are in an older bracket where the questions are more informed and more detailed. I have the luxury of having smaller children who maybe don't ask those questions that are more difficult to answer, but all day you've probably been talking about this with your friends and your family. You've probably been talking about it with your friends and your family. When is this going to stop, and how do we protect our kids? That is our #1 job as parents. And to not feel that they're protected at school or be scared that something like this could happen, I don't know what the answer is.
A lot of us are trying to figure out that answer right now. Well, the Community Foundation is tweeting out their heartbreak over today's shooting, calling it horrific and senseless. They're also encouraging folks to donate to the Covenant Fund at the Covenant School to help support those directly impacted by today's tragedy.
And this has been making national news all day. The president, the first lady have been commenting about the situation unfolding here in Nashville during various speaking engagements that they've been at today. All eyes are on this situation, and all hearts are with these families.
Yeah, we've heard from Chief Drake. We've heard tweets from the mayor. We've heard from some of our lawmakers in Washington expressing their heartfelt condolences about the families that have been victims, that have fallen victim to this 28-year-old gunman who entered the Covenant School at 10:13 and took 6 lives.
So one of the key pieces to this investigation, from what we've heard from police, is that they're looking at video, security video that was inside of the school to help them kind of piece together how the shooter gained access. We know she went in through a side door, but beyond that, details are scarce. So how she was able to make access to this building, what the response looked like from faculty and staff, and police as well. They're hoping that that surveillance video will give them a better understanding of what truly unfolded inside of that school today.
And we know that the school did have active school shooter protocols in place. We want to get it out to our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley. Jeremy, you've been on this story all morning long. Where are you and what have you learned?
Hi, Marius. So where we are right now is on Brightwood Avenue in the 12 South area. And we've come here because this street has been blocked off. And from what we know is that what we should confirm is that we know what has happened here in the last hour or so, that there is a home on this street where police used some kind of flash bombs to get inside the home. So I'm going to show you right now where it is. So again, we are on Brightwood Avenue here in the 12 South area. The home where police and undercover detectives are standing right now is 3005 Brightwood Avenue. This is where police have focused their efforts. It's a little bit difficult to see from here, but the front door of the house has been blown open. It's hard to tell much more than that, but again, we are waiting to find out what the connection may be to this, to what's happened at the Covenant School. But all we know is that this home is on a street that is now blocked off by police, and that we know at this point that this home is is not far at all from the Covenant School. We also know through public records that a family owns this home, but we are obviously not going to report any of that information until we determine that there is a connection. But what we were able to do is talk to some of the young people who were living in this area a short while ago, and they ultimately were telling us that all of a sudden they started to hear explosions. Sounded like flash bombs going off one after another, 3 in total. When they all came out to see what was going on, they could see the police officers here, they could see the SWAT team here, they could see heavily barricaded vehicles here as well. But we know that the front door was blown open. So what we're waiting to find out now is if there is any connection to this. The timing, of course, is quite questionable that all of this is happening right now. I asked the police officer who was standing here blocking off Brightwood Avenue if this location is connected at all to the Covenant School shooting, and all he was able to say is, hey, all I can tell you is that nobody can get anywhere on this street. So again, we are on Brightwood Avenue here in the 12 South area, where just not that long ago, we are told that this home that you're looking at here, 3005 Brightwood Avenue, the FBI, as you can see, is on the scene as well, which is a strong indicator that something is definitely happening here. But the FBI is here. The Metro Police is here. We've seen undercover detectives. One woman needed to go into her house and she had to be escorted onto the street. But again, witnesses are describing that the door was blown open using some kind of explosive and have now entered. We haven't seen anything else. Right now, I'm watching as we're talking. The police and several other, looks like undercover detectives and officers are standing in front of the house having a conversation. But we're waiting to get any type of confirmation from Metro Police if there is any type of connection. Obviously, like we said, the FBI is out here, and what witnesses have described is that officers used explosive devices to get into this home. Again, public records do show that a family owns this home, but we are hesitant to give any more information about that till we make some kind of confirmation. But this is another part of this developing story, again, not that far from the Covenant School. So I was having some audio problems hearing you before, but as of now, I'm going to throw you back into the studio.
All right, sounds good. Jeremy Finley reporting live for us, our chief investigator, continuing to work to learn more about what may be happening there and if it's connected to the deadly school shooting that we've been covering all day since about 10 o'clock this morning.
And we know close to 4 o'clock we are expected to have another press conference from Metro Nashville Police about what they have learned since our last press conference. And what we've known since the last press conference, that it was a 28-year-old female who did the shooting in this incident.
Right, and a former student of the school where the shooting took place there at the Covenant School, which is in the Green Hills neighborhood near Burton Hills. And so, you know, the big question that so many people have is why? You know, what could possibly be a motivation for this? And that's what we believe that police are actively trying to answer now.
A lot of questions still remain. Who, why, motive, as you say. You know, we've been talking all morning about, you know, school shootings and how in the back of our mind, it hasn't happened here, but it might. Today is the day that it happened here. And our community is reeling right now.
It's just a tough one, especially for families, because there are going to be conversations tonight. Lauren Lowry is joining us with more advice, Lauren, from experts about how to tackle these really difficult conversations with children when we're sitting around the dinner table tonight.
Right. Yeah, I'm with Tanya Dixon right now. She's a licensed professional counselor, and I was asking her just before you guys came to me. I said, you know, I think the big question here is how do we process trauma? I mean, that's a big question because the whole city is grieving today. So, I mean, take that broad question and run with it, Tanya. How do we process trauma after a day like today?
You definitely reach out. You don't want to sit with yourself. You don't want to say, it's fine, it's okay, you know, that feigned kind of positivity. You want to really talk to people. Reach out, go to supports and support groups, tell your story. Don't hold your story, don't hide your story, don't recoil because of what it makes you feel, fear, anxiety, nervousness. Go beyond those feelings and talk. Definitely talk.
I feel like some people at home might experience this today and feel real sadness, and then on one hand try to diminish those feelings because it's like, well, I wasn't a victim, why do I feel this way? But the truth is, we all, when one person suffers, we all suffer and we all feel it. Would you say that people should be doing that too, talking around, even if they weren't a victim in the specific case?
Yeah, absolutely. We are experiencing in real time what it's like to kind of associate ourselves with mortality. And if we were talking about a more serious, maybe combat situation, it would make perfect sense. But I guess because of how we're experiencing it now, we're not realizing the seriousness of it. So definitely take into account the real information that we are engaging, understand the seriousness of it, and then, you know, tackle it just as serious as it is. So if it's serious enough to make you feel emotion, then it's serious enough to talk to someone.
Oh, I like how you say that because I know so often people hold emotion in their bodies, right? And we don't think of it that way, but if you don't talk it out, if you don't allow it to release, if you don't even allow tears, right? Because tears are the release of cortisol. If you don't allow that, then all of that gets stuck in there and we're not then at that point processing the trauma.
That's right. Definitely talk, definitely reach out. Find people that are healthy for you. Find systems, platforms where you can just listen, hear, webinars, anything to give you information about how to process trauma, because this is a traumatic situation.
Any particular advice you would give to parents right now, maybe with children old enough to know what happened? How do we handle that kind of conversation with our children?
We definitely want to pay attention to our kids. We may not know what the signs of trauma is, but pay attention to anything that's different. Behavior patterns, anger, outbursts they might have. Pay attention to bedtime. Are they different at bedtime? Are they different when it's time to leave the house? Are they clinging? You know, things like that. That's kind of an indicator that they're not quite the same as they used to be before. Give them extra support. When they go to bed at night, if you used to give them a kiss and read them a book, give them a kiss, read them a book, and have a hug and lay with them for about 30 minutes, right?
Make them feel safe.
Absolutely. Yeah. Safe, secure, any kind of way we can. Help them to tell their story. Help them to talk about what they've experienced. We don't want them to associate this with shutting down.
And before I let you go, I do want to ask you this, because we oftentimes will forget about first responders. First responders see so much, down to the Red Cross workers who are inside helping kids with their coloring pages, but certainly the police officers, the firefighters who had to go into that school and be the first ones on the scene to see all that they were dealing with. How does someone like that process all that they've seen after a traumatic event like this?
You definitely want to unpack. You definitely want to unpack. I don't care how versed you are in your expertise or in your field. I don't care how long you've been doing the work that you do. You always want to unpack. Even if you've acquired a skill to compartmentalize and still do what you need to do, still unpack. Still take time to sit in front of someone that can appreciate that conversation. I call that sacred information. Be very intentional about who you have those conversations with, and unpack, unpack, unpack. You can never do too much of that.
Yeah. Tanya Dixon, licensed professional counselor, thank you so much for your time. Tanya has a significant background in severe and persistent mental illness, and then also with work with combat veterans and athletes as well. Appreciate your expertise on a day like this, when I think so many people in this city right now are going, well, what now? What now? How do I move on from this? So thank you so much for your time today.
You're welcome.
Marius and Amanda, it's it's interesting to hear President Biden say we need to take mental health seriously on a day like this, and then to hear this kind of conversation with someone who is so well versed in this. And for those of us who don't day in and day out deal with trauma, we don't necessarily even know what muscles to flex on something like this. And so I've been just so grateful that there have been so many people turning a spotlight onto this today specifically, because it's a day that I think Nashville as a whole will require collective healing.
Especially as we continue on this journey, Lauren, people who maybe had been healthy mentally before may not be in the coming days. So that's certainly going to be a difficult path to walk.
Yeah, Dr. Tanya's message was so important, especially for parents to, as they're dealing with their children who's asking these tough questions. Kids are going to go to school and they're going to talk about it. They need to know the truth. They don't need to know, made up stories. They need to know the truth, and that's how you heal.
Right, and that's how you learn to cope as well. Carly Gordon has been hearing from some neighboring schools about how children there are hearing this news and then also processing this news.
That's right. I just talked to two young ladies who attend Brentwood Academy, which apparently has ties to this school because a lot of students end up going to Brentwood Academy after leaving the school. And they say that they are absolutely rattled by what happened. Brentwood police actually ended up showing up to their school. They got a warning announcement, they say, at around second period saying, listen, something has happened, but students weren't allowed to be on their phones. And they were just told that they were preparing to potentially go on lockdown. And then we're told that students eventually ended up getting on their phones anyway. That's when the rumors started and students started talking about who potentially could have been impacted here. Many started panicking because we're told some students have siblings that go to that school. We know that they have canceled at Brentwood Academy all of their sports and events for the evening. Ensworth has done the same. So we're not just talking about one school, but several schools across the mid-state that are feeling what happened here today.
Carly, thank you so much. We know a lot of schools have been affected. As you mentioned, a lot of schools went into lockdown right after this happened. A lot of people, a lot of kids are, like we said, asking those questions tonight.
Well, we know that this is certainly resonating throughout the country, even to the point that the First Lady and the President have been speaking on what's unfolding in Nashville. Here's First Lady Jill Biden.
While you've been in this room, I don't know whether you've been on your phones, but we just learned about another shooting in Tennessee, a school shooting. And I am truly without words. And our children deserve better. And we stand, all of us, we stand with Nashville in prayer.
We are also hearing from some of those initial moments from the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, their recordings responding to the calls for help.
Sounds like they got a legit active shooter at a school. It's legit. They've got description to call for everyone and rescue squad. The Metro Midtown is on a school shooting. 4th of multiple victims down. We're monitoring Metro radio traffic at this time, unknown which school or where they're transporting, but it sounds like there's multiple victims down inside the school. Shooter is down now as well.
Yeah, those were the calls that were received at 10:13 when that shooter entered the school at the Covenant School. We know that 3 children were taken in that, and as well as 3 staff members that work there as well.
And we're learning a little bit more about the shooter, a 28-year-old woman who police say was at one point a student at the Covenant School there. We've also learned throughout the course of the day a little bit more about what happened when police made entry. So Metro Police said that they had a team of 5 officers who immediately went into the school. They heard the gunfire and they went straight towards the gunfire. They didn't run away from it. They didn't back off. They went straight towards the danger, according to their spokesperson, Don Aaron. And then 2 of the officers became engaged with the shooter and fired shots.
Yeah, right now you're looking at a picture of a home on 3005 Brightwood Avenue. We know there is a very large police presence there. We're trying to figure out if there is any connection with this address and what happened at Covenant today.
And that's right by Belmont Boulevard, just to give you some perspective on where exactly that's unfolding. And Jeremy Finley, our chief investigator, is on the scene telling us that the FBI is there. They have undercover agents. So it's a pretty hefty police response. And we do know who owns the property, but we have withheld that information until we can get clarity about how and if that situation is connected to the shooting at the Covenant School. But he was talking to witnesses who said, you know, we just kept hearing explosions, like flash bombs, maybe 3 of them. And then what, they come outside and the front door has been blown open.
Yeah, a lot going on in that that neighborhood right now. But once again, we are asking questions. We are there. We have crews live on scene to try to figure out if there is any connection with what happened at Covenant School today. And once we find that information out, we're going to let you know. We know Metro Police have told us that they were looking to do another press conference close to 4 o'clock or at 4 o'clock. So we are standing by for that as well.
Yeah, we're hoping to get more information. They've been pretty steady with keeping us up to date throughout the day, so we anticipate that we should learn some more. But I mean, look at this. This was from earlier in the day, immediately after the shooting, and you can see parents in their work clothes. They basically dropped everything that they were doing, of course, to get their kids and make sure that their kids were okay. The gravity of this situation is resounding, especially when you see the parents responding and trying to get there as quickly as possible, people hugging. I mean, what a day.
Yeah. A lot of people have responded, sending their condolences to the state of Tennessee, the city of Nashville. Right now, we're hearing from Shondell Brooks, the mother of Akila Da Silva, a man killed at the 2018 Waffle House shooting. Another one of her sons attends a school near Covenant and was on lockdown today.
Well, Brooks says lawmakers should have acted after Akila's death. She says they didn't do enough.
Look, last week, my son's school, they found a gun in the school, and you know what the principal told us? The kid didn't mean to use the gun. He wasn't going to use the gun. That's not what he was going to do with the gun, but yet still the gun was in the school. We're failing our kids. We continue to pass laws that don't protect our children. Maybe this could have been prevented.
All right, we are getting some breaking news just coming into our newsroom. We have learned that NBC is going forward and confirming the name of the shooter, the 28-year-old woman who opened fire at the Covenant School this morning, as Audrey Hale.
Yes, we know that name, once again, as you just said, Audrey Hale. Right now, we are asking questions to find out more about Audrey Hale, what her motive could have been, what connection she may have had to Covenant School as well.
Well, I think this brings us back to the original live shot that we had from Jeremy Finley, our chief investigator. Guys in the booth, are we able to go to Jeremy now and talk a little bit more with him? Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to get to him, because now that we're confirming the name of this shooter, we're getting closer to piecing together how some of today's events may be connected.
And whether that house on 3005 may be connected to the shooter, whose name is Audrey Hale, that NBC News has just confirmed to say they went with that. That is the name of the shooter in this case.
Yeah, still unclear what the possible motive could be in this situation, but police inching their way closer to more of a well-rounded picture about why or how this unfolded, or the connection. Obviously, we're starting in the very beginning. She is a former student, and that's kind of as far as we've gotten. But again, in about 20 minutes, maybe even earlier, we do hope to hear from Metro Police with an update and on their investigation as it continues.
Yeah, we want to reset for you and let you know how this all played out. Police got the initial call at 10:13 this morning that there was an active aggressor situation at Covenant School. We know that they came to the scene as quickly as they could. We know that 5 police officers entered the school. 2 of those officers engaged the shooter. Now that we know 28-year-old Audrey Hale, we know that she was pronounced dead on the scene at 10:27.
And you're looking at video from earlier today of buses taking students away from the Covenant School to that reunification site at Woodmont Baptist Church, and we're told 6 busloads of children made that journey. And we saw in at least one of those school buses, our photojournalist witnessed an armed officer standing with a long gun in the front of the school bus. Just another show of trying to keep these children safe after what some of them may have experienced or been through. And we saw emergency responders, vehicles escorting those buses to the reunification site as well.
Those are things that as a parent you don't ever want to see. You never want to see a police officer escorting children out of a school with a rifle.
Your heart breaks for every single family touched by this.
Yeah, we know that the shooter had 2 rifles as well as a handgun. Once again, NBC News is reporting that the shooter's name is Audrey Hale. We are trying to find out any shred of information we can about Audrey Hale. We know that she was 28 years old. We also know that she was a possible student at Covenant at one time.
Yeah, at one time, and trying to understand what the more relevant or timely connection, if any, exists. We should also mention that we're following a situation near the 12 South neighborhood right off Belmont Boulevard at a family home where there is a very hefty police presence. We're talking FBI, undercover officers, all sorts of police. Neighbors report hearing a series of explosions there, possibly flash bombs of officers trying to make entry into this home. This is a look at that house that we're talking about, and we're still working to confirm whether this is connected to the shooting that unfolded at the Covenant School earlier this morning.
Yeah, we have our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley, on the scene there. He's digging into the questions about this house, who owns it, who lives there. He's asking questions right now, and once he has that information, we're going to be sure to bring it to you, both on air and online.
We have been following stories all day long from people who watched kind of the response unfold this morning, and the emotions run the gamut. Hysterical, crying. In some cases, people just couldn't get the words out. They're so incredibly upset to watch police respond and understand why they were responding to the school. In other cases, we heard people say, I hid in a closet at the school trying to escape the gunfire that seemed to be happening all around me.
Yeah, Lydia told us, our Lydia Fielder, who actually watches, she babysits kids that go to that school. She was speaking with the parents, and the parents said that some of the kids talked about they saw the bad man shooting the rifle from the school as they were hiding in a wooded area.
Lauren Lowry has been anchoring our field coverage for us today, and Lauren, looks like you have someone there to chat with.
Right. So we've been able to tell you multiple times today some of the things that were going on inside that reunification area. But I wanted to bring out somebody who was actually inside that room for hours upon hours upon hours. John Christ, you said you were one of the first people even in this parking lot and in that building. Tell me your connection to the families at Covenant School, first of all.
Yeah, my best friend moved here this year, and I have a lot of friends that go to that school, and I'm friends with a lot of their children and babysat them, and my best friend and their children now go to that school, so I was kind of, a part of getting them to the school, and I got the call this morning. I mean, your phone just starts going off from everybody.
Yeah.
Just.
What made you want to come here?
I don't know. I mean, my buddies would do the same for me, and they have. That you just go. It's funny because I don't even have my wallet. I have my cell phone, but I just grabbed, and I can't. And they said the fire station at first was where everybody was, and then he said everybody, and then I got messaged it was come to this church, and I was probably one of the first cars in the parking lot, and it was
chaos.
It was unimaginable.
Yeah. So you go in. Were you there before your friends even were inside?
Yeah. Yeah, well, they obviously, the parents would go to the school first, and then they was kind of gathering here, but everybody was walking in and trying to find out about their children, which is...
Yeah, no one should deal with that, right?
I'm not even a parent, and I couldn't imagine. And there was somewhere like they heard about 2 of their kids and one of the other kids they haven't heard from. And there was so much going around, so many people saying so many different things, and a lot of them were like, you didn't want to I found out pretty early that my best friends and their children were okay, and you didn't really want to really be celebratory, or you didn't want to be like, oh, you just sigh of relief a little bit, but you didn't want to kind of brag or because there was people in there that were... One of my friends had found out about 2 of their kids, but not the 3rd, and she goes, and she got a text that said her child's name and safe, but she was like, is that a question, or is that like, are they safe, or are you asking me if they're safe? And then it was like they heard I hear over a text that your son is good, and it was just like she FaceTimed. One of the teachers was in the bus or something, and she was FaceTiming with parents because it was like, and you could see my friend's daughter like through a window of a school bus, and she was kind of like. And I was like, I think that's her. I'm pretty sure, but everybody, it was, and then...
Let me ask you this. When you think about today, because you've spent now hours, it's almost 4 o'clock, you've spent 5 hours here today. Yeah. What sticks out in your mind, do you think? What images will be the most difficult to erase?
I mean, I'm not even a parent, and I can't even imagine there was the police chaplain, and there was the chaplain is the one that and it was a group of like 3 or 4 of them, and they were going around and like they knew who the people were that they had to tell them that their kids had passed away. It was just
that one's going
horrific. I couldn't imagine, and to hear that about, and I just think to myself about what precautions I'm going to take. Any reaction that anyone had in there was reasonable to me.
Visceral reactions. I wonder, was there screaming, and then was there moments of silence? Was there, what did you see?
There was a very audible screaming and crying. And that was a couple of times, and I didn't know specifically what had happened. Either someone had told somebody, or because there was just so many texts were going around, and this person is okay, and I heard it's this, and some of it was now looking back on me, we're not that far from it, but was untrue. And it was like, well, I heard this, and I heard this, and then to put yourself in that position where I saw her. She was trying to FaceTime someone, and she couldn't, like, I've been in that position, not in that position, but I've been in a car wreck where it's traumatic, and you could, like, I remember the police officer asking for my ID, and I go, there were so many people that were like, people had lost their keys. People didn't
grab their wallet, walked out with other
cell phone charger. Very basic things that when that's something like that happens, you just and everybody wanted to be with their child. And so we say, hey, my son is safe. We go, I need to see him. I need to feel him. I need to touch him. So there was a lot of parents kind of not necessarily breaking the rules, but like I don't care. I'm going to see my kid.
I'm not standing in your line.
Yeah. Right. And a lot of there was an audible. They said that what the kids know is there was a bad guy that came to this. I mean, it's kindergarten to 6th grade. These kids are young. There's a bad guy that came to the school, and then the good guys came, and there was a long, spontaneous round of applause for the police officers and everybody was in there. There's so many different jobs from the Red Cross, and I mean, but I can't imagine ever being in a situation like that, and anybody's reaction, whether it's anger or sadness or disconnection, I get. Yeah.
John Crist, thank you so much for your time and for opening up about something that was clearly very emotional and would be emotional for anyone in that room. If you missed just the first part of John's conversation, he was saying that he was one of the first people at this facility when he knew that this was the place where parents and children were going to be reunited. He's best friends with multiple families that have children at the school, and he came here immediately to just be a support for them and was able to share just so much of what happened inside that room. I mentioned to you guys earlier, media is not allowed in there. Media is not allowed. And so we have to rely on accounts like John's to understand what is going on inside places like that. And we are just so grateful. So thank you so much for taking the time for us today. You guys, I want to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Lauren, thank you. We just heard firsthand from a witness what happened in that reunification hall. We heard how parents were reacting. We heard he talked about the screams that he heard from parents in that hall.
And that went on for hours. It was not a slow process either. This was a long, grueling, heartbreaking process for people who were in that room and a part of that. Let's go to Jeremy Finley, our chief investigator. He is live again on Brightwood Avenue near the scene of a home that appears to be under investigation. Jeremy, what can you tell us? What are you learning in the last few minutes here?
Sure. So this is probably going to become one of the most important parts of this story this afternoon. We are live here on Brightwood Avenue. This road is blocked off. It's on 12 South. I'm going to swing over if we can and show you what's happening right now. So right now, members of the FBI, Metro Police, their SWAT team are all gathered in front of this house, 3005 Brightwood Avenue. According to public records, that is a home that is owned by the Hale family. According to NBC News is now citing multiple sources saying that the shooter is Audrey Hale. When you look at public records, Audrey Hale is noted as the daughter of the family who lives at this home, or at least owns this home. Here's what we understand, and again, I'm going to show you some video in just a moment of how this occurred. But what people in this area are saying is about 1:30 this afternoon, they heard a loud bang. And now I want to show you the video and let you listen to it as well about what they heard. Take a look. All right, that was it. You could hear it there. That boom is what people living on this street heard. They obviously came outside, and then we are told it was followed by 2 other explosions, sounding a little bit like perhaps a grenade going off or a soft grenade, something. And if you look at the front door of the house, it's a little hard to tell from our angle, but the front door of this house was blown in. Obviously, we now know that this house belongs to, according to public records, to the family by the name of the last name Hale. And again, NBC News, citing multiple law enforcement sources, are citing that the shooter is Audrey Hale. And according to public records, she lives at this home with her parents. Her parents own this home. We are told is that when people came out to hear that loud sound, they saw SWAT team members running in and then exiting with a substantial amount of smoke coming out. We have been speaking to people here on the scene, including a young man by the name of Bowen. Bowen lives right close, and you can listen in really quickly as to what he had to say about what he heard.
I just hear a loud boom, and I'm like, what was that? And I was just like, gotta go see that. And then I heard another one, and I was like, okay, I gotta go check this out just to see what was going on, what was going on. Yeah.
So what did you see when you walked out on the street?
So the first thing I saw was just everybody walking up here, just seeing what was going on, and then a lot of SWAT people, the big old cars, the FBI, it's crazy.
All right, so that was Bowen. Bowen lives nearby, just about a street or so over. When he heard this, he came outside, heard the explosions again, and then saw all the SWAT activity. As we said, we've been speaking to a lot of people out here who are good enough to kind of describe for us what they heard. Listen now to another witness that talked to us about what he heard.
That's what the police apparently said, that there was a connection. Apparently, there's a woman who lives there with a daughter in her 20s.
All right, another one of our very thankful Channel 4 viewers was able to give us that information. Also should cite the neighbors that gave us the video as well. We very much appreciate that because they are our eyes here on the scene to let us know. But again, if you're just now joining us, we are live on Brightwood Avenue. This is a street that has crime scene tape that is now blocking off both ends of this street. And you can see again the crowd of the FBI, the SWAT team, Metro Police officers, undercover detectives that forced their way into this home. One of the questions that I did ask the witnesses, did they see anybody leave the home when Metro Police or the SWAT team came through? Nobody said they saw anything. One of the witnesses says that he did speak secondhand to a police officer. That police officer was indicating that nobody was hurt in forcing their way into this home. So this is, as we say, going to be a very pivotal part of this story as police begin to unravel what happened with this school shooting. Again, we're in 12th Avenue South, which is not far away at all from the Covenant School where the school shooting happened today. We are still talking to people out here. Metro Police are here. I did ask the officer who is stationed here, and he said all we can tell you is that nobody can go in. We did watch one woman needed to get in. She got an escort just to get to her home. So the people on this street are not going to be walking up to their home anytime soon. A lot of things for us still to gather out here, but for now I'm going to throw it back to you, Marius and Amanda in the studio.
All right, Jeremy, we do want to come back to you because I have a few questions for you, but we do have some breaking news coming into the newsroom right now. The victims have been named in the school shooting, and among them is Catherine Kuntz, the headmistress of the Covenant School.
Yeah, I'll read you this tweet from Metro Nashville Police. The 6 victims fatally shot by the active shooter at Covenant School are identified as Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney, all age 9. Cynthia Peak, age 61, Catherine Kuntz, age 60, and Mike Hill, age 61.
And again, we are seeing a lot of people posting about Catherine Kuntz, the head of the school at the Covenant School, tributes online, but we were trepidatious about sharing that information. But now that it's been confirmed with Metro Nashville Police, we feel safe sharing that with you. But our just to think, 3 9-year-olds
wow,
killed in that school shooting today, along with 3 adults, including the head of the school, Catherine Kuntz.
It's hard to process. We've gotten a lot of information within the last half hour. We know the shooter's name is Audrey Hale. We know the residence of where the Hale family owned a home, 3005 Brightwood Avenue. We're trying to find out the very latest information that police are looking into. We know that they are supposed to have a press conference. They said about the 4 o'clock hour, so we're still waiting on that. And once they do have that press conference, we're going to bring it to you live.
We're going to keep digging to learn a little bit more about these victims that we're just sharing with you beyond what we've already shared. If we can go back out to Jeremy, he's at the scene where authorities are investigating the home of the suspected shooter, which it appears to be that home based on public records. Jeremy, have you had a chance to talk to neighbors about what they knew about Audrey Hale, who is apparently the suspected shooter in this case?
Yeah, man, it was the first question that I asked. The neighbors, the young men who live here, especially, are probably in their 20s. They rent here. They did not know who she was. There was another gentleman who owned on this street, and he said that they were aware that the family did have a daughter, and that while he was standing here, he heard that a babysitter arrived, or someone that described herself as a babysitter, and this woman was very distraught to hear that the police were at the home of Audrey Hale and her parents. We've been combing through the public records trying to get a little bit more information. It looks like the Hales own, of course, this house. We are told that Audrey lives here. Again, this is if you're just now joining us, this is where police used grenades to get inside the house just after 1:30 this afternoon. But again, that's the kind of questions, Amanda, that I was asking too. What do we know about this family? And as you can see, we're still several houses, about 3 or 4 houses away from the Hales home. So we haven't been able to speak to people who live right next door, just people who live further down the street. And as we all know, the closer you live to people, the more you know them a little bit more. But that's all I'm hearing right now about her.
Jeremy Finley reporting live from the scene at 3005 Brightwood Avenue. Jeremy, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you a little later.
We're going to show an image of the head of school, Dr. Catherine Kuntz. This is her. She was the head of the Covenant School for years, looks like since July 2016, so almost 7 years, according to her LinkedIn account. And she is one of the 6 people who was killed at the school today, one of the 6 victims, one of the 3 adults. And we're also learning the names of the 3 children who were killed as well.
Yeah, that information just came in. Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney, all 9-year-olds were killed in this incident, as well as Cynthia Peak, age 61, Mike Hill, age 61 as well, and of course Catherine Kuntz, the headmistress there at the Covenant School.
And this is something that will affect a lot of people. I mean, we know that Mrs. Kuntz has been in this community for years. I mean, she went to Vanderbilt University back in 1982, according to her LinkedIn. So this is somebody with deep roots within this community who likely touched many lives.
Thousands of lives.
Yeah.
She's been there a long time and senseless.
Okay, so we are waiting on an update from police. We know that a news conference is going to get underway here at any moment. You can see the setup is underway there, so we're anticipating that this should happen any moment now. As we continue to learn a little bit more, we expect police probably will address the situation that Jeremy has been covering for us on Brightwood Avenue, right there in the 12 South area, where we know the suspected shooter's family owns a home where there has been a lot of police activity. So we anticipate that police are going to kind of connect the dots for us in this news conference.
Yeah, hopefully they can shine a little bit more light on what we know and, like you said, connect some of the dots here. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. We know the parents that own the home were not there when police entered the home. So do police have contact with them? What they know? Yeah. There's still a lot, like as we said, a lot of questions that are unknown right now at this hour.
And it may be worth going back to Jeremy if that's possible, guys. I'm not sure if he's still available. Okay, he's not. We had seen the amount of officers and authorities standing outside of that home kind of grow within the last hour. And so the question is, are they pulling evidence out of the house? Have we seen them pull anything out of the house? Jeremy has been there kind of watching everything unfold, so he can probably provide a little bit more clarity as the day wears on, if we can touch base with him in a little bit here.
We know it's going to be a massive investigation. We know Metro Police are investigating. We know that the FBI, the TBI, is also investigating. We want to get you out to the press conference that's about to start right now. Let's listen in.
Press conference starts. When I get a timeline when that'll happen, I'll be sure to brief you on it. Okay?
All right. Sounds like they're still working to get that underway. So hasn't quite started yet. But they're going to make sure that we know what the timeline is so that we don't miss any important information. Just to keep you guys up to date at home, what's going on kind of behind the scenes, our entire newsroom is actively working to learn as much as possible about the suspected shooter, about what could potentially be playing out at that home in the 12 South neighborhood where we know there's a lot of police activity, trying to get more information about the suspected shooter. And then also the names of all of the victims have just been released within the last few minutes here, so our entire newsroom is working to learn as much as we can about each of the victims in this case.
Yeah, 6 families their lives have been destroyed. Their lives have been just turned upside down by what happened today. We just want to update you. We know that the shooter, NBC News is reporting that the shooter's name is Audrey Hale. We know that that shooter is 28 years old. We also know that that shooter may have been a student there at the Covenant School.
And we're also hearing from police about how that attack was carried out by the shooter, that she was armed with 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun, made entry through a side door, and immediately started shooting along that first floor. And as she made her way through the school up to the 2nd floor, continued with that shooting spree until she was eventually met by a team of 5 officers who went straight towards the gunfire once they showed up, engaged with that shooter, and delivered those fatal shots. 2 officers opened fire from that small group of 5 who were sent in to stop this. And we know that that happened within 14 minutes of getting the call for help. Police had made entry, found the shooter, and killed her. This, again, is the head of the school, the head of Covenant School, Catherine Kuntz, who we have just learned or confirmed through police is among the 6 victims.
Yeah, she was, like you said, the head mistress there. We also know 2 other staff members also lost their lives in this shooting, as well as 3 children. We can tell you that all of the kids that go to school there have been reunited with their families, which is a great thing. But a lot of families devastated at this hour. A lot of people knew the staff. They knew the headmistress, Mrs. Kuntz. They knew kids that were affected by this tragedy. And a collective hug for that community right now. A lot of prayer vigils going on tonight, praying for these families, praying for these communities that have just been rocked by what happened today.
This is some of the video of the aftermath of this situation. So we're looking at school buses carrying children away from the Covenant School to Woodmont Baptist Church, and you can see a lot of them coming to load up. I believe this is a video of them loading up there because they left the Burton Hills campus to go to the reunification site. And there were 6 buses full of children who were taken from the school, and with, in some cases, armed officers on board the bus with them to ensure their safety on that route. They were also escorted by law enforcement emergency vehicles. So it almost looked like a presidential motorcade of sorts, where they had multiple emergency vehicles on the front end of the school buses and then on the back end as well, to just ensure their safety on that journey to the reunification.
Yeah, and we're seeing video of families being reunited with their kids who have experienced just a traumatic day. You know, the kids are innocent, and a lot of innocence lost today.
Yeah. We talk about some of the victims. We do have all of the names of those 6 victims confirmed, both the 3 9-year-olds and the 3 adults. And so we've told you that we have identified one of the adult victims is Catherine Kuntz, the head of school at the Covenant School. We're learning, though, just by looking over the school's website, that the other 2 adults are not listed on the staff directory page for the school's website. So it's unclear, you know, maybe they were hired on later and they didn't have their names on the website, or maybe they were volunteers, or perhaps parents or workers who weren't necessarily faculty.
But rest assured, we are getting the very latest information. We're asking questions. We're trying to figure out what happened, trying to piece this all together for you.
All right, let's take Marissa live. I think she's standing by the news conference.
Stand by.
All right, Marissa, if you can hear us, we're ready for you.
Hey, Marissa, hey, Amanda, sorry about that. But yeah, we are just out here at the media staging area. We're waiting for a presser from Metro Police. They told us it would be around 4 o'clock, but we're still trying to wait right now. We might be hearing, they might be announcing the names of those victims and everything else that they've learned up to this point. But the last time we talked with them, we heard from the TBI director, we heard from Nashville Fire, we heard from Metro Police, and they were talking about how they're banding together for this investigation. As we keep saying, there's still many questions here. We are starting to see some answers. We're starting to see those names come through. I know a lot of people have been waiting for those all day, and the ages and everyone involved with this. But once we do get that information, we will bring that to you, and hopefully it'll be here in just the next couple of minutes. Marius, Amanda.
Marissa Sulik, thank you so much. She's, as we said, we're standing by, waiting for that press conference to get the very latest information from Metro PD. I'm sure they're going to confirm the names that we already have of the 6 victims that have lost their lives.
Yeah, for people who are just joining us, an active shooter situation unfolded at a school in Green Hills this morning around 10 o'clock, 10:15, somewhere in that window. 3 children, all 9 years old, and then 3 adults, including the head of the school, were killed in that shooting. And now there is another scene unfolding that we believe is likely connected to that active shooter situation. Police have gathered at a home in the 12 South neighborhood.
Yes, it's 3005 Brightwood Avenue. We know there's a large police presence there. We also know that police used flashbangs to enter that home, kind of blew the front door off of that home. We know the person that lives there has the last name of Hale. We also know that NBC News is reporting that the shooter, the alleged shooter in this, is a 28-year-old woman by the name of Audrey Hale.
And that woman was a former student at the Covenant School where the shooting unfolded this morning. These are some of those flashbangs going off at the home where public records show her family either lived or at least owned. This is right off Belmont Boulevard in the 12 South area. And neighbors have been describing for us all afternoon what's been unfolding at this home. We know that the FBI is there, along with undercover officers, SWAT team members, making entry into that house. And we assume it's for the purpose of gathering and collecting evidence that could help answer some more of those questions in relation to the shooting this morning.
And that's what a lot of people have right now, questions, a lot of unanswered questions. You and I are both on our cell phones trying to get the very latest, talking to sources to figure out what they know. But right now, we're also still waiting for a press conference from Metro Police to give us the very latest on what they've found out about the shooter in this case, the victims in this case, and any of the latest information that they have.
And we have heard from Jeremy Finley, our chief investigator, who has been digging into the investigation underway at the shooter's house. We've heard from him talking to some neighbors in the area that, yes, you know, a family lived there with their daughter, but not really getting a good sense for how that family was perceived or received among neighbors.
Yeah, a lot of neighbors really don't know right now, and a lot of neighbors might not be home right now, or even have put the connection is our neighbor is the one, or our neighborhood is being searched right now in connection with this shooting. A lot of people may not have put that together if they're at work right now.
Right, exactly. All right, Courtney Allen has been covering this all day for us, predominantly live from the scene. Courtney, what's the latest at this hour from where you are?
Marius, Amanda, the latest is that they have finally reopened the road back leading to the school. I'm going to step out of the way so you can take a look. This is the entrance to the school, Covenant Presbyterian Church. It goes up to the Covenant School. You can see a Metro Police car that is sitting there blocking actual entrance to the school, the driveway, and a Toyota Land Cruiser backing up now. They have not been letting anyone in or out of the school, and I know that that's a big question a lot of people have, is how the suspected shooter, which NBC News has identified as Audrey Hale, how she got in. I know that Metro Police are saying that she went in through a side entrance, made her way through 2 stories of the school, killing 6 people along the way. One of them, well, all of them have been identified now, but one we know was the head of the school, 61-year-old Catherine Kuntz. That's a big question that I know Metro Police are working to identify. Hopefully we get some of those answers in the upcoming news conference. But other than that, right now, there's not a lot going on in terms of families out here, right? That's something that we saw right when we got out here, was this area was swarmed with families, parents driving to the school, trying to make sure that their children are okay. Right now, the only people who are really on scene is law enforcement as well as the media. There's many news crews here trying to cover every single angle of this story, as are we, and we're working to get you the very latest information on this. When we have more updates from the scene, we'll bring it to you. Marius, Amanda.
All right, Courtney, reporting live for us at this hour. Courtney, thank you. We're still just trying to learn as much as we can about some of the victims. We know that police have now officially come forward and named them. And here are their names. 3 9-year-old children, Evelyn Deekhouse, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney. We also know that 3 adults were killed in this shooting this morning at the Covenant School. Their names are Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, and Catherine Kuntz. We are learning that Catherine Kuntz was the head of the school. She's been there, according to her LinkedIn page, since 2016. And before that was at Christ Presbyterian Academy, all the way back in 1982, went to Vanderbilt University. So we're talking about a woman with deep ties and connections to the community whose passing will no doubt affect so many people.
A lot of people will, they've already started coming forth, expressing condolences and talking about how Mrs. Kuntz touched the lives of many people in this community.
Yeah, I've been getting messages on my phone saying I knew her, my friends knew her, and what an incredible and special person, and we no doubt expect those messages to continue. If you're just joining us, we've been waiting for the past 15 minutes or so for this updated news briefing that was supposed to happen around 4. This is a live look for you. You can see all the crews appear to be set up and ready to learn as much as possible about where investigators are now at in their investigation as these new developments at the suspected shooter's family home are unfolding. So we're expecting them to kind of piece all of this together. Don Aaron is approaching the podium now, so let's see if he's ready to start.
At this point, we're going to hear from Mayor John Cooper. Chief Drake is also here, as well as Chief Swan and District Attorney Funk. At this time, Mayor John Cooper.
Well, thank you, Don. Laura and I want to express our grief and our city's grief on this unexpected day, this worst day. But let us love each other and support each other and hug each other and pray for each other and pray for our families. But also let us praise our first responders. 14 minutes, I believe under fire, running to gunfire. And then I want to thank the seamless response for federal and state authorities from our police and fire department. So this morning I was in Boston to see my own son's sporting event, and now I am overwhelmed at the thought of the loss of these families, of the future lost by these children and their families. And the leading cause of kids get death now is guns and gunfire. And that is unacceptable. But I want to thank the fast response of our officers. Guns are quick. They don't give you much time. So even in a remarkably fast response, there was not enough time. And those guns stole precious lives from us today in Nashville. And in this dark hour, let us support each other. Let us go and hug our children a little bit closer tonight. And thank you all for being here, and I want to ask Chief Drake to come and give us an update.
Thank you, Mayor Cooper. Again, thank you all for being here. Just an update from today's press conference. We've identified the shooter as Audrey Hale, a 28-year-old female that lived in the Nashville area. We have investigations ongoing now at the residence on Brightwood Avenue. And we have made contact with the father that lived at that residence and are putting together more information. We've also determined there were maps drawn of the school in detail of surveillance, entry points, etc. We know and believe that entry was gained through shooting through one of the doors is how they actually got into the school. I want to take the time to at least say, and I won't say the victims' names, I'll let Don say that, but out of the 6 victims, 3 adults, 3 of those were children. 2 of them were age 9. 1 was 8, about to be 9. All the families have been contacted. The victims' families have been contacted as well. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family. When we send our kids to school or to any place of safety, we expect them to live, learn, have fun, and come back from that day's experience. We don't anticipate things like this. And I want to say thank you to our partners, to Chief Swan, to Glenn Funk, to our mayor for his support, to our federal partners. But also I want to say thank you to our first responders who got there and immediately went in and addressed the threat of someone that had multiple rounds of ammunition, prepared for a confrontation with law enforcement, prepared to do more harm than was actually done, and we were able to stop the threat, and unfortunately 6 victims. So my thoughts and prayers again, but the praise go to the men and women. As I've said before, we will not wait. I was hoping this day would never ever come here in this city, but we would never wait to make entry and to go in and to stop a threat, especially when it deals with our children. So thank you. They're not. Just me. They're not saying anything.
I'm going to go over the victims' names with you now. The 3 9-year-olds who were killed: Evelyn Dickhouse, William Kenny, Hallie Scruggs. 3 adults: Mike Hill, a custodian, age 61, Cynthia Peak, to my understanding, a substitute teacher, age 61, and Catherine Kuntz, age 60. As Chief Drake said, we have identified the active shooter as Audrey Elizabeth Hale, age 28. We'll take just a few questions if you have any.
Don, do we believe that she was a former student at the school?
Yes, we do. Chief, you want to address that?
Yes, from our investigations tell us that she was a former student at the school. I don't know what grade she's attended or grades, but we do firmly believe she was a student there.
Did she identify as transgender?
She does identify as transgender, yes.
Is there any reason to believe the shooter first went to the church before going to the school?
I can't give you that information. Should we know that the minute the calls came in, we responded to the church, so to the school.
To the school?
Yeah.
Did you have was there 2 officers that went in when they first got there? Do you know how many there was when they first intervened?
So it was 5 officers that immediately went in and addressed. We have video that we're going to release, but you can see in the video, you can hear gunfire going on as they're in the school. They address the threat and take that threat down.
And Chief, what do we know about her weapons?
So we know there were 2 AR-style weapons, one a rifle, another was an AR-style pistol, and the other was a handgun. We believe 2 of those may have been obtained legally, locally here.
Can you confirm that one of the adult victims, Catherine Kuntz, was head of the school?
Was what?
Was head of the school?
There was some, I don't know her exact capacity within the school, but it was higher up in the echelon.
And were any of the children victims related to any of the school staff?
Unsure. I believe one may have been, but I can't confirm that.
Did the shooter have any criminal history at all?
No history at all.
And no motive at this point? Anything discovered in the apartment or house?
No, we have a manifesto. We have some writings that we're going over that pertain to this date, the actual incident. We have a map drawn out of how this was all going to take place. There's right now a theory of that we may be able to talk about later, but it's not confirmed. And so we'll we'll put that out as soon as we can.
And Chief, is there any reason to believe that how she identifies who and why?
I'm sorry, I'm not someone's mic over. I didn't hear you say that again, sir.
Is there any reason to believe that how she identifies has any motive for targeting the school?
We can give you that at a later time. There is some theory to that. We're investigating all the leads, and once we know exactly, we'll let you know.
So was this a targeted attack?
It was.
Do we know about a history of mental man or woman?
Don't know any history of mental illness at this time, but we are looking at that as the investigation is ongoing. And I'm sorry.
She identifies as a transgender man or woman?
It's a woman.
Was this the only school that was targeted?
It was the only school that was targeted. There was another location that was mentioned, but because of a threat assessment by the suspect, too much security, they decided not to. And that area was here in Nashville, so we're continuing with that investigation as well. Right now, we believe it's a lone assailant, and we don't anticipate any further damage at this time, but we're still investigating.
The Brightwood address, she lived there with her parents? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
So the scene is going to be processed throughout the night, probably into tomorrow. This is an extensive scene. As you know, she entered the building, which is one structure. The church and the school are in one building. She entered on the lower floor. There were shots fired on the lower floor before she went to the upper level. And it was on the upper level where she was confronted by police and killed. So understand the scene processing will take place over at least 2 days, today and tomorrow. And we'll have more details for you, including the release of video, perhaps tonight, but if not tonight, certainly tomorrow. Thank you.
Looks like Metro Police are wrapping up their news conference there, and a couple of things stand out, so we are definitely learning more here. They have identified the shooter as Audrey Hale, a 28-year-old female. They say that they have found in her family home maps indicating entry points to the school and a manifesto of sorts about what was supposed to unfold or what did unfold today, and that they do have a working theory on a motive, but they're not yet ready to release that.
They also have video that they're going to release as well. He says up to 2 days, maybe tonight, if not at earliest tomorrow morning, they're going to release that video. They also said that it was a lone assailant, just one person with a manifesto that did these crimes.
And they do say that this is a targeted attack. They have made contact with the suspected shooter's father. Apparently, they all live together at this home that we've been bringing you live reports from. Our chief investigator, Jeremy Finley, has been telling us about some of the activity unfolding at that location in the 12 South neighborhood. And so they have made contact with the father who lived at the home. They're hoping that they can learn a little bit more through interviews with the dad. But we've also learned a little bit more about the other adult victims in this case.
Yeah, we know that Mike Hill, 61, was a custodian at the school. We also know that Cynthia Peak, also age 61, was a substitute teacher there, two of the adult victims that passed away.
This is just a lot to digest. So if you're just joining us, we have been following all day a shooting that unfolded at the Covenant School. It's pre-K through 6th grade in Green Hills, a private school. 3 children, all age 9. One of them was about to turn 9, are dead in this shooting, and 3 adults as well, including the head of the school.
We know their names. I'll give them to you now. Evelyn Dickhouse, age 9. Haley Scruggs, 9 years old. William Kinney, also 9. Mike Hill, the custodian we talked about, was 61 years of age. Cynthia Peak, the substitute teacher that was there today, 61 years old. And Catherine Kuntz, the head mistress, there, 60 years old.
And we know a lot of families are going to be faced with a really difficult task if they haven't already been faced with it yet today. How do I talk to my own children about what happened? How do we have those conversations? And more importantly, how do I support them? And this is something that Joylyn Bukovac, one of our reporters who has been covering this for us all morning long, has a pretty close connection to. She's been through this before herself.
Yeah, Joylyn, we want to send it out to you. And I mean, you can put a perspective on this that a lot of us just can't even grasp.
Yeah, I was actually in middle school whenever I experienced my school shooting that happened. It happened about 13 years ago. And it's a shame that this is a conversation that we need to talk about. It was Discovery Middle School, what you're seeing on your screen right there. And I was in 8th grade at the time, and a student opened fire during break. I was in that hallway, and one of my peers was shot and killed, unfortunately. I think about him and his family often. My prayers are constantly with them, and it's something that I relive pretty often. It's something that sticks with you. And just going through that shock as well, whenever you hear shots ring out at a school, a place that you're supposed to feel safe, my mind didn't even go to shots fired at first. I thought a balloon popped. And then once people were yelling, he's been shot, and sure enough, one of my peers was on the ground, I knew, you know, this was getting serious. We needed to hide, we needed to get away, we needed to do something. So I hid underneath the risers of my choir class, and my teacher made sure to take our phones, turn them off, and it was really tough. The unknowns is what was really tough. I wanted to tell my family. I tried to call my mom, and I scared her since she wasn't able to, she missed my call and wasn't able to contact me back. And I really wanted to tell them that I love them, and I didn't know what was going to unfold. I didn't know where the shooter was. So that was terrifying, and just the shock that's running through your body, it's tough to describe. So my heart and prayers with the family. Now, as parents, I'm a parent now myself, and it's really, really tough for parents to walk their children through this. Don't be surprised if your child is in shock and don't want to talk right now, and that's okay. Just open up that line of communication and let them approach you when they're ready. So that's what's really important for these families to keep in mind. And if anyone needs anything, you can contact me. I'd be happy to help.
All right, and that worked for you. So Joylyn trying to pass along some advice from being in these students' shoes to what helped her. Maybe this is something that could help your children at home, just to have those conversations. Joylyn, thanks.
Well, we want to get you back out to our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley. Jeremy, what have you learned since we've last seen you, especially after police have started connecting some of the dots with this Hale home?
Yeah, we're understanding a lot more, Marius, about what happened here this afternoon. So what we know for certain is that around 1:30 this afternoon, police came here to this neighborhood. We're on Brightwood Avenue in the 12 South area. I'm going to show you why police came here. They came here for the house that you're seeing there, 3005 Brightwood Avenue. That is the home of the Hale family. The news conference just confirmed that the family living there is the Hale family, and that Audrey Hale, the now named shooter at the Covenant School, lived in this home. We do have video of what happened, but more importantly, we have eyewitnesses that were here to describe to us exactly what happened. They said about 1:30 they heard what sounded like a flash bomb or a grenade go off at this house. And if you look closely at the door, again from this angle, it isn't great to see, but you can see that the front door of the home was blown apart. Witnesses then tell us that SWAT team members of the FBI, then entered the home. More explosions went off inside. From what we are told from witnesses, that it did not appear that anyone was home, that no one came out at that time, but the police presence here was extremely heavy. We're going to pan right over now so you can see the number of law enforcement that are standing out on the street right now. This is just a fraction of what we've seen. At one time, I counted about 20 different officers who are out here. The FBI is here. The Metro Police is here. Members of the SWAT team are here. Again, all part of the team that descended here at 3005 Brightwood Avenue for the Hale home. The home we now know belongs to the school shooter, identified by police as Audrey Hale. Other things that we know for certain is that we are not far from the Covenant School at all. In fact, if Audrey Hale attended school while she was living at this home, it would make sense, very close proximity-wise. We have spoken with several witnesses, but as you can see, we are blocked off. This end of the Brightwood is blocked off. The other end is blocked off, so we haven't been able to get in close I'm going to direct my partner, Jason, to pan over again so you can see. This is what police officers have been doing throughout the afternoon. They've been, it looks like that they are reviewing some kind of plans. It's hard for me to see because of where the truck is, where a truck is located in the mailbox, but I'm actually going to walk onto the other side here and see. It looks like they've got some kind of table set up or something where they can review again plans that they are going over, maybe some details about what they found inside, but they keep coming back to that section and looking at what it is. Right now, a member of the SWAT team just walked into the home, again, through that shattered front door that was, there's an individual standing there as well that just came out. But this is going to be a major focus of this criminal investigation. This is identified by police as the home where the shooter lived. This is, they're going to be going through everything that is inside this home. And obviously, because they had to use flash grenades, they had to use explosives to get into the home, obviously there was no way that they could wait. And I will tell you that a short while ago, WSMV4 Investigates aired a story about new technology that is available now to schools, talking about how quickly police can move into classrooms. Research for that story, I was able to read through the Uvalde investigation, and one of the major complaints found about how response was done at that school was that how long police waited to confront the shooter in Uvalde. Obviously, you heard Chief Drake say today they did not wait. They immediately went into that room and risking their lives, no doubt. So that's a key difference between what happened in Uvalde and what happened here. This is also explains why so quickly police came to this house once she was identified as a suspect and then used every means necessary to get inside the house. Question is, was anybody home at the time? We obviously don't know. We're waiting to get more of that information. But it's what's inside that house that is going to be key for police. This is where she lived, according to police. This is where whatever information that she was gathering or whatever details she had. We know that she was a prior student of the school. We don't know much about her, but we are investigating at this moment to try and get more information. But you can see now that the police officers are once again, and the SWAT team members are going inside the house, trying to get as many details as they can. Using a flash grenade like that, they know what they risk. They know that they risk damaging anything inside just to get inside, but these men and women are professionals, and they know that if they have to get inside, they have to get in quick. We also hear from witnesses that they had heard repeated explosions inside. So it is unclear if they needed to try to get into other locations. We hope to get some more information about that in the next press briefing. Cars coming through this neighborhood right now, pulling right up in front. You heard it just then. That was the sound that police and witnesses described hearing was that sound, that loud pop, and it was so loud. Several of the witnesses that we spoke with said that they could feel it throughout all of the houses in the neighborhood. It was that strong coming through the neighborhood. That's how strong it was. Looks like now we've had a car that's just pulled up out front. We're unclear why, if that is another member of the law enforcement or who that is. We're waiting to find out. But this has been a very busy location throughout the afternoon. It happened about 1:30 this afternoon. And from that point on, people started hearing the explosions from the flash grenades or soft grenades, whatever they used. We hope to find that out in just a moment from what exactly they used, but the witnesses were all very clear in how loud it was, the force of what it was. I have been able to ask several of the witnesses if they knew Audrey Hale, if they knew the family. All of the people we've spoken to so far live farther down the street, so the folks that live a little bit closer, they have not. I'm watching out of the corner of my eye and seeing law enforcement still standing outside, but many of them are now inside the house. undercover detectives as well as there, so we're trying to be respectful and not show many of their identities if we can avoid that. But again, this is going to become, sadly, one of the ground zeros in this investigation. Obviously, Covenant School is going to be the major location, but this is where they're going to get a lot of their answers. And in the next hours and days, as we try to understand who this young woman was and why she did this, and this house is going to be a key part of that. We got a lot more questions to ask and a lot more answers to find out. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to you all.
Jeremy, just a quick question before we let you go. I mean, we are hearing some interesting details confirmed by police within this latest news briefing. They're talking about maps that detailed entry points into the school and a manifesto of sorts that they were able to find, and that they have been able to make contact with the father. Have you seen police walking out of this family home with evidence of any kind? Usually you kind of see them coming in and going.
Sure, absolutely. And that's what we've been watching, too. We've been watching to see, and we're still at a pretty good distance. So if we can zoom in with our lenses, we can see a little bit closer. But from where we're being kept back with the crime scene tape, it's still, several yards away from us to be able to see if they're bringing anything out. But we know this for certain. No people have come out of this house that weren't law enforcement. Again, they seem to be gathering in the front at a table there. We're not seeing them haul out equipment, anything like that at this point. That would be something that we're obviously waiting on to see if they're going to bring this in for their own crime lab, perhaps work with a TBI crime lab to try to analyze whatever's inside. But you're right about that. That is going to be a key part of this. If there is a manifesto that gives any type of descriptions, obviously, if this woman, if Audrey Hale attended this school, then she knows it well and would know where to go in, even if she hadn't been a member of the school for some time. And obviously, if they haven't been able to reach the father, if they haven't been able to reach any family members, then they really had no choice but to go inside and use those flash grenades or soft grenades to try and get inside. So we'll be very interested to try and get some more information about what they're finding out inside the house, what they're going to potentially be bringing outside of the house. All of that information is going to be key in the next couple hours, guys.
Jeremy, we talked about the manifesto, we talked about the maps, we talked about the date, this specific date. Chief Drake told us that this was a targeted shooting. I guess one of the main focuses of this investigation is who Audrey Hale may have been targeting.
Right, and I think that obviously that's the question that everyone's going to ask, right? I mean, of course, everyone's going to be grieving for so long as a result of this, but it is human nature for us to say why. Why did this happen? Why did the woman who lives at this home, 28 years old, a graduate of this school, why would she do this to the school that she attended? What sparked her to take this action? What happened inside that house? If any of it had to do with her mental state, we don't know. All we can go on at this point is public records showing that her parents owned the home, that they do have a daughter by the name of Audrey. We were able to confirm that before the news conference. And all of the people that we're speaking with, again, on this side of the crime scene tape, a little bit further down the street, they don't know the family. But you can see that this is a really sweet neighborhood. Right across the street is a house with a child's play toys outside. There's a golf cart right up here. This is a really sweet neighborhood where, people live their lives day in and day out. There's a number of renters here as well. But we're hearing children playing in the background as we've been standing here reporting. So this is a very residential area. And, there's a good chance that people may have known them, especially if they have lived here for some time. We have seen very few neighbors come out of any of these houses, but a lot of people standing here with the rest of us just trying to get some information. Because as you said, Marius, that's the key we're going to be asking ourselves over and over again is why? Why would this happen? And when you research school shootings, as we have done for our prior investigations, you will see that a 28-year-old woman is not the usual MO. you know, not that matters at all in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, this is, listening to what Chief Drake said, is that he kept hoping that this wasn't ever going to happen here. And now it has. And now we not only have the Covenant School that we're watching, and of course Woodmont Baptist Church where the reunification was happening, but now we're also watching this neighborhood, this street on Brightwood Avenue in 12 South, where the shooter lived. And we don't know if she lived there alone. We don't know if her parents lived here with her. We only know what the property records show, which is that they owned the house. So we are hoping to get some more information exactly about what happened here, what may be inside that house in the coming hours. Marius.
Jeremy Finley, thank you so much. Jeremy has been on scene all morning covering this for us, getting the very latest information, and we're going to be heading back out to him shortly as he digs or as he finds more information.
I mean, that's kind of the place to start if you want to know more about the suspected shooter. You kind of go to where they live. Your neighbors typically know a lot about you, and so that's where he is trying to get information as we work to learn a little bit more. We want to take you back in time to hear a little bit more from Chief Drake, who addressed the media just moments ago and revealed some pretty interesting new information about a manifesto, a map that they found that had detailed different entry points into the school.
Yes, we have identified the suspect. It's a 28-year-old female white, actually a Nashvilleian or lives in the Nashville area. We are having ongoing investigation as it pertains to her at this time. From my initial findings is that at one point she was a student at that school, but unsure what year, all of that. But that's what I've been told so far.
And in the most recent news conference within the last few minutes, he also gave us a little bit more insight, right?
Yes.
About how she made entry through the side door at the school.
Yeah, we know that she shot the door, and that's how it became open to get into that school. She started on the bottom floor, worked her way up to the top, and that's where she was engaged by a couple of Metro police officers.
That makes you think that if you couldn't just open it with your hand, it was probably locked, if you had to go to a gun to get it open.
Yeah, and we want to let you know that this school had gone through active shooter protocols, so they were doing the right thing initially by having those doors locked.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the victims, because we are just getting new information. So if you're just joining us, we're getting a better understanding of who they are. Cynthia Peak was a substitute teacher in her 60s. She was killed this morning. Mike Hill was a custodian at the school, also in his 60s. He was also killed. And the head of the school, Catherine Kuntz, died as well.
We know 3 9-year-olds also lost their lives. Evelyn Dickhouse was 9. Haley Scruggs, also 9, and William Kinney, 3 victims, 9-year-olds, in this devastating shooting.
And police say they believe that this was a targeted attack, and it just is so difficult to wrap your mind around who targets children, right?
Yeah, and that's a question that police are trying to get answers to right now. A lot of people scratching their heads. We do know that they have a lot of evidence that they're going through right now, including the manifesto. There's maps, a detailed map of the school drawn out. We know that this, once again, was a targeted attack. We just don't know who was targeted and why they were targeted.
As you can imagine, we are hearing from elected officials, from the mayor to the governor, even the president of our country. Governor Bill Lee issued a statement earlier today, as did the mayor. Basically, everybody's standing in solidarity with the victims and keeping them close in their thoughts.
Yeah, you think of community. You know, whenever tragedy happens, people talk about community. And I've been to Nashville a couple of years, but I've seen this community just jump into action when tragedy strikes, and this community is going to wrap its arms around those families and just hold them tight.
And we know that there's at least one vigil that is planned for this evening. We're still working to figure out if that's public or not, so we're not sharing all of the details just yet to be respectful of their privacy. Oh, okay, sorry, our producer's just talking to us in our ear. There's one at Marathon Music Works that we are going to go ahead and let you know about. That's happening tonight, and it sounds the doors open at 6:30, and it sounds like that is open to the public. We know that the Red Cross is offering counseling to people who feel like they may need that as a resource, because you have to think about all the people that this affects.
Yeah, we've talked to therapists today about how you talk to your kids about the situation that just occurred. You know, even the president talked about post-traumatic stress disorder and how mental illness or mental health is huge for these kids that some watched, as they said, the bad man shooting from the window as they hid in a wooded area. These kids are going to be affected by this trauma.
Yeah. Here's one of the other vigils that we're learning about. This is going to be one happening in Mount Juliet at the Mount Juliet Clock Tower there, and that looks like it's going to happen at 6:30 for you, and that folks are allowed to attend that if you want to pray for these families and show support for them as well.
We want to talk about how this all started. It was 10:13 in the morning when they first got the call that an active aggressor was at Covenant School. We know it took a matter of 14 minutes from 10:13 to 10:27 when they announced that that shooter had been deceased.
And, you know, we were hearing from the mayor, Mayor Cooper, and he said they responded so quickly to this, it wasn't enough time.
Yeah.
The damage had been done. That's not to say that they didn't prevent even more damage with that swift response, but he said, let us hug our children a little closer tonight.
You think about the response times, you know, you said it wasn't fast enough, and they did what was right. The doors were locked.
Right.
This shooter shot a door open to get inside the school.
So scary. We're also learning new details from police that they have recovered maps that indicated entry points into the school. Now, remember, this is a former student at the school who police say carried out this attack. So they have been able to find a map that was drawn, some sort of manifesto detailing what was planned for today, which is just troubling.
Yeah. And, you know, in situations like this, as minutes go by, more information comes out, I'm sure Metro Nashville Police will have another update, and we're going to learn more information, and maybe they can start answering some of the questions as to why and putting some of the pieces of this puzzle back together for us.
And we know that this has just been a grueling day for parents. Parents who rushed to the school trying to see if their children were there, were okay, and then were told to go to this reunification center at Woodmont Baptist Church. And then they were gathered there in the sanctuary for hours, and that began the second phase of that grueling process of trying to figure out, are my children safe? And it was a one-by-one kind of situation that took hours. This was not immediate for families like you would think in your mind, that they showed up there and ran to their children. They were kind of held at bay while everything was sorted out, and families and children were reunited kind of one by one. And this is video that we have from inside of that sanctuary where the parents were being held while school officials were preparing to kind of match everyone back together.
Yeah, we heard from one of the witnesses that our Lauren Lowry spoke to was there, one of the first people on scene at that reunification. He talked about how it was just chaos, people running in, people getting text messages. Some of the text messages weren't true, some of them were true. Parents worried about their kids, worried whether or not they were safe, or just a lot of chaos that was going on at the reunification center.
And we've been hearing all day from parents, not necessarily parents at this school, but parents at nearby schools who kind of watched from a distance all of this unfolding, and how that resonated with the parent inside of them.
Yeah, and as parents, we both are parents, and it's hard to tell stories like this because you oftentimes put yourself in that position. I see me walking my daughter away from a school like that, and it's tough.
Yeah,
it's tough.
This is one of the women that we spoke with. She's a parent, but not of a student at the Covenant School.
There was so many police cars, and then the ambulances started coming away from the school, and that's when I had heard there was a school shooting, and it's just, there's no words.
No words.
Just so frightening and so unimaginable. We also spoke with a woman whose mother was a teacher inside of the school who managed to survive.
And she said she was hiding in the closet and that there was shooting all over and that they had potentially tried to get into her room and just that she loved us and that they could just hear shooting all over the school. Even though I was hearing from her, we didn't really know if she was safe, but just getting that initial phone call that she was okay, it obviously brings a ton of relief, but you're still hurting for the people out there that might not, get that call.
Imagine getting that call from your parents that they're in a closet because there's an active shooter situation at their school.
And getting that, what you're not sure whether or not it will be the final message from your loved one.
Yeah.
In that case, your own mother. Just incredible stories of survival and unimaginable stories of loss that we're hearing today.
And here's what we know about the shooter, 28-year-old Audrey Hale. We know that she was a former student of Covenant School. We know that they have found a manifesto, they found writings, they found a detailed map of Covenant School, and they know that this was a targeted shooting.
The big question, though, why, right? Why go to such great lengths to develop a plan, and why target a school? And so the chief in a news conference a few moments ago was saying, look, we've got a working theory here about the why. We're not ready to release it, but it sounds like they are inching closer in their investigation to answering some of these fundamental questions that we've been asking for hours.
And we also know that there is video that police have of this incident. They said they were going to try to release it at some point today, if not today, tomorrow morning, and that will give us more insight as to what went on at Covenant School today.
And certainly give them more insight into the approach of the attack, the carrying out of that attack, and the response to that attack.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of people on social media thanking first responders of how they responded to that attack. I remember after the Uvalde school shooting, listening to an interview with Tracy Cornett and Chief Drake, and there was a lot of controversy about how police responded in Uvalde. And Chief Drake said that his officers are trained to go right in, to confront that shooter right then and there, and it looks like that's exactly what happened here.
And that was the overarching message that we heard from the police department today. Every opportunity they had, they were hammering home this point that we got there, we heard gunfire, and we sent a team of 5 directly towards that gunfire. There was no hesitation. They say that their response was immediate and pointed. When we talk about the timeline of response, they got the call at 5:13, and we've played a little bit of those initial calls for help for you. They got the call at 5:13.
10:13.
Excuse me, 10:13. They got the call at 10:13, and within 14 minutes, officers were there, and they had shot and killed the suspected shooter.
And what we do know is that the doors of Covenant School were locked at the time. We know the shooter shot through one of the doors, and that's how she entered that school. We also know that the school had gone through active shooter protocol, so they were preparing for a situation like this.
And this is some of the other remarkable video that we've been seeing today. You know, it was just interesting to see the dichotomy between children who weren't really quite sure of the magnitude or gravity of the situation, and then other children who it was clear that they had experienced some sort of trauma, immediate trauma, understood.
Yeah, this is a school, a very small school, a very intimate school. 209 students there, 42 faculty and staff there, so it's a very small community.
Yeah, let's talk about the victims if you're just joining us, so we can share some of that new information with you as well. We know 3 adults were killed and 3 children about 9 years old were all killed as well. And 3 of the adults were staff members. So Cynthia Peak was a substitute teacher. Mike Hill was a custodian at the school. And then the head of schools, Catherine Kuntz, was killed as well.
We also know 3 9-year-olds, which is, you never want to say this on TV, but 3 9-year-olds also lost their lives. Evelyn Dickhouse, Haley Scruggs, as well as William Kinney.
No doubt, everyone involved in this scenario today has experienced some sort of trauma. We know that the Red Cross is offering counseling and help. And then we know that there are a few different vigils that are scheduled for tonight. So one is happening at the Mount Juliet Clock Tower at 6:30 for anyone who wants to go. And then there's one other one.
Marathon Music at 6:30 as well. So this community is going to come together and wrap their arms around these families. A lot of people are trying to process what went on today. They're asking themselves, why here? Why would this happen to us?
I told my husband what was going on because he had to go out of town for the day, and he was just shocked. I mean, and I think that's the resounding reaction, is just shock that this happens other places.
Yeah.
And now it's here.
I was recently out of the country and speaking to some people over in Italy, and I asked them what they knew about the country. And they said gun violence. That was the first thing they knew about our country. And it hit me there, and now it's hitting me at a different level today.
Well, and this has just been a tough day, and that's gone on for hours and hours, even for families whose children were safe, because there was a period of time where they just didn't know. They had to go to the reunification site and wait, and it was a slow, grueling process, as we heard from people who were inside that sanctuary watching it unfold.
Yeah, at one point, only 9 families, and this is after hours, only 9 families had been reunified or gotten back together, reunited, if you will. But now all the families have been reunited, and I guess parents are hugging their kiddos a little tighter tonight as we still try to process what happened at Covenant School today. Well, right now, new WSMV 4 at 5 starts right now.
We're going to continue to bring you coverage throughout the next few hours here on the heels of the latest mass shooting, this one happening right in our own backyard.
3 young children, 3 adults were gunned down inside their Christian school on what should have been an ordinary Monday.
We've been bringing you live coverage since about 10:30 this morning as it's developed. We're going to continue to stay on top of this story, bringing the very latest here on air and in the WSMV4 News app.
And team coverage continues right now. Again, we know 3 children and 3 adults were shot and killed by a 28-year-old Nashville woman. NBC News has identified that woman as Audrey Hale. She was shot and killed by police.
Well, police say the suspect entered the school through a side door, that she used a gun to shoot open the door. They say she had 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun. Now, when officers arrived, they said they heard shots coming from the 2nd floor. That's where they confronted the woman, and 2 officers fired shots, killing her. So, again, we do know that Metro Nashville police have identified that shooter as a 28-year-old woman who was a former student at the Covenant School where this shooting unfolded.
And we've also learned more about the victims. Police say that 2 of them were 9 and 1 of them was about to turn 9 years old.
All right, right now we're working to figure out which of those children was about to turn 9. We'll keep you posted as we learn more on that front.
Yeah, but we want to give you their names: Evelyn Dickhouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. Police also say that 3 other adults in their 60s died. Their names are on your screen right now. According to police, a custodian, a substitute teacher, and the head of schools are victims. WSMV spoke to parents who can't process what happened this morning.
She said she was hiding in the closet and that there was shooting all over and that they had potentially tried to get into her room, and just that she loved us and that they could just hear shooting all over the school. Even though I was hearing from her, we didn't really know if she was safe, but just getting that initial phone call that she was okay, it obviously brings a ton of relief, but you're still hurting for the people out there that might not, get that call.
Spread out across the area this afternoon, covering the aftermath of this tragedy at the scene, at the hospitals where victims were brought, at reunification centers where parents were picking up their children, some of them breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, our team coverage continues tonight. Lauren Lowry has been at the scene for several hours now. Lauren, emotions are high for everyone right now.
They're raw, right? And we saw so many parents today walking into that reunification center, just not even knowing what they were going to find. They were held in an area for quite some time, waiting waiting just to know if their children were okay. Right now, I am outside Covenant School. This is one of course, the places that people came first when parents first got that news that there had been an active shooter in this school, which is just K through 6th grade. Parents came here, and by all accounts, it was chaos. Soon after, police were able to take this whole place and move everybody over to Woodmont Baptist Church. That's right there at the corner of Woodmont and Hillsborough, and that became the site where families were able to go. And for hours, it took hours of quite deliberate work to get parents and children reunited. But as you can see behind me right now here at Covenant School, there is still a police presence. People are not being allowed on the campus. We do see cars that will go up that hill toward the school and back down. We've also seen a lot of work inside the brush and in the trees as well, because we know a lot of the children who had to escape the school, they had to go through windows. So at the reunification center, we saw one child that had a deep gash on an arm, and it was from glass, getting through a glass window as they were trying to escape. Many children made their way to the tree line, and some of these trees just behind me were what sheltered the kids in this time. Many didn't even know what was happening. One child told their parents after the fact they thought it was a fire alarm or maybe just a drill. Either way, many children got out safely tonight, but not everyone. Courtney Allen is with me right now. Courtney, you have been here all day long. What a chaotic scene for you. What have you learned about the victims so far here tonight?
Well, that's what breaks your heart, right? To talk about the victims, the 6 victims in this case. We know that 3 of them were children at the school, so young. The school only goes up until the 6th grade, and then 3, one was a substitute teacher, one was a custodian, one was 60-year-old Catherine Kuntz, and Kuntz is the head of the school here, and we've gotten some more information on her in just the past hour. I found a LinkedIn page for Kuntz to show how long that she has been with the school. I'm just going to read it off my phone just to make sure I get all of this information correct, but she has been the head of the school at the Covenant School since July of 2016. So this July, this summer, would have marked 7 years for her at the school. Prior to that, she worked at Christ Presbyterian Academy for 15 years. So she has been an integral part, a huge part of this community here in Nashville, because these 2 schools feed into each other, right? The Covenant School behind me, that a lot of those children go to Christ Presbyterian Academy. And I have been talking with parents via text right now at Christ Presbyterian Academy who say they cannot believe what has happened. They knew Kuntz personally, and they are just absolutely heartbroken. They say that they feel physically ill hearing this news. And that's just one person here, right? There are 6 victims, 6 families' lives have been changed forever. And not just the 6 victims here, but you have to think of the ripple effect that it has on this entire community, Lauren.
Oh, certainly. And not just here, it's Nashville. All of Nashville will grieve this. This is the first time that we've had a school shooting in this city. Courtney Allen, thanks so much for your reporting today. Another integral part of the reporting today has been from our chief investigator, Jeremy Finley. We were together over at the Reunification Center earlier today as we were watching parents go in and out of that place. We also saw so many school buses bringing the children from this school that is behind me right now, and then also bringing those kids to the Reunification Center. Together, Jeremy and I would see these kids looking out the windows and just excited to have snacks and water. They did not understand the severity of what they had just lived through and what they had survived. But those kids were kept separate from their parents for many, many hours as that methodical work continued to try to get those parents with their children and get them safely at home. I want to go to Michael Warwick. He has been giving us coverage from the hospital all day long. He's been at Vanderbilt. And Michael, you've spoken with people who've come there to give support. What else have you learned there today?
Well, this was the site of so many of the really countless heartbreaking scenes here as families gathered here at the hospital. It's where we learned originally that 3 children had died. We were then told 2 adults have died, and now the total of 3 children and 3 adults who were victims of this just senseless, hard to wrap your head around shooting at that school. A lot of tears and hugs between families who had gathered here trying to get the latest on what had happened to their loved one. It was just broke your heart standing across from the emergency room where families and friends had gathered out there. We did talk to one man who just showed up here wanting to just do something. He came and just wanted to pray with those who were affected.
Well, it's kind of like a gut punch whenever I hear about something like this, but
because it's so close by, we want to just come here and see if there's anything we can do, and which, you feel kind of powerless, but we'd like to pray for anybody.
And that man, Michael Dinkins, actually says he spoke to the husband of one of the women that were killed in this shooting today, who'd come here with his daughters to the hospital, and after several hours had recognized that he hadn't heard from his wife and began to fear the worst. And Michael prayed with him, and your heart just goes out to that family tonight, just one of 6 whose lives have been changed forever. We'll stay here at the hospital throughout the evening with continuing coverage. Back to y'all.
Okay, Michael Warwick, thanks so much. Live there at Vanderbilt. We appreciate the time. Let's go back out to our Jeremy Finley. I was mentioning earlier, he and I were at the Reunification Center in Green Hills, and not long after that, he got a tip, and he knew exactly where to go. Jeremy, you've been in 12 South for several hours. Tell us where you are, the significance of your location, and what you've been able to find.
Sure. Hi, Lauren. So right now we are on Brightwood Avenue here in the 12 South area, and this is the street where the shooter, Audrey Hale, lived, according to police. You can see that the crime scene tape is blocking off this end of the street as well as the other. Let's take a look now live at the house where police had to use grenades, soft grenades, to get inside. In fact, we have some video right now that we'd like to play for you so you can hear what the witnesses heard. That's it right there. That type of grenade sound is exactly what witnesses heard on the street, again, Brightwood Avenue. What we understand, according to witnesses, is that a large police presence, the SWAT team, the TBI, as well as the ATF and the FBI, were here at the home, and they then went inside, used those soft grenades, used them multiple times, and the sound was so loud in this neighborhood that they had to, the witnesses said they could hear it throughout several of the houses even further down. We did speak to a witness. Here's how this young man describes what he saw.
Oh, yeah, it is crazy. I mean, I'm walking through here all the time, out and about around here. Like, it's just crazy to think about something like that could be going on right down the street.
And that is the reaction from one of the young men that lives here with his family. The way that they describe it to me is that there was a series of explosions. What we know from the news conference is that this is where Audrey Hale lived. We know that they had to use one of these soft grenades to explode the front door to get inside. What we've been watching is law enforcement come in and out on several passes in and out, carrying the evidence bags that we're so used to seeing, but we haven't seen them bring out much of anything at this point. There's been a steady presence here all afternoon of law enforcement gathering on the front lawn after they went inside. We have not seen anybody come out of the house, as well as not in terms of people that are not law enforcement. It is unclear if the family was home at the time, was not home at the time. Still so many questions about what happened here on Brightwood Avenue, but of course, as we've been talking throughout the afternoon, this will be a major part of their investigation as they are trying to understand why Audrey Hale did what she says that she did, what happened inside this house, what evidence that they might collect. But for the people living in this neighborhood, this is a really popular neighborhood in town, one of the most popular neighborhoods in West Nashville. It is now, this entire section of the street is now blocked off. Neighbors are not able to drive in and out, but they have been able to walk in and out. So this is a place that we're going to be watching for quite some time, because we're going to be looking to see what police bring out, what they find, and what they're able to do. But obviously, after this happened at around 1:30 in the afternoon, witnesses say we know the school shooting happened around 10:30 in the morning. So it was not long after police made their discoveries, their gruesome discoveries at the Covenant School, that they came here. Obviously, they may have been able to identify quickly who the shooter was and then come here to her house. All that we know from public records is that her parents owned this house, but again, police identified that she did live here. A very developing scene out here. We will keep you posted throughout the evening on anything else that we view or we learn. For now, Lauren, back to you.
All right, Jeremy Finley, thank you so much. And of course, the search for answers continues. One of the things that many of us found ourselves saying once we learned from police earlier today that the shooter was a female and that a younger female, many of us said, well, this doesn't fit the profile, right? Shooters in this country are often white males. I want to bring in Stacey Cameron. He looked into more of the numbers about how unusual this is to have a female mass shooter.
Since Metro Police identified the shooter as a 28-year-old woman, we've been digging into the history of female mass shooters in the United States. Of course, we know that in the typical mass shooting that we've heard about in recent years, the shooter tends to be a male. Well, this time it's a shocking news that it's a female. Now, looking at a research study done by the Violence Project, they identified 172 mass shootings since 1966, defining a mass shooting as an incident where someone went into a public place and shot and killed more than 4 people. Now, in those 172 events, only 4 of them was the shooter a woman. That's less than 2% of the mass shootings in the United States. In a similar study done by the Journal of Mass Violence Research, they identified 20 women that went into public places and shot multiple victims. In that instance, they found that more than half of the women in those shootings are targeting a place where they work. Also, the majority of women were not targeting specific individuals, but the incident arose out of some underlying psychological or mental situation, according to that research. And that research by the Mass Journal Violence Research magazine also said that in 80% of the cases where a female is a mass shooter, there has been some type of planning involved, saying that these cases tend to be premeditated. Reporting in Nashville, I'm investigative reporter Stacey Cameron.
All right, Stacey, thanks so much. Of course, as I've mentioned to you here, this scene is nice and calm at this point. It was not the case earlier. I want to bring in Courtney Allen again. You have been here for so many hours today. Describe the chaos earlier as people were just trying to get information.
Yeah, when we pulled up, that's the best way to describe it. It was pure chaos. This road, Hillsborough Pike, was closed off. Police let us pass their barricades to get to a spot where we could actually see what was going on. And you could tell that parents had just dropped everything that they were doing, understandably, and just drove straight to the school. So on this road, Hillsborough Pike, parents were lined up in their cars trying to pull in. There were several that were crying, looked frantic.
Oh, I'm sure.
Quite honestly, with their windows rolled down, trying to get information from police. Obviously, police couldn't tell them very much other than what was already out there. But that was the thing that parents just wanted to know, is my child okay? And once they blocked that road off, a lot of parents couldn't drive their cars up to the school. So parents were parking blocks and blocks away, and we saw them sprinting down Hillsborough Pike trying to get to the school. And you could tell that law enforcement was doing their best to keep the situation under control, get them to the reunification center, which eventually they all made their way there. But then amid all of this, all these school buses start pulling in to get the kids from the school and to remove them from the area. And so you see children, tiny little kids. I don't know.
Preschoolers.
I don't know how old they are, but they're pre-K through 6th grade. And the ones that we saw come out of the building were very young. And it was this weird juxtaposition of these parents crying and then these kids coming out, some of them smiling and laughing because they were too young to really know what was going on. I'm sure as you get closer to, the 6th grade levels, those kids have a better grasp of it, but there's just a lot going on. And I know that there's going to be a lot of conversations around the dinner table tonight trying to explain that to your kids.
You mentioned something that we saw at the reunification center earlier today. In the 3 o'clock hour, I was able to speak with a man who had spent hours inside that center. And he said it was several hours before he realized he hadn't brought his wallet. He had dropped everything. He literally grabbed his keys and grabbed his phone, and that was it. And so he said in that room where all the parents were huddled trying to just wait impatiently to be reunited with their children, they were passing around phone chargers, passing around information, just asking each other, hey, do you know this? Do you know this? And there was a lot of misinformation actually being shared in the reunification center, because what we see it too in the news, is that when there is an absence of information, people try to begin filling in the gaps the best they can. And that was certainly a situation at the center, which we should point out all parents and children have now been reunified, but it took many, many hours. It wasn't until late in the 2 o'clock hour that all the kids had been back with their parents.
Yeah, and you have to imagine too, in that reunification center, when you find out that your child is okay and you're reunited with them, it's kind of that weird feeling of I'm happy, but I don't want to.
Yes.
I
Can't
don't
celebrate.
Yeah, because you don't know what the parent next to you, what their fate or their family's fate's going to be, and you don't want to be insensitive to that.
Right.
And I know that that's something that some people really struggle with, is survivor's guilt. You know, there's just so many things that people are going to have to face moving forward, and today's just the first day of it, and so much has happened just today alone.
And Courtney, thank you so much. I want to go back to a part of a conversation that I've had earlier today with Jeremy Finley. Again, Jeremy's been doing a lot of coverage for us today, but he saw something very specific today that I think, even for me, stands out as one of those particularly traumatic moments. Jeremy Finley, are you able to step into this conversation and share what you saw from a mother outside that reunification center today?
Sure, Lauren. So you and I, of course, were outside the Woodmont Baptist Church today as the buses were arriving, and we could see that there were parents that were running literally into the church trying to get information. And I was fairly close to the buses when they were pulling up, and I saw a mother, and she was calling out her child's name, going from bus to bus, trying to see if her child was on the bus. And as a father of two girls, I was really disturbed to see that, that this woman was really showing what so many parents were suffering with, which is just trying to get that information, trying to know exactly what they could do to get information about this kid and about their children. And this woman was literally running from bus to bus, looking for her child. And as I was watching, and I wasn't ever able to see whether or not that she found her child. We know now, of course, that she has. But there was another point too, Lauren, that really struck me when you and I were walking, trying to get information, and we talked about seeing the father coming out with his really young children, and him having to describe, to his kids what was going on. And his children were so young that he kept it very basic, and that, look, there are buses here, and, going to take kids home safely. And so it's all of these things that parents are going through today that I think is so difficult. And then, of course, on top of all of that, I was watching the kids on the bus as they were waiting to go inside the church, and the kids inside the bus were just talking, and they were laughing, and they were on a bus, and they didn't know what had happened. And you're so happy that that is the case for those kids at that moment, because all of their lives are going to change after this. Then the police officers brought them snacks on the bus, and the kids were happy about that. And it does just make you think, all of us who are parents, about when our children are that age, and we just want to keep them innocent as long as we can. But this is the world that we live in. I was just talking to some other parents, and a young man came up to me. In fact, he's standing right there. How old are you, bud? 12. And so he's a 12-year-old young man, and he came up and he asked me a question about the shooter. And I said, man, are your folks here? And his mother was standing right next to him. So I could deliver that information. But that's what we're all going to be dealing with, is how we talk to our kids about this, and what trauma these parents are going through. So we've seen all this today, Lauren. We were there at the reunification center. We saw those parents. I've been listening to the interviews. We heard what our reporters have seen from the inside. And then, of course, what we're seeing here on Brightwood Avenue, which we've been bringing you live reports all afternoon, where, police officers have been going in and out of the home of Audrey Hale, the shooter in this case, identified in this case as the shooter. And this is a part of the story that's going to be really difficult for a lot of people, but she is the daughter of a couple as well. And so this is another family that has just been devastated by this horrible day. And so it's going to be so difficult for us as people in this community, as we're mourning the lives of these children, or we are mourning the lives of these students, and we are mourning the lives of the staff members. But at the same time, there is a young woman that was compelled to commit this crime, again, according to police. And now we have to mourn what happened with her as well. And we're hoping to get more information from police about what they find inside this house. We do know that they had to use flash grenades to get inside, and we haven't been able to interview any of the police officers that were here at the time doing it. But you have to put together that they responded so quickly to the Covenant School and were able to take out Audrey Hale and stop her. So they were surely able to identify her relatively quickly. Then they got to this house around 1:30 and used flash grenades to get inside. It's unclear at this time if they were concerned that there might be explosives inside, what they had to do to get inside, but they knew this was urgent. They knew they had to get inside. But again, there's the sound that we keep talking about. That is what witnesses saw and heard that were outside here waiting to get more details. And not only did they hear that flash bomb, but then they also heard others. Multiple witnesses describing to me that there were 3 different explosions that they heard, and they were so loud that they shook the houses in this neighborhood. So the police that had to get in there, the SWAT team, we've seen the ATF identified, we have seen the FBI identified by their jackets, and there was a heavy police presence in this neighborhood. Huge armed vehicles coming in and out, oftentimes referred to as Bearcats. That's what they're sometimes referred to as, coming in and out of this neighborhood, and just trying to get more answers as to what will happen inside. What we're waiting to find out is whether or not they're going to be bringing things outside that may be used as evidence. Just a procedural note here, what we'll be looking for in the coming days are search warrants, the findings from search warrants. Those kinds of details will give us more information about what police, if they found anything inside. But again, we know this is where she lived. But as I throw it back to you, Lauren, I think you and I have been on the forefront of seeing the kind of emotion here of what everybody has gone through. And I think in this neighborhood right now, it's more just disbelief and bewilderment as to what they've seen, that this could happen in this really sweet neighborhood in West Nashville in the 12 South area. So just a wide range of emotions across the board today, Lauren.
No, I would completely agree. And just in the last hour, I spoke with a mental health professional and asked specifically, when people, all of Nashville sees this story today, maybe they've been working and weren't connected with the information, but they are now. What do those people need to do? Because we do have some shared and collective trauma. How do we process that? And she said, talk about it. You got to talk about it, because as we stuff those things down, it becomes something that festers, right? So as in the interest of mental health, the conversations that we're having right now, as we continue to push the story forward and talk with others about the things we've seen and the things that we're feeling in the midst of this kind of trauma, that is how we can heal not only the Covenant community, but also the Nashville community. I want to send it out live to Danielle Jackson. She has been speaking with parents today, just trying to process all that's going on. Danielle, good evening.
That's right, Lauren. This will be a lot to process tonight. And I'm here across from the Christ Presbyterian Church, where there will be a vigil tonight starting at 6:30, and it will last about an hour for families to come and just spend time together in prayer and worship. Now, today's vigil is a partnership between Christ Presbyterian Church. This will be a time of communal prayer for the Covenant School families and families of the victims. They plan to have a time of prayer, scripture, and worship tonight. Now, they're inviting all CPA and CPC families to this vigil. Now, the 3 children who died in this mass shooting have been identified as Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kennedy. We're told that there are 2 9-year-olds and 1 8-year-old. Police investigation revealed today a Nashville woman, suspect 28 years old, entered the Covenant School and shot and killed 3 children and 3 adults. Now, again, this community will gather here in about an hour or so, starting at 6:30 inside of the main sanctuary of the Christ Presbyterian Church to do that vigil. Of course, this is open to the public. And of course, our prayers and thoughts are with everyone in this situation, Lauren, tonight.
Okay, Danielle Jackson reporting live for us. Thank you so much for the coverage. As you know, the healing continues, right? Just as Danielle was pointing out, so many vigils that will be held in the coming days and so many questions that are still yet to be answered. Our Lydia Fielder had an inside look earlier today, the type of look that no one could get in Nashville, but she was able to. I pointed out before in our coverage that the Reunification Center was completely closed to media. It is not a place where people would typically be able to see. So when we're not allowed, we cannot show you. But our Lydia Fielder was deeply connected to a couple of families who were inside that room, and she was able to go in to take in what was happening very respectfully, but to also be there for those families. And she gave us a view that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. So Lydia is joining us right now. Lydia, good evening.
Hey there, Lauren. Yeah, as you were just talking about that, I had chills hearing you describe that because knowing that this is a Covenant school, called the families of the students that I know so closely that go here. There are 2 different families with 3 students each. And I immediately called their parents, assuming that they had heard something. And I was the first one to let them know. I was the first way that they found out what was happening. So just to take that initial shock and reaction and say it's going to be okay. Your kids are okay. It's going to be okay. This is where you need to go. They're asking all the parents to go to this church. I just can't describe that moment. And so I can't ever imagine or ever would want to be in the place of these first responders and officials and staff members having to tell these families that their child was shot in this incident. Luckily, and so very thankfully, all 6 kids that we are very close to are safe and they're back home with their families tonight. But I just want to tell you a personal story. We just found out that one of those families just found out that one of their daughter's best friend was Haley Scruggs. She was one of the 9-year-old students shot. And they're asking us, my daughter is sitting here at home after she just experienced a school shooting. How do we tell her her best friend has died? And that is a very, very hard question, of course, to ask, and something that parents everywhere tonight and all over the country, not just here in Nashville, not just here in Tennessee, but everywhere, are asking themselves and grappling with and struggling with how we are going to have this conversation. Do we need to have this conversation? And for some of these families, it is so real. It is so real. When as you mentioned, Lauren, I walked into the sanctuary, the first 10 minutes we pulled up, not as a reporter, not as a news gatherer, but just as a human, and to share in the condition of my friends in that room. And I found them, I was able to hug them. They're trembling. They said, Lydia, we know our kids are safe. We've been told all 3 in one and 3 in the other family were accounted for, but they're still trembling and saying, as a mom, I can't, until I know and I see and I hold my babies, I don't feel that they're safe. I need them here in my arms. I saw while we were chatting, there's a piercing, a shrill, just visceral scream in a mom just laid over in the pews. We're assuming she got some bad news that day, and it just went, a hush fell over all the parents still waiting for their kids to be bused inside of this sanctuary. We were told that once students were brought here, the students themselves were in very good spirits, and that's because they didn't really know what was going on. A Red Cross representative I just got done talking to was downstairs where the kids were being kept while they were waiting to be reunited with their families. She says that she was handing around candy and coloring pages, and she said a lot of the students were, laughing, and she told the parents, if your child throws up, it's not because of their nerves, it's because we gave them too much candy, right? And so that kind of helped ease a little bit of the nerves of the parents. She says some of the kids did have some cuts because of having to jump to safety, to escape. They jumped into the bushes. We heard from Metro Nashville Police that some of the students ran into the tree line to get out of that school. So the resiliency of kids, it just speaks to that. And that is kind of what we saw from the students who were unloading off the buses here. They were hand in hand, holding on to each other. Officials were being so kind and uplifting to them. I will say it'll be hard to forget that the screams and the sobs of families as you look around, spouses just holding each other, our family friends, one having to lay on the floor and just breathe and breathe to know that her kids were okay, others having to run outside because they're physically ill. We know 3 students are not reunited, and we are finding all of this out in real time. As you were out here, Lauren, we just heard from Jeremy earlier. Everyone has been watching along with us. We found it interesting that the news inside, the counselor on stage was kind of coaching the parents as to how to talk to your children about all this, and they told the children, look, there was a bad guy that got inside, but the good guys showed up and they took care of the bad guy. And so the counselors were also telling parents, hey, don't watch the news, because it's interesting that we, as the news, she told parents, we're learning more faster and quicker than the school is, right? So just so many complexities, and just to be here and experience that human condition, you can't put it into words. We've done so many live shots today, and I'll end with saying this. Just before I got on camera here, and I'm sorry I had to take out my earpiece, so I think I need to wrap now, but there was a man who pulled up. He rolled down the window, and his car was full of teddy bears, it looked like, and some gifts, and he said, hey, do you know where there's a memorial where we could put down some teddy bears and some flowers? And so, of course, stay tuned as to where those vigils are. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people leaving things at the school at this time. But it just speaks, again, to the greater community and how much Nashville loves this area and is going to love on these students. And with that, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lydia Fielder live tonight. Thanks so much for the coverage all day, and then for that just very important look inside a center that otherwise we would not be able to give you. It's exclusive information that no one else had because, again, personal connection that Lydia had inside that room. And so we're very grateful for that perspective because we need everything to share these kinds of stories with you. It is a trauma of deep pain. And so many people in this city will have to not only process what's happened, but then also part of that processing is putting yourself in the shoes of these parents having to deal with this tonight. I want to bring Courtney Allen back into the conversation here. We have learned so much about the victims here in the last several hours, specifically in the last few, the relationships that the adults specifically had to the children, and then also the ages of the children. What all have you learned?
Yeah, it's good to learn these details because we want all the information to share with people at home, but it's also heartbreaking as you get to know these people better and just the details of their lives. Catherine Kuntz, she is a 60-year-old head of the school. It would have been her 7-year anniversary this summer, her being the head of the school, and she worked previously for 15 years at another private school just about 10 minutes away. And you just think about all of the families, Catherine Kuntz, all the children, their parents, the 209 or so students that drove up that driveway today going to school, and it was just another day. And while it looks calm and somewhat of a controlled situation now, it wasn't the case earlier. I want to bring up some video of what the scene was like earlier today. There was SWAT teams everywhere, dozens of patrol car units, multiple agencies on scene. Students were leaving the school in a single line. Staff was holding their hands, escorting them out. There was frantic parents everywhere running down Hillsborough Pike trying to figure out if their child was okay. And one of the people that we came across on Hillsborough Pike was actually a family of a pre-K teacher who's worked at the school for 10 years. And she texted her husband this morning and told him, there's an active shooter at the school. I'm hiding in a closet. Please tell the children that I love them. Listen to what her daughter had to say shortly after that.
Really scary, really sad, just praying for all the families out there, I mean, that are like affected by this so seriously. And
yeah, and luckily that woman's mother survived this school shooting. She came home this evening to her family, but we know that 6 other lives were lost and they did not return home to their family. That's going to be the focus of these vigils tonight. I know that our Danielle Jackson as well as Ryan Breslin, they are working this evening. We're going to continue to follow this story throughout the evening. I know they're going to be heading to these vigils tonight, Lauren, to
continue to learn more about these families, and I know that I just can't even imagine how emotional those are going to be.
Yeah, there's so much emotion wrapped in all of this. Of course, we've been on the air since, what, the 10 o'clock hour,
Yeah.
right? So we're moving on to 7 hours here of live wall-to-wall coverage. It's an important story. It's one of the dates. I think about how much coverage came after the March 3rd tornadoes and how that date has ended up being so important for everyone in this city. I believe this is going to be one of those dates. You know,
yeah.
it's one of the dates that people are going to be talking about. For now, I want to send it back to you guys.
All right, ladies, thanks. We're getting another listen at the moments that Davidson County first responders learned what was happening. This is audio from Broadcastify, essentially a company that streams live audio from first responders' internal communications.
Now, once again, this is the moments the Davidson County Sheriff's Department got the call. Take a listen.
Sounds like they got a legit active shooter at a school. It's legit. They've got description that comes for everyone and rescue squad. Metro Midtown is on a school shooting. Reports of multiple victims down. We're monitoring Metro radio traffic at this time, unknown which school or where they're transporting, but it sounds like there's multiple victims down inside the school. Shooter is down now as well.
Leaders across the country, from here in Nashville all the way to Washington, D.C., have their eyes on this unimaginable attack.
Yeah, our Sharon Dankwa is at the alert desk with what people are saying tonight. Sharon.
Marius, Amanda, President Biden addressed the nation today after the school shooting in Nashville. He's calling it a family's worst nightmare. He urged Congress to pass his assault weapon ban. Take a listen.
It's just, it's sick. You know, we're still gathering the facts of what happened and why. And we do know that as of now, there are a number of people who are did not make it, including children. It's heartbreaking. A family's worst nightmare. And I want to commend the police who responded incredibly swiftly, within minutes, to end the danger. So I call on Congress again to pass my assault weapons ban. It's about time that we begin to make some more progress, but there's more to learn. But I just wanted to send my concern and hearts out to so many parents out there.
And Governor Bill Lee also says, I'm closely monitoring the tragic situation at Covenant. As we continue to respond, please join us in praying for the school, congregation, and Nashville congregation. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear also tweeted a statement today. It reads, Brittany and I are absolutely devastated by the news out of Nashville. They say our hearts break for this community as we ask the Commonwealth to join us in prayer for the families and loved ones of these 3 children whose lives were taken far too soon. And Mayor John Cooper says Nashville joined the dreaded long list of communities to experience a school shooting. My heart goes out to the families of the victims. Our entire city stands with you.
All right, Sharon, thanks. Messages did not stop there today.
No, speaking at the Congressional Cities Conference in D.C. today, First Lady Jill Biden addressed the tragic shooting.
You know, I hate to say what I'm going to say next because, you know, you're so enthusiastic and with so much energy and hope, and I feel it. But while you've been in this room, I don't know whether you've been on your phones, but we just learned about another shooting in Tennessee. A school shooting. And I am truly without words. And our children deserve better. And we stand, all of us, we stand with Nashville in prayer.
First Lady speaking today. Metro Nashville Public Schools says we are all horrified by the tragic shooting at the Covenant School today. Our hearts go out to the families of the loved ones and the entire Covenant community.
The Metro Public Schools director says, as a parent, as an educator, as a human being, I'm grieving today over the tragic murder of children and school staff right here in our community. My heart goes out to the entire Covenant School community and the parents grieving this unimaginable loss of life today. She went on to say, we don't know all of the details of how or why this happened, and we may never fully know. At Metro Schools, we have invested considerable resources to strengthen security at our facilities in response to the far too many far too often instances of school shootings across the nation over the years. Dr. Adrian Battle went on to say, we will continue to reinforce our safety protocols and monitor and follow best practices on keeping students safe from harm. The Tennessee Titans say, we are heartbroken by the senseless loss of life at Covenant School today. We offer our condolences to the families and friends of the victims and the entire Covenant School community.
Well, tonight, you can join the Lipscomb community for prayer, comfort, and healing after the tragedy unfolded at Covenant School today. That starts at 7 o'clock tonight. It's going to be at Bison Square. Again, this is at Lipscomb University. All right, Michael Warwick has been standing by at Vanderbilt for us most of the day, watching emergency crews bring some of these patients to the hospital. He's also been watching people show up to pray with strangers. Michael, you've seen quite a myriad of things there today.
Yeah, it was on the other side of the street where you can imagine families who were showing up to the hospital desperate for answers, fearing the news they were going to hear was not good. Just on the other side of that street, we heard people weeping, families and friends hugging and crying. Just a heartbreaking scene after a heartbreaking tragedy this morning. There was one man, a stranger, a couple people actually, but one man who came with his wife at home watching this event unfold on television and said, I've got to do something. I just feel like I need to come to the hospital and pray with folks, and actually met with a man who was waiting for word on his wife, who was a substitute teacher at the school. Here's him recounting that situation.
Well, it's kind of like a gut punch whenever I hear about something like this, but because it's so close by, we want to just come here and see if there's anything we can do, and which, you know, you feel kind of powerless, but we'd like to pray for anybody.
Yeah, this was where we heard around 11 o'clock this morning that 3 children had died, and then later on in the day we heard 3 adults had also died. Vandy does say that no people who were injured are here at the hospital. Everybody who was shot did succumb to their injuries, which is just hard to wrap your head around. But we'll be here through the evening giving you updates here at 6 o'clock as well. Back to you guys.
Michael, thank you. Michael, as you said, has seen the full gamut of emotions there. People gathered praying for some of the victims that were taken to the hospital there. People walking up and just to be there full of support for the community here.
Yeah, I think that speaks volumes as to what kind of community we live in when strangers will show up at the hospital just so they can pray with people they do not know. That says a lot about our neighbors here in the mid-state. He had a pretty tough task there today. A lot of the updates we were getting about victims were coming through Michael, so it's been a tough day for the folks at Vanderbilt as well.
Yeah, as information starts rolling in and the news of some of the kids that had passed away, and then we first heard it was 2 adults and now it's 3 adults, and Michael was there for it all and brought us the very latest. And it's been a tragic day here in Nashville. The community is coming together. We have a lot of vigils that are scheduled for tonight, and people are coming together to wrap their arms around this community.
We've been hearing from police periodically throughout the day. Marissa Sulek is standing by at a staging area for the media, and Marissa is joining us live now. Walk us through what you just heard from police.
Yeah, well, Amanda, we're still learning how Hale planned this attack. We know that they have made contact, police have made contact with Hale's father, and they found several maps of her former school drawn out inside the home that she lived with them there. They say that she took notes of the entry points of the school. In fact, to get into the school, police say that she shot that side entrance and got inside. Much police say that they got to the scene and they heard shots coming from the second level. They say Hale was armed with 2 assault rifles and a handgun. Now, 2 of those guns were bought locally here, we've learned. And Metro Police say that's what she used to shoot and kill 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults. Now, Metro Police say that they will be processing the scene for the next 2 days, and they also say that Hale has no history of any other gun violence that they know of.
We have 3 adult victims, and we have 3 children who have been identified and their families have been contacted. Right now, I will refrain from saying the ages, other than to say I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building.
Now you could just hear the emotion from Chief Drake in that sound right there. And like I said before, they will be processing the scene, which is just about a quarter mile from where we are right now. And Hale has no history of any gun violence that they know of. Back to you.
Marissa Sulik, thank you so much. So here's the bottom line about what we know and how it all unfolded this morning. A 28-year-old female shooter walked into Covenant School with 2 assault-style rifles and a pistol.
We know she was a former student at the Covenant School. She had detailed maps of the school, according to police, and entered the building through a side door. Covenant School is a private school there in Green Hills. About 200 students in preschool all the way through 6th grade.
Now, police received the first call of an active shooter at 10:13 this morning. Officers started clearing the first story of the school when they heard gunshots coming from the 2nd level. 2 officers opened fire in response, shooting and killing the suspect at 10:27. By then, the suspect shot and killed 3 students and 3 adults. We know 2 of the students were 9 years old. Another was 8 years old, about to turn 9. And one of the adult victims was the head of school. The shooter's death brings the total number dead to 7.
The shooting unfolded over the course of about 14 minutes. There are no officers assigned to the school on a daily basis because it's a private church-run school. The victims were pronounced dead at Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital and Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
We want to get you back out to our Lauren Lowry, who's with our Courtney Allen. They've been on the scene all day long. And Lauren, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was hearing you guys just starting to talk there about the school, and I know our Courtney Allen has been able to find out some just kind of interesting perspective about this. We know in Nashville there are a lot of private schools in this town, and many of them are quite small, as you were mentioning, just over 200 students here. But this school ends at 6th grade. It feeds somewhere else. What else can you tell people to understand, maybe a little more perspective about where this took place today?
Yeah, as you mentioned, this school just has a little over 200 students, so it's relatively small, right? And there's about 40 or so staff members. So at this school, everybody knows everybody. And it's not just this school, but this school also feeds into Christ Presbyterian Academy, which is just about 10 minutes away, because as you mentioned, this school stops at the 6th grade. We also know that this school feeds to Brentwood Academy. So there's a lot of other schools that know all of the teachers here, that, you know, they grew up going to this school. Some of them probably know the teachers. That I know that there's a substitute teacher, the custodian, and then the head of the school has been there for 7 years now. So that's the heartbreaking thing too, is that it's not just this school that's impacted by this, it's such a broader community. Even if this area is surrounded by, this is right in the middle of Green Hills on Hillsborough Pike, this area is surrounded by churches and businesses, and there's so many businesses that shut down operation today because of this. So a lot of people just know people from being in this area as well.
And there's also, funny enough, other private schools right around here. Even the small preschool that my children go to just down the street. I had emails from the preschool. I had emails from, I have 3 children, so one of my children is at an elementary school here in town. So I was getting emails from the elementary and the preschools here in town, and they're all on lockdown. So I think this was a similar thing, that if you were in this neighborhood while the schools were trying to figure out what was going on, everyone went on lockdown. And matter of fact, the principal of one of my children's schools specifically asked that parents do not come get their kids. Yes, because they didn't want the disruption, but also because they said, if right now your children don't know what's going on, and maybe we could keep their innocence as long as possible. If you start pulling out kids one by one, the students, even the youngest students, are going to start going, well, what's going on and why is everybody leaving? So what we saw today, as a parent of children within schools in this neighborhood, there were a lot of lockdowns and that families had to deal with today.
Yeah, Christ Presbyterian Academy that I just mentioned, I know that they had a shelter in place, and so there was several emails that was, one parent forwarded them to me, several emails that school sent out to parents saying, hey,
our close school right nearby, this is happening. We have a shelter in place, but the same thing. That email said that we're not dismissing early, just come at normal time. Because again, you want to keep that sense of normalcy as much as possible, especially since also the shooter was, I guess the threat was eliminated in a very short amount of time. So they weren't worried about anybody possibly going around the area.
Yeah, it's interesting too that since you have been here for so long, you've been able to see just the activity around. Describe what you've seen in the bushes, in the trees, in the hours you've been here.
Yeah, so a lot has changed, right? Right now, this road, it's really just news media that's here and law enforcement. There's 2 Metro police cars out there. But earlier, it was a completely different scene. This area was swarmed with law enforcement. There's a lot of parents here that were trying to get answers as well. And in the bushes along Hillsborough Pike, this is a very wooded area around the school. And so we saw several, SWAT team members that were going in and out of the bushes, in and out of the wooded areas. They were yelling clear to each other. And this was right when we were getting here and right when they were trying to get the parents to go to the reunification center. So they were clearly searching the area as well to make sure there wasn't anything outstanding that they were missing, but you could see from the street that they still have the yellow police tape, caution tape wrapped all around the school.
Yeah, there's so many questions still yet to be answered, right? And so much of that investigation is going to be ongoing. We're going to stay out here, you guys, as long as the story is here. But for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Lauren and Courtney, thank you so much. We've also learned more about the victims. Police say that 2 of them were 9 and 1 of them was about to turn 9.
And we're working to find out which child was about to turn 9 years old. So we'll keep you posted on that front.
And these are their names: Evelyn Dickhouse, Hallie Scruggs, and William McKinney. Police also say that 3 other adults in their 60s died. Their names are on your screen right now. We know Mike Hill was a custodian, and we know that Cynthia Peak was also a substitute teacher, and the head of schools, Catherine Kuntz, age 60. WSMV spoke to parents who can't process what happened this morning.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for sure. Let's talk a little bit about what led us up to the point that we're at now. Let's speak a little bit about the suspected shooter in this case. Police are now coming forward and saying that this 28-year-old woman was a former student at the school. They're calling this a targeted attack. They say this was carefully mapped out. They say they even found maps that showed entrance points into the school. They talked about some sort of manifesto that they've discovered as well.
We know her name is Audrey Hale. We know right now there is a large police presence at 3005 Brightwood Avenue. It's being reported that that is where Hale lived with her parents. So we have reporters on the scene there gathering information. We know the FBI is there, the TBI is there, Metro Police is there. They have cordoned off the whole street, trying to gather as much information as they can.
And so after we had the shooting, then neighbors in this neighborhood, just right off of Belmont Boulevard in the 12 South neighborhood, they started reporting explosions that they were hearing in the neighborhood, maybe 3 or so. Turns out that was the FBI, SWAT team, undercover officers trying to make entry into the family home of the suspected shooter. And once they got inside, doesn't appear that they found anyone there, but eventually, through other means, have made contact with the suspected shooter's father. They're hoping to glean more information through questioning of that person.
Now, we also found out that this was a targeted shooting. So this shooter knew who they were targeting when they went to Covenant School at 10 o'clock this morning. We're trying to find out the whys. Why did they go to this school? Why were they targeting the person that they were targeting?
And Jeremy Finley has been reporting live through us throughout the afternoon from the scene of that family home in the 12 South neighborhood, and talking with neighbors a little bit about, what do we know about this family, right? Because the more we feel like we can learn, the fuller picture we have, and not getting a whole bunch from neighbors. They said, yeah, I knew that a family lived there with their daughter, but that's kind of really it.
Yeah.
So, and you brought up a good point that a lot of these folks may just still be at work and not really realize what's happening next door.
On their street. Right. What's happening on their street right now. They can't get home. Jeremy told us that some of the people were walking to their homes. We want to get back out to our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley. And Jeremy, what does that scene look like right now? And has it changed since we last spoke with you?
It has, Marius. Quite a bit has happened in the last about 20 minutes. We can show you now. We are live on Brightwood Avenue. This is the home. This is the street where Audrey Hale lived. She is now identified as the school shooter. Let us show you now, right now, what's happening. This truck has pulled up in front of her home, and they have been bringing out bag after bag of evidence from inside the home. At one point, it looked like all of the members of the law enforcement that had gathered here went inside the home. Then that truck pulled up, and several of them have now exited, and they are bringing out one by one pretty large bags of evidence that they are used to collect. They are putting it in the truck. Whether or not they're going to transport in that truck is unclear, or if they're just using it right now as a place of storage. But this is the first movement that we have seen of anything come out of this home at this point. And again, law enforcement has been standing outside until just a short while ago, when several of them walked inside to give to gather that evidence that they're now bringing outside. They were inside for quite some time, and then they came out, and again, this truck pulled up, and they are beginning to bring some of that evidence out. One of the things that we'll be very interested in seeing is if any of this evidence is going to give any more information about the manifesto that police have identified that she had in this tragic shooting at the Covenant School. But that's what's happening right now. We're going to keep a watch on it, and we'll bring you back live reports as soon as new information comes in. I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Jeremy, before we let you go, oh, he's gone. I was going to see if he could give us a better idea of what sort of evidence. Oh, Jeremy, if you can hear us, can you describe the physical evidence that they seem to be bringing out? Was it in boxes? Was it large or small? I know there was kind of a bush blocking your view. Were you able to tell?
Yeah, so Amanda, it's a good question, and what we've been trying to, again, we're still about 2-3 houses away from the Hale house, so we haven't been able to see up close what they're bringing out. All we can see is that they're relatively large bags, I mean larger than grocery bags of evidence that they're bringing out, but nothing, we haven't seen like a computer or anything like that. This is just evidence in these large bags that they're bringing in, big brown bags that they are using to bring all of that evidence out into the truck. Again, we're not sure if they're going to transport it with that truck or if they're just using it as a place to keep it for now, but we haven't been able to see what kind of evidence they're bringing out.
Jeremy, I want to ask you about neighbors. Have you seen any more neighbors come to the scene with their houses cordoned off by that police tape?
So what we have seen for the most part, Marius, are people. It's only a short stretch of the street that is blocked off. We can pan over and you can see that the street here, Brightwood, is there. It is where it is blocked off here, and right behind me is where the media is gathering and a police officer is blocking off the road. So it's not a large section here. We've seen a lot of people come here and just observe and want to get some more information. But as for the people who live here, we haven't seen much movement at all. There's a house across the street that I've seen some people walk back and forth, but as of now, people are frankly watching the news, trying to get the most information they can about their own neighborhood. I'll throw it back to you.
All right, Jeremy, thanks.
Well, you're watching WSMV4 at 6. We are continuing to bring you breaking news in Nashville. Several people, including students, are dead in a school shooting today.
Metro Police say 3 students and 3 adults are all dead. They were shot and killed at Covenant School in Green Hills.
Officers say the shooter is also dead. Police said 28-year-old Audrey Hale. She entered the school through a side door. Hale had 2 assault-style rifles and a handgun. Now, when officers arrived, they said they heard shots coming from the second floor.
All right, police confronted Hale on the 2nd floor, according to MNPD. That's when they shot and killed her. Metro Police say Hale was a former student and had detailed maps of the school and its entry points.
And as we said, 3 children and 3 adults were killed in the shooting. The 3 children, that is, Evelyn Dickhouse, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney, were told none of them were older than 9 years old. Also killed were Catherine Kuntz. She was the head of the Covenant School per the school's website. Also, Cynthia Peaks, a substitute teacher, and Mike Hill, the school's custodian. Metro Police Chief John Drake was almost speechless when telling everyone that 3 children were among the victims.
I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building. But what I can say, and what I've said before, is that whenever I hope that we would never have this situation, that if we ever did, we would not wait. We would immediately go in and we would immediately engage the person perpetrating this horrible crime. And so that's all I can say.
Again, 3 kids were among the victims, then 3 adults, including a custodian and substitute teacher, as well as the head of the school. Now, this is the head of the school, Dr. Catherine Kuntz. On her LinkedIn, it says she's been the head of the school since 2016. Before that, she was the academic dean at Christ Presbyterian for almost 16 years.
All right, let's take a look at this new video just coming into our newsroom. This is from Chief Investigator Jeremy Finley. You can see law enforcement there bringing out multiple brown bags, presumably filled with evidence. They're bringing it out of the home of Audrey Hale, the suspected shooter at the Covenant School. This home is in the 12 South neighborhood. This is all unfolding just hours after flash grenades were used to get inside of that home.
Now, we have been bringing you live team coverage since the 10 o'clock hour today as this shooting investigation developed.
And Lauren Lowry joins us now with the very latest from the scene. Lauren?
Yeah, so this is a place that was once very chaotic while police were trying to get a hold of what was going on, the entire scene. But check out behind me right now, a truck literally in the last 2 minutes just pulled up with these barricades. If you have been watching us for any number of hours here today, there's been a police presence for several hours here. There's always been law enforcement blocking the entrance, only allowing other law enforcement agencies to be able to access this property. But right now, as you see, road closed to through traffic. It makes me think that this might be the moment that law enforcement then leaves the scene at some point because they have the barricades. That'll remain to be seen. We'll see what they'll continue to do here tonight. But this is nothing like it was even several hours ago when parents initially first got the news that something had happened at their children's school. As you would imagine, people flocked here, and that didn't stop until police began pushing those people off to the reunification center that was at the corner of Woodmont and Hillsborough in Green Hills, just down the road about a mile from where I'm standing at the Woodmont Baptist Church. But they've been holding their briefings all day long, about a stone's throw away from where I am right now. And our Marissa Sulik has been there all day long to get every single update. Marissa, good evening. What can you tell us?
Good evening, Lauren. Yeah, I know we keep calling this the media staging area, and this is where the police have their press conferences. But this is also the place parents and families of those kids came initially because they were told that that reunification spot was just down the street from where I am right now, but they ended up changing that as time went on. So I remember I was just standing out at the corner just behind me here, and a father came up to me, didn't know they changed that location. He was like, how can I get to my kid? He was in tears, about to just break down right then and there, and I just told him the information, and he sprinted as fast as he could away. But that was just the raw emotion we were seeing in this spot around 10 a.m. this morning. But we were also learning from police when we were here at the media staging site that they made contact with Audrey Hale's father, and they say that they found maps of her former school drawn out in the home she lived in with her parents on Brightwood Avenue, which is just not too far from where we are right now, where Jeremy is. And they say she took notes of the entry points in the school. In fact, she got into the school, police say, by shooting through the door. Not much police say when they got to the scene, they heard shots coming from the second floor. They say Hale was armed with 2 assault rifles and a handgun when police shot and killed her. 2 of those guns were bought locally in Nashville. And much police say she shot and killed 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults.
In the initial investigation, we've turned it over to the FBI. We've looked over it as well, and it indicates that there was going to be shootings at multiple locations, and the school was one of them. There was actually a map of the school detailing surveillance, entry points, and how this was going to be carried out on this day.
Now that scene at the school, at Covenant School, will be processed for the next 2 days, according to Metro Police. And they also say that Hale has
And the ATF, all of the law enforcement are here right now. This is the kind of information they're looking for. If they're looking for an explanation as to what she wrote in that manifesto, if there's any more details inside the house of why she did it, if there's any more details that will explain this horrific day, that is what they are going through. We have seen no people come out of the house, no, except for law enforcement. It does not appear that anyone was home at the time that we are aware of. In fact, we know that police has had a difficult time of trying to reach the family, trying to understand what exactly happened here and what might have happened inside this house. But I think that's one of the most alarming parts of this, is that this is a neighborhood that is not far from the Covenant School at all here in the 12 South area. This is where she lived. This is where the shooter would have lived very close when she went to school here. So obviously they are looking for anything that they can find inside that will give us an explanation as to why she took this action. But as of now, for neighbors and people who live in this neighborhood, all they can do is gather here and stand here at the crime scene tape and watch and try and get some kind of idea of what exactly has happened at this home, and if they can get some more information as to what happened in their own neighborhood. So we're waiting to hear now if we might be able to speak with some neighbors at some point that live a little bit closer to them. We're about 2 to 3 houses away. So the people that might have known her best have not been able to get inside or are staying inside their homes. Both of that is understandable at this hour. But we're watching law enforcement closely to see what they do. They are going to be out here for quite some time, and we of course will keep you posted on any new developments. Lauren, for now I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, Jeremy, thank you. Of course, a lot of questions that we still have, and the people who are looking for the answers are in the school behind me as well. We've seen so many police vehicles go onto this property to investigate everything, where it happened. But we haven't seen many people leave, so there's no question the investigation's going to take quite some time, no matter what they find inside the home. We also know that Metro Police are leading the investigation on the scene. We heard from TBI several hours ago saying they will investigate the portion where the officers were involved in shooting Audrey Hale. Whenever there's a shooting that involves an officer in the state of Tennessee, TBI is invited in, and they're the ones who lead that part of the investigation. But TBI was very clear earlier to make sure that everyone knew that Metro Police are investigating every other aspect of this, because what happened in the school behind me is still quite a fluid situation. So we can only imagine there's multiple investigators still on scene right there in that school, trying to piece things together, trying to review any footage they can, and then piece all of the information that they receive from the home that's coming from 12 South, and then also the plans that took place and were executed here today that resulted in 3 children dying and 3 adults losing their lives as well. We'll stay out here as the scene develops. Marius and Amanda, back to you.
Lauren, thank you so much. And as you can imagine, this whole situation has been horrifying for parents trying to figure out what's been going on, if their children were okay, and where they can find them.
We actually talked to a mother of a child who goes to a different school who happened to witness some of the response. She was understandably shaken up.
There was so many police cars, and then the ambulances started coming away from the school. And that's when I had heard it was a school shooting, and that's that. It's just, there's no words.
Well, President Biden spoke at the White House today about the shooting, stressing the importance of caring for our mental health.
It's heartbreaking, a family's worst nightmare. And I want to commend the police who responded incredibly swiftly, within minutes, and the danger. We have to do more to stop gun violence. It's ripping our communities apart, ripping the soul of this nation, ripping at the very soul of the nation. And we have to do more to protect our schools so they aren't turned into prisons. But there's more to learn. But I just wanted to send my concern and hearts out to so many parents out there.
First Lady Jill Biden was speaking at the National Leagues of Cities Conference today in Washington. When she received the news of the shooting, here's what she had to say.
I am truly without words, and our children deserve better. And we stand, all of us, we stand with Nashville in prayer.
And we're learning more about the victims in this shooting. Let's go back out to Lauren Lowry right now.
It isn't right yet.
Okay.
You can give me a look and I give you thumbs up, thumbs down, but right now it's a no.
Okay, Marius and Amanda, thanks so much. Yeah, we are just talking right now because we just saw a tow vehicle go onto the property, and we were speaking amongst ourselves of what do you think the job for them is today? What vehicles are they towing away? Is it possibly a vehicle of Amanda Hale? So thank you for your patience as we were trying to figure some of that out. We'll be watching that to see what kind of car leaves the property on that tow truck. But we are just minutes away from vigils starting. We've been reporting all day long about the vigils that are popping up to honor the people who passed. Courtney Allen, what can you tell us about the unifying of people together to honor the lives we've lost today?
Yeah, there's several tonight. One kicks off, I know that there's one at 6:30 over at Christ Presbyterian Academy. That's just about 10 minutes away. That's a school that's very close in proximity to this one. And in terms of the student body, a lot of them know each other. There's also one in Franklin. There's one in Mount Juliet. I know that Lipscomb has one. I feel like these are just the start of several vigils that are to come, several memorials, I'm sure, that are to come. And you have to wonder, too, what's next for this school? What is,
right.
When are they, I don't know, when are they going to go back?
Well, yeah, it could be weeks. It could be weeks.
We haven't even heard anything about that because everybody's obviously so focused in on what happened today and just trying to get the families the support that they need right now. But that's a big question. A big question, too, you mentioned is the car. How did the shooter even get here?
Right. We have to find that. We'll have to see the vehicles of the 3 adults that were also there on scene.
Right.
They will have so much to do on scene. There is certainly going to be glass to clean up. We know kids exited through glass windows in some cases, not to mention whatever bullet casings might be on the scene. They have to chronicle and document every single piece of evidence that's on that scene. It could take weeks for that to turn around, and then at that point the school has a decision to make. How much of the cleaning up of that are they doing? It could be so much deeper than just replacing walls, patching walls that have bullet holes in them, or replacing windows that might have been shot out.
Right.
The school as a whole has a much larger issue that they'll have to focus on down the road.
And horrific memories, too. You know, for the student, and I know that we've been talking about how young some of these students are, and so they do have that kind of innocence that shields them, but there's obviously older students, and there's obviously the entire staff at that school.
Right.
40 plus staff members. The head of the school, 6-year-old Catherine Kuntz, was killed. She's worked there for 7 years. There's also a custodian, and there's also a substitute teacher. And so that's another thing, is when you go back to school or go back to work, in this case for the adults, just the trauma that's associated with this building now, and it's difficult.
There are 7 people total who are not going home today. 6 of them are victims in this situation, and so it is certainly a major day for this family and this Nashville community, of course. Our Michael Warwick has been live out of the hospital at Vanderbilt all day long, bringing us so many stories. Michael, good evening.
Hey, Lauren, well, it was here earlier today we first learned really just how tragic this situation was when hospital officials pulled me aside and told us that 3 children lost their lives in that shooting. Since then, we know 3 adults also died, part of the school staff there. And after that moment were just heartbreaking scenes here at the hospital of family and friends gathering outside the emergency room here, crying and hugging, as you can imagine. It also brought out strangers like Michael Dinkins, who felt the need to do something. He came here and he prayed.
Well, it's kind of like a gut punch whenever I hear about something like this, but because it's so close by, we want to just come here and see if there's anything we can do, and which, you know, you feel kind of powerless.
Well, Michael says he prayed with a man who was here waiting for an update on his wife, who was subbing today at Covenant School. We now know who that victim is, and Michael had a chance to speak with them. Here's him recounting that interaction.
We ran into a guy his wife is missing, and they don't have any accounting for her yet. and it's kind of late for not hearing from someone, so we prayed for him, and his 2 daughters are there. It's baffling. It doesn't make sense. You can't make sense out of it why someone would hurt children like that.
And you feel for the hospital staff who we know did everything they could to save 6 lives today, and you just, our hearts are broken for the families who showed up here, most likely learning the worst news they'll learn in their entire lives. We'll go back to you guys as we remain out here at the hospital.
Yeah, Michael Warwick, I'll take it here live outside Covenant School. It's definitely one of those places that we will not have access to maybe ever at this point. You can see behind me that there is still a police presence. They've put up some barricades. I also saw someone show up just in the last few minutes bringing a case of water. It's something we saw earlier today at the heat of all of the activity at the Reunification Center. Companies that were just nearby in Green Hills. There was a Walgreens, there was a cycling studio, just employees that showed up with boxes of food and snacks and then cases of water. And I spoke with some of them and I said, hey, who are you with? And they told me they couldn't be in this neighborhood and do nothing. And so that's what we've been seeing all day here across the Green Hills community. People checking on people, people taking care of others as well. And I'm certain it won't end tonight. Maurice and Amanda.
All right, Lauren, thanks. So many families wondering, how do I talk to my kids about this? How do I help them cope with this? This is a story that hits home for one of our reporters, and she may be able to offer a little help.
Yeah, our Joylyn Bukovac is a school shooting survivor. She sat down with WSMV's Brendan Tierney to talk about how to process the trauma and how to talk with your children. Brendan.
Marius and Amanda, Joylyn says it took her 2 years to be able to talk about what she saw in the 8th grade when a gunman opened fire in her Alabama school and killed one of her classmates.
Well, right now, the toughest part is the unknowns.
Joylyn Bukovac reporting on something she knows all too well, having to run and hide in her music class at Discovery Middle School in Madison, Alabama, when she was just 13 years old after witnessing a shooting in the hallway.
There was the victim on the ground, and I knew it was bad. I knew I needed to get out.
She says talking with parents and other witnesses today outside of Covenant Presbyterian School took her back to that day in 2010.
A lot of this is really bringing up a lot of tough memories for me that I'm going through.
Thinking about what her parents had to go through, praying she was alive and would come home.
I can't even put into words what was going through my mind. My heart broke for those families.
Joylyn says what happened to her made her want to become a news reporter. In this case, it's also to share her perspective with parents and their children.
If I can just help one family, one person, that would make sharing my story worth it.
But Joylyn says it takes time to process the trauma of a shooting like this. She was diagnosed with PTSD, but not until she was in college. She says it's important to be patient with your children, even if they didn't hear or see what happened at Covenant School.
Just tell them that you're here to talk.
Process the trauma of a shooting like this. She was diagnosed with PTSD, but not until she was in college. She says it's important to be patient with your children, even if they didn't hear or see what happened at Covenant School.
Just tell them that you're here to talk.
Of course, they have also lost their head of school. That's going to be a huge thing for these students to try to understand. Another conversation that will be tough for parents to have.
News 2's Nikki McGee has been at the Reunification Center at the Woodmont Baptist Church most of the day, where all these students were brought and reunited with their parents. Nikki?
Yeah, Bob, well, the parking lot doesn't look too crazy right now, but let me tell you, this has been the scene of some very busy action today. This is where parents came to pick up their little ones, as you can imagine. This is a parent's worst nightmare. And we saw lots of looks of relief on these parents' faces as they crossed the street holding their child. And what stood out to me was just how young some of these faces were. Now, earlier today, we were able to speak with a neighbor near the school. Here's what they had to say.
It's just an overwhelming sadness, really just overwhelming sadness. And just sadness. Yeah, I really, I'm kind of at a loss of words for today. But I just really hope that we can learn to love each other and take care of each other. Try to keep politics out of it, because none of us are going to get out of this alive. I'm sorry, that's a terrible cliche for today, but we're all going somewhere, and if we can just love each other while we're here, whether we're gay, straight, trans, black, white, purple, green, Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, Jewish, atheist, whatever. We just need to learn.
Andy Cordan, of course, as we've mentioned several times now, he's been at multiple entrances of the school throughout the day, and we are starting to see a small makeshift memorial forming there outside of one of the entrances. Andy.
Yeah, it's actually been nice. People are coming from various walks of humanity here in Nashville. Michael, zoom in and just show them that. Just in the last couple of minutes has blossomed now into, you can see 4, 5, 6 different flowers. In fact, I think we have some video of the last group of folks that came and put some flowers down. In fact, they held one another. Looked like they were deep in thought, perhaps saying a prayer. This is the outcome of some of these tragedies, but at least people are now coming and they are showing their emotions in a positive, beautiful way. So that's what's going on now outside of this location. As you can see, they still got the road closed, still have an officer here basically reminding us all that just up that hill there's probably a lot of officers, CSI types, doing all kinds of investigative work right now, trying to figure out what happened, where various bullets were fired from, et cetera, et cetera. That's the scene from out here right now. Let's send it back to you guys.
Andy, quickly, you've seen crime scenes like this, and it makes it more difficult when it's a school, when it's a large facility, when stuff happens in the parking lot. It takes not only time, but it takes search crews to try to make sure they don't miss any evidence.
Yeah, that's right, because as you heard, it all began in the parking lot with the woman firing through the glass door to gain entry. So the crime scene essentially starts when she comes in there, and then it's the first floor and shots are fired. Then the cops, interact with her on the second floor. So now you've got 2 floors of a building. You've got the outside of the building to contend with. And, as I understand, the suspect's car is still up there in the parking lot. They've got to go through that. What might they find in that vehicle? They probably are going to backtrack that vehicle via LPR. What route did it take? How did it get here? I mean, yeah, the labyrinth and what they're building right now, they've got to they know where they're at. Now they got to go back to the beginning of the day and figure out, why did this happen? How did this happen? What is all this evidence? What are all these placards?
A lot of work ahead of them. Thanks, Andy.
Now, earlier we showed you a live look at a vigil that was being held at the cathedral on West End. This is one of the several gatherings. We've heard of at least 4 at this point. There was one earlier, and there will be one held in about 30 minutes at Lipscomb University. We want to take you to that vigil that was held at the cathedral.
All of us are suffering right now, and the church has a wonderful way of coming together in the Mass and to offer up our prayers for those we love and care for, and especially those who've gone before us, marked with the sign of faith. We want to pray for these dear ones and ask God to be loving toward them and to send His love and hope and comfort to us at this time.
You're taking a look here at that service that was held as community members came together to pray for the victims and even the survivors, because they are going to have a tough time processing this event as well.
A gesture of caring and being made by several different faiths tonight, several different facilities tonight, and earlier today there was one at Belmont. There's going to be one at Lipscomb at 7, and this one at the Cathedral of Incarnation on West End, just trying to let those parents and family members know that people care and we're thinking about them.
And they have mentioned, you know, several faiths, everyone coming together of different faiths, and one of those will be held by the Jewish Federation of Greater Nashville. That will be held via Zoom tonight at 7 o'clock. They did share on their social media accounts the Zoom link if you would like to join in on that one. So we are now at 6:30 here, and this would normally be a time we were signing off air. But at this point, we do have a little more coverage with you. We do want to recap what has happened throughout the day and this tragic day in Nashville.
Remembering those who were lost. 60-year-old Dr. Catherine Kuntz, 61-year-old Cynthia Peak, and 61-year-old Mike Hill.
And we also have shared with you the timeline of events that started at 10:13 at the Covenant School, a private school on Burton Hills Boulevard. This is pre-K through 6th grade, I believe. This is in the Green Hills area of Nashville. 7 total people dead. That includes the shooter, as Bob read those names there, 3 children and 3 adults. The shooter has been named as 28-year-old Audrey Hale per the Metro Nashville Police Department. Now, during a press conference earlier, Chief Drake did mention that the shooter had maps of the school and also had written a manifesto mentioning this particular date. Of course, the police department continues to look into that and to investigate that further. Here's a photo here of the suspect, courtesy of ABC News. We're working to learn more about the suspect and the circumstances that led to this shooting.
Chief Drake also said that she was armed with 3 weapons, a handgun and 2 AR-style weapons, and that she had multiple rounds of ammunition that had not been expended. We also know that she identifies as transgender, and that Chief Drake was asked if her sexuality was part of the reason for this attack. All he would tell us is that theory is being investigated, but he did confirm that this shooting, he called it targeted. It was either targeted at that school or at an individual. We're not sure, but he called the shooting itself targeted.
And we, like Bob mentioned, we do not understand the connection. We do know that the head of school was shot and killed. We also know a janitor and a substitute teacher. We do not know connections, or maybe there are none, with the students who were shot, but that is something that Metro PD is continuing to investigate.
They did confirm she has a connection to the school, as we said, and it'll believe that she was a former student there, but there was a connection made to this event from the person who carried out the event.
And the home there, her father's home in the Belmont area of Nashville, has been searched. It is continuing to be searched as we speak. There have been multiple law enforcement crews, including MNPD, ATF, and the FBI. As we heard from Stephanie Langston just moments ago, bags and bags of evidence were brought out from that home.
And sadly, this is going to be the deadliest school shooting here in Nashville. Gets the delineation. The deadliest school shooting in the last year happened today here in Nashville.
And it's hard that we have, over the years, covered far too many of these. One is too many, but the fact that they keep piling on is so difficult when parents think about starting to send their kids to school. What school next year will they send their kids to? And they have to think back to these and worry, will their child be safe as they head off to school?
This News' Kendall Ashman joined us live from Vanderbilt Medical Center's Children's Hospital, where she's been all day, where these victims were brought earlier today. Kendall?
Yeah, Bob, Haley, and 5 of the 7 dead were transported here with their gunshot wounds, all 5 later passing away. But, Bob, I will say we did just speak with a Vanderbilt doctor moments ago. He was leaving for the night, and he says it was an extremely emotional day. Doctors, nurses breaking down, others checking in on their little ones who were also in lockdown in surrounding schools. And, Bob, I also want to go back to a conversation we had at the 5 o'clock hour. We talked about the trauma staff. We know this is a level 1 trauma center here at Vanderbilt. This staff sees the worst of the worst day in and day out. They're trained, they're prepared for this, but this trauma, this tragedy, certainly going beyond the emergency room. And the doctor we just spoke with proving just that. I will also say a few hours ago, we did see believed family coming out of the emergency room, bracing others just in complete agony and despair. We've also spoke with some folks that have just been walking through. I did speak with one person who was here for a doctor's appointment. She tells me she was born and raised here in Nashville, and truly she has no words.
Shock, sadness. I kind of felt, well, we've made the list in not a good way. I've kind of been speechless and really just kind of sad all day, and a little angry. I'll tell you that I've been a little angry too, because the way that my home state has been treating minorities is really gross. You know, we're all one person, and I just really believe that we should just all love each other.
Again, we've been here since 11 o'clock this morning. The scene very different compared to what we saw this morning, where emergency vehicles were arriving with the victims. 3 children were treated, then later passed away here at Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital, and 2 of the 3 adults were being treated over at the adult Vanderbilt Hospital, where they also later passed away. Haley, Bob, I'll send it back to you guys.
Kendall, you know, doctors, nurses, hospital officials, medical officials, they've seen it all. They're tough people. They deal with it on a daily basis, and for them to come out and admit that this was a very emotional day, you know that inside while they were working was just a horrific scene.
Absolutely, and I'm sure the reality will really hit them once they leave for the evening. But yeah, that doctor mentioned, I mean, he said there was so much emotion inside from doctors, nurses, everyone involved, and the fact that some of them also having to multitask and check in on their little ones, their loved ones, just to make sure they're okay as well.
Been a hard day on a lot of people. Thank you, Kendall.
Yeah, no matter what your profession is, it's hard to separate it from when you have your own children at home, for sure. And now we're going to head to this social media. This was a tweet here from Mayor John Cooper. I'm going to have to pull this up to see this a little bit closer. This is Support Survivors of the Covenant School Shooting. This is a fundraiser that has been shared by the mayor that you can contribute to. I know the font here is really small, but as you see there, it says "Make a Gift," and you are able to make that gift there. I'm going to try to get this here so we can see this a little better closer up, because it's hard for us to read from there. Okay, so Mayor John Cooper said you can support the families of victims of today's horrific shooting by donating to this fund. 100% of the proceeds will go to victims' families. It is important that we stand together on this dark day for Nashville. And then he shared the link. So if you would like that, that is the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. That is the organization that is hosting this fundraiser for the victims' families. And this is a tax-deductible gift, and if you would like to donate, you can do so online.
The Covenant Presbyterian School is grieving tonight the loss of so many students and staff members. It will recover and move forward, but tonight it is grieving, and it is grieving the loss of its leader. News 2's Kenley Hargett is here with more.
Yes, Dr. Catherine Kuntz meant so much to the school and so much to education here in Nashville, Tennessee, as around as the many schools that she taught and also managed as well. She was leader of the school. Students looked up to her, parents looked up to her for guidance, and she mentored so many young minds. And I spoke to a parent of a former student of hers who says these kinds of educators become part of your family. You're around them all the time, you get to know them, and she was someone that they trusted to help guide their child. And this is what she said about the doctor.
That's how we know Catherine, is from her time as an educator at Christ Presbyterian Academy. So my son graduated in 2020, and yeah, she just had an amazing reputation as a just kind, loving, supportive, amazing educator. We're very blessed to live in a community that just is so committed to rallying around everybody and supporting each other. That's the blessing, I guess, in all of it.
Ms. Sakari went on to say the legacy she leaves will be something each child will be felt for many years to come. Here's a list of all the victims that we lost in this school shooting, this tragic, horrific incident that affects everyone here in our community as we continue to mourn them and the many impacts they had on all of our lives. And Dr. Kuntz will be remembered again. Her legacy now is protecting children, guiding young minds, and to the future leaders we have today. Bob, Haley.
All right, thank you, Ken.
And we're going to go back out to News 2's Chris O'Brien. He is joining us from the WKRN.com alert desk. He has more reaction from this shooting today.
Yeah, Bob, Haley, and more from state lawmakers. I know we've been pouncing on that, being all over them all day, but we continue to bring kind of their reaction from things. You know, we heard from the Senate side just a little bit earlier. I'm going to bring you on over to the House side now. I talked a little bit earlier about how we're going to start to see a little bit of a movement from being shocked, being confused, being real disappointed and sad to trying to push and mobilize us forward. You're going to see that a lot from Democrats. And on the House floor today during session, they gavelled in, they said a prayer, had a couple of announcements and honorees. And a couple of Nashville Democratic lawmakers spoke and really wanted to push forward that they are working on some sort of changes to gun legislation. Go ahead, take a look here.
My children were in school less than a mile down the road. Ladies and gentlemen, this can happen anywhere. It happened here today, but unless we take action, it's going to happen again.
I didn't have one person ask me for thoughts and prayers today. They asked me for courage to come down here and do something.
Of course, will we see any sort of change as we move forward? Of course, that remains to be seen, especially in the House. But we'll keep tabs on that as things continue to move forward. But right now, Haley, Bob, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. Thanks for the update.
And we do have some audio coming in of the 911 calls earlier today. We will play some of that for you now.
They've got a description of white camo, and they're actually hearing gunfire. Be advised, stay out of the general area of Burton Hills Road, Hillsboro Pike, confirmed active shooter.
Metro Midtown is on a school shooting, fourth of multiple victims down. We're monitoring Metro radio traffic at this time, unknown which school or where they're transporting, but it sounds like there's multiple victims down inside the school. Shooter is down now as well. Multiple victims down. They will be sending them to VUH, VCH. At this time, all radio traffic will be kept to a minimum except for emergency situations only.
Listening in to some of the calls there, of course, we are still awaiting the body camera video, which Metro Police says should be released today, later this evening.
A big focus of the investigation throughout the day has been the home of the shooter's father in the Belmont area. News 2's Stephanie Langston is there and has been there all day. And Steph, as you said earlier, they've removed bags of evidence. We're not sure what the evidence is, but they've gotten a lot out of that house.
That's right, Bob. And just about a half hour ago, we saw multiple bags, maybe 5 to 10 very large brown bags, bigger than your typical grocery bag, come out of the home here on Brightwood Avenue. Metro Police saying this is where the shooter, Audrey Hale, lived, and we believe with her parents. We do know that police made contact with her father, at least. It appears, though, that they may be wrapping up their work here for now, anyhow. We've seen multiple Metro Police officers leave the scene in just the last 5-10 minutes. highlights, I'd say. Also, the crime scene investigative unit, the big van they had parked right out front, just left. But what they did was they pulled that gray Dodge truck that you see there, backed it up in front of the house. And I'm just paying attention to what's happening outside the house right now. It looks like they're hugging somebody, a woman that we see there who doesn't appear to be any sort of law enforcement. But they backed that truck up to the house there and began loading it with those bags. They just closed the lid on the back there just a few minutes ago. And it looks like we're seeing, I don't know if this is family or friends or who these people are. Obviously, they're not marked with law enforcement clothing that we're seeing outside the house. Now, this is the first time we've seen any civilians outside the house since we've been here. Now, this all started unfolding around before 2 o'clock. We got here around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and that's when SWAT team members were here. It was a very active scene, and neighbors told us they heard about 3 explosives go off, explosives that shook homes as far away as a block from here. Obviously made a big impact, and since then, they've roped up the street here, again on Brightwood Avenue, where we have confirmed the shooter lived. We're going to take a listen to some of the sound that we heard from neighbors when we first arrived.
I was in my house and heard an extremely loud explosion. My wife was on the back porch, and right before it happened, she said she heard someone over a loudspeaker say, "Come out of the house and you won't be hurt." So I came running up here, and as soon as I got here, there was SWAT trucks all over, and then they threw some more, I guess, percussive grenades of some sort, 2 or 3 more times, and then SWAT stormed after about 5-7 minutes, came into the house with smoke billowing out of the house. So I understand from overheard that it turned out that no one was in the house.
So what is this like for your neighborhood? I mean,
Everyone's a little shaken because everyone was watching the news of what happened at the school, and it apparently is related to the school shooting, according to some of the officers. I don't know that, but that's what the officers told the neighbors. So it was just, the neighborhood's all a little nervous about the whole thing.
Understandably so, and it's drawn quite a crowd to this street here on Brightwood Avenue. We did just see 2 ATF agents walk outside of the home. Again, you see Metro Police investigators there at the door, and we also just briefly saw 3 women come outside of the house. It appears as though they're possibly connected to this home or the situation in some way. But again, it looks like law enforcement is wrapping up their work for now here. Of course, whatever was found inside that house could be key in this case. We know that Chief Drake said earlier that police did find a manifesto about this date and detailed maps of the school. So, of course, we're going to stay tuned to see what they may uncover at this home. Bob.
Steph, detail your location a little bit. This is the Belmont area. Are you near Belmont University, or is this just a subdivision in that Belmont area?
Bob, we're not far from Belmont University, but we are almost directly behind Christ the King, which is a pre-K that serves pre-K up through 8th grade students. So we are 1 street away from Christ the King, if you know where that is on Belmont. So definitely a very Belmont area.
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it.
And now earlier we shared with you some video from a vigil service that was held at the Cathedral of the Incarnation on West End Avenue. We're going to hear from the bishop now.
Nashville is a great community, and we are coming together right now out of love and concern for all these families. And I just hope they feel the communal embrace of all of us through our prayers and condolences right now.
And we're thinking about the victims as we watch the video from the memorial service at the Cathedral of Incarnation downtown. 7 people died today. 6 of those are from the school. Here are the names of the victims we lost today. Evelyn Dykus, she was 9. Hallie Scruggs was also 9. William Kinney was 9. Dr. Catherine Kuntz, the headmaster, was 60 years of age. Cynthia Peak, a substitute teacher,
hours, days, and even weeks.
Yeah, definitely going to grow there, that's for sure. All right, we are getting another listen at the very first moments where Davidson County first responders learned what was unfolding at the Covenant School. This is audio from Broadcastify, which is a company that streams live audio from first responders' internal communications. These are the moments the Davidson County Sheriff's Department got the call.
Sounds like they got a legit active shooter at a school. It's legit. They've got the description. They're calling for airborne and rescue squad.
Metro Midtown is on a school shooting, 4th of multiple victims down. We're monitoring metro radio traffic at this time, unknown which school or where they're transporting, but it sounds like there's multiple victims down inside the school. Shooter is down now as well.
Now, the Diocese of Nashville released a statement. Chancellor and Chief Operating Officer Brian Cooper says, quote, "The news of the shooting and loss of lives at Covenant School this morning is deeply sad and shocking. It is a painful reminder that these horrific events can happen at any time. Our own city is not immune to this violence. Across Middle Tennessee, our churches and schools continue to be vigilant as we focus on the safety and security of parishioners, students, faculty, and staff. It is a top priority." And the superintendent of schools, Dr. Rebecca Hamill, said in a statement, quote, "We have in place mandatory training for our faculty, staff, and administration. This was established several years ago. This training accompanies annual site and safety protocol reviews and regular safety drills conducted with staff and students in our schools. We will look for opportunities to strengthen our safety protocols as we learn from the ongoing police investigation of this sad incident."
All right, all of this comes about 10 months since the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 students and 2 teachers were killed when a shooter opened fire there at Robb Elementary School. The Uvalde Foundation for Kids is sending its condolences and support to the Covenant School community now. It's also releasing a statement which reads in part, quote, "Today's shooting resulting in the senseless loss of more young lives in our schools is a daunting reminder there has to be a collective, aggressive national move to end school violence. We must leave the boardrooms and lobbying arenas and take back our classrooms."
Well, this story hit close to home for one of our reporters here who was actually a survivor of a school shooting when she was in junior high school in Alabama. Our Joylyn Bukovac was on the scene reporting this and got kind of emotional because it brought up a lot of scars for her.
And I think what's also important is that she has working knowledge of what could potentially help parents help their children with this. Brendan Tierney is following this part of the story for us.
Yeah, Amanda, Marius, I had the opportunity to sit down with Joylyn today after she went through what she called a very emotional time trying to process exactly what she was seeing and thinking back to what she went through when she was just 13 years old 10 years ago in the 8th grade. She was in a recess period in the choir room of her middle school in Alabama when a gunman opened fire in her school, killing one person there. Joylyn was able to talk us through kind of exactly what was going through her mind today as she got on scene here in Nashville and had to relive that. Take a listen.
I really just felt like a sitting duck, not knowing if I was going to see my loved ones again, if I was going to make it out of that school alive, which is awful because every child should feel safe at school. No one should come to school anticipating possibly being hurt, injured, or experiencing something like this. So I'm putting myself in the student's shoes and now as a mom to a young child, and a lot of parents are running up to me saying that they're nervous for the future for their kids, and to be honest, I'm right there with them because I've seen exactly what gun violence can do firsthand. I can't even put into words what was going through my mind. My heart broke for those families, and at the same time, my fight or flight response, adrenaline was just pumping through my veins because I know what those kids were experiencing, unfortunately, and I know what it's like to hide from a shooter.
And Joylyn really took me through exactly what happened on that day 10 years ago. She said that she wanted to run and jump out the window of her school to get to safety, but her teacher had them all hide behind the bleachers in their choir room. They were able to lock the door, and luckily no one in her classroom was injured, but she heard what she thought was just balloons popping before hearing the screaming and exactly what happened there, thinking about the heartbreak that these parents and community members are now having to go through, and also talking about PTSD that she was diagnosed with in in college and kind of how long it takes to process exactly what happened here. She had some advice for parents today as you're talking with your children after everything that's gone through, even if they're just seeing it on the news or talking with their kids about, their friends about it. She says, talk with your kids and let them know that what happened is not normal, but it is okay to have their emotions and have their feeling, and that you'll be there whenever you do finally feel ready to talk about it. It might be a couple days from now, might be a couple weeks from now. Joylyn said it took her about 2 years to process exactly what happened out there. It's definitely an emotional sit down with her, and it was one of those situations where she's talked with other school shooting survivors in the past to help her get through all of this. And she said that she's more than willing to talk with people here in Nashville now about how to help them get through all of this. Amanda and Marius.
Brendan, we know that is a close-knit community of those survivors who have survived mass shootings. Brendan, thank you so much.
All right, if you just got home from work, just turning on the news, trying to figure out what's going on, it has been a tragic day in Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, 3 children have died. 3 adults have died after a shooting at the Covenant School in Green Hills. Metro police say the shooter was also killed.
And we're looking at a live picture now as that memorial continues to grow outside of the Covenant School. Another person here as we watch live placing balloons at the front gates of the school. We've already watched someone else lay flowers, and our crews on the scene have been watching others lay teddy bears and flowers as well.
Yeah, this community is coming together to support the Covenant School, to support these families who have lost someone in the most tragic way. We've been on air for almost 9 hours now, getting to every angle of this story. It's been heartbreaking learning the details as the day has gone on.
All right, these are some of the victims' names. The 3 children, Evelyn Deekhouse, Hallie Scruggs, and William Kinney. We're told none of them were older than 9 years old. Also killed, Catherine Kuntz, the head of the Covenant School. Also Cynthia Peak, a substitute teacher, and Mike Hill, the school custodian. Metro Police Chief John Drake was nearly speechless when announcing that 3 children were among the dead.
I was literally moved to tears to see this and the kids as they were being ushered out of the building. But what I can say and what I've said before is that whenever I hope that we would never have this situation, that if we ever did, we would not wait. We would immediately go in and we would immediately engage the person perpetrating this horrible crime. And so that's all I can say.
Again, 3 children are among the victims and 3 adults, including the school custodian, a substitute teacher, and the head of the Covenant School.
We want to show you a picture of the head of the school. This is Dr. Catherine Kuntz. On her LinkedIn, it says she had been the head of the school since 2016. Before that, she was an academic dean at CPA, Christ Presbyterian, for almost 16 years.
All right, we want to go back to Lauren Lowry live near the scene as we continue to watch people lay items, flowers, at that growing memorial.
Right. I have Margaret Johnson with me right now. She was one of the people we were actually able to show you drop some flowers off live. Margaret, I noticed because I was watching you at the time, you stayed at that vigil for quite a while, and then I saw you start to cry. Tell me what your tears are for tonight.
I was just praying for all the little kids who passed and all the adults who are trying to protect them and all the kids who are still going to be going to school there. I mean, there's not much you can do as a teenager, and I mean, just someone like just so small in this world. But I mean, I can pray and I can bring flowers and I can extend a hand of comfort, and those are things I can do.
And you are a high schooler here in Nashville, and you know personally kids who are currently in that school.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do today as you were waiting for information to know if any of your kids, if they were impacted?
I mean, when I heard that there was a shooting at Covenant, I was like in shock because I was like, I know people who go there, I know people who have siblings here, and then you just kept hearing that more and more people had passed and more people were getting taken to the hospital, and I was just praying the whole time that it wasn't someone that I knew.
Yeah.
And I mean, it breaks my heart for the people who, it is their families and it is their siblings. I was at a service a couple minutes ago, and the pastor was telling a story about how he was at the hospital with the older sister of one of the girls who passed, and how she was saying that she didn't want to be an only child.
Oh.
And as someone who has an older sister, I just pray and hope for all the families that they're brought some sort of comfort in all this.
You just captured something that I feel strongly about what's happened today. It doesn't matter who you are. Everyone is a daughter or a son. Everyone is either a mother or a child or a friend or a teacher, or we all have one of these roles. We all are able to put ourselves in the shoes of the people who are really dealing with some serious stuff tonight. So it's beautiful that you would take the time to go buy the flowers, to say the prayer, and leave them here to honor the people who've passed tonight. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
Yeah, and guys, we continue to see so many people coming here. I just saw a moment ago a man drop off this huge teddy bear and these balloons. It just goes to show how difficult something like this is. And Margaret was even saying it. When we don't know what else to do, you know what we can do? We can say a prayer. We can buy some flowers. We can give someone a hug. You know, it's those little things that make us realize we are a part of a larger community, and it's a community that's suffering tonight. So it is one very important thing that we can all remember as we continue to see people lining up here. Either they've been seeing our live coverage, one person starts, they realize that's something they can do, and then you just are seeing now so many people coming, stopping, honoring, saying a prayer, and just marking what is a day of trauma for Nashville. Today was our very first school shooting ever. It's an important day that I can tell you with certainty will be marking for weeks to come and for years to come, because it will be a day that we will remember. Marius, Amanda?
Wow, as we continue to watch people come out and place teddy bears, balloons, flowers on that, what will soon be a growing memorial.
Yeah, we are witnessing, as Lauren said, a moment in history that will be recorded forever in time in history as we continue to watch this play out today.
Well, as all of this is unfolding, you can find the very latest information. You can download it on our WSMV4 app.
And we've got videos from throughout the day that you can watch there. We have a long list of vigils that are planned that you're invited to be a part of. You can find all of those resources, plus that community fund that's now been started in the WSMV4 News app. Started in the WSMV4 News app. We will indeed see to become a growing memorial at the site.
Yeah, we want to take you back to when it all started at 10:13. That's when first responders were alerted to an active aggressor situation at Covenant School. We knew that there were some issues there, and police responded quickly. to the scene there at Covenant School.
All right, video that you're seeing now, and we've showed you these images throughout the day. Those are school buses loaded with children making their way to a reunification site after that active situation, shooter situation had ended with police shooting and killing a 28-year-old woman who they say brought 2 assault-style rifles into the school and a handgun and started shooting, killing 3 students and 3 members of faculty, a substitute teacher, the head of the school, and a school custodian, along with 2 9-year-olds and an 8-year-old.
We know that shooter's name, the alleged shooter's name, is Audrey Hale. We know that once police made entrance into the home she lived in, they found a manifesto. They found writings. They also found a detailed drawings of the school. We know that the shooter, Audrey Hales, shot into a locked door to gain access into the school. We also know that this was a targeted shooting.
And these are the images that are going to stay with us forever. Children holding each other's hands, walking with adults and under the supervision of law enforcement authorities as they make their way to those school buses and away from the deadly scene that earlier in the day was just their school, right? Just their school.
We've heard from parents. We've heard from parents on the scene. We had witnesses inside that reunification center at the church talking about the chaos that was there because of the unknown. No one knew if their children were safe. No one knew what was going on. But we now know that all of the children have been reunited with their families, and the grieving process for that community has started.
All right, as the investigation continues, we're going to keep you up to date both on air and through the WSMV4 News app. We also have a long list of vigils that are happening, some of them tonight, that you're invited to be a part of.
And we're going to have the very latest coming to you on WSMV4 at 10 o'clock.
EJ, there's a lot of different versions, so there's a lot of different inspiration that can